Chapter 11:15. Ah ha ha ha, so you're losing your head out of fear right now. Emoya, who hadn't returned for an entire night, called Luo Nan the next morning. She laughed quite unrestrainedly after listening to Luo Nan's account. Luo Nan frowned. How could it be that serious? You're acting like this. You're like parents who have muddled along for over a decade. When their child is in his rebellious phase, or even later, they suddenly discover that their child is completely different from the growth model they expected. They feel that the product they nurtured for so many years is basically going to be scrapped. It's impossible to reforge it. Then they panic and despair, not knowing what to do. Isn't this the feeling? Luo Nan continued to deny. It's not that exaggerated. You're using this as an analogy. It seems like you've experienced it before. It's fine to just observe. Observe the mental processes of Mr. Mo Haihang and Mrs. Luo Shuqing a few years ago. You can more or less learn a few things. Of course, I've also gotten involved in this mess myself. Huh. Luo Nan's mind went blank. You! That's right. Did you forget? I'm the one who provided you with the Dream Fund. I funded a 10-year-old kid to do a drug experiment. Even though the results are pretty good and the return on investment is super high, I was quite anxious when I recovered from my second Chinibu. Hee hee, so your funding was the choice of a Chinibu. Could it not be? In order to take care of your so-called dream, there was an extremely high possibility of harvesting a younger brother who overdosed on drugs and died. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end, okay? As Amoya spoke, she also sighed. From this point, I can understand your current feelings. Thank you, little brother. You've worked hard. Amoya soon laughed. How should I put it? I still feel like you're overreacting. Even though you may be the one with the most power in the family, you don't need to burden yourself with Rue when's matters. You need to know that the loss of her memories before she entered the family wasn't caused by you. Even though she was brought into the family by you, you're just an older brother in terms of family ethics. You're not a parent. But Aunt, she certainly wants you to take responsibility, right? You might really be the person that Rue wants to be close to the most. Even 10 sentences from others can't compare to a single sentence from you. But you still have to look beyond the surface to see the essence. Did my mother want you to be the head of the household? Come on, they still have a long way to go before they retire, and they're the kind of people who worry a lot. How stupid can they be to let you be the leader of this family? There seemed to be someone laughing beside Amoya. It should be a woman. But Luo Nan wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. He just pulled the corner of his mouth. Then what does Aunt mean? She only wants you to look inward and arrange a mission for you at home so that you'll have a sense of belonging as a family member, instead of being a so-called world-class expert who goes to the upper class for no good reason and considers the life and death of mankind every day and night. Amoya concluded, this is a scheme, a family scheme. You're right. Luo Nan pondered for a moment and felt that it made some sense, but he soon came back to his senses. But aren't you off topic? What you've said to me, I admit it's reasonable, but Rue Win, what's the situation? What should I do? This. Amoyu was clearly stumped. When all is said and done, you don't know. I only have you as my experience in inexplicable success. I'm going to take this out to deal with Rue Win. Let's not talk about anything else. You. Can you be at ease? Amoya's reply was bold and confident, but, she soon admitted, her reaction really is quite unexpected. Luo Nan sighed. Amo, you seem to be talking to someone beside her. A short period of time passed before she spoke again. Don't think too much right now. People like you will go overboard when you think about things. But it's not necessary right now. It's best to observe first. Of course, you can't observe her in a monotonous and simple comfort zone. You need to push her into a relatively complex environment. My mom is more proactive than you in this regard. We don't blindly believe in Rue when at this time. We believe in the ability of this family to protect her. Luo Nan went, "Oh, besides, there's still you. Even if there are some problems or accidents, you'll definitely be able to fish her out in time, right?" "Definitely." Luo Nan still had this sort of confidence. Then it settled. You don't need to worry about Rue when suffering any psychological trauma or the like. A person's character is often warped and expanded under layers upon layers of obstacles. In the end, it is molded. Some people are simply chiseled and chiseled with knives and axes. From childhood to adulthood, from birth to death, they are all molded and changed. Isn't this an unavoidable process? The process of molding a character isn't a disaster. Even molding a freak isn't counted, only by completely negating its existence from its roots. Ah, that's it. Luo Nan blinked his eyes. Even though it's great reasoning, it sounds pretty good. So please seriously consider whether or not Rue wants to seize this opportunity to make her debut. Huh. It's nothing. What I'm saying is that you can first observe her situation in the school environment when she's not skipping class. Right now, Luo Nan was sitting in side gear on the north bank. He was sitting in a leisure booth in the public activity area at the edge of the Sandbar waterway. He was speechless for a time. How could he explain the fact that Rue had blatantly skipped most of her morning classes and was already heading in this direction to meet up with him? Forget it. Luo Nan slapped Jerry's head, who had popped out from who knows where. He decided not to think about this sort of lousy matter this morning. He hung up the phone and drank the fruit juice on the table in 2 or 3 gulps. He asked for another cup for Rue, preparing to pack it up and take it down to the underground laboratory. This little girl shouldn't like to be in front of people. Luo Nan was absent-minded for a moment. Was this shouldn't what he was thinking? No matter what, he shouldn't verify this matter for the time being. Brother. Nan. Someone suddenly greeted him. When he said brother, he was clearly a bit restrained. This was mainly because he was in front of people. Luo Nan actually greeted Senior Tian in a very natural manner. The person who came was Tian Chi of Acumen College's Advanced Teaching Department. He was also Senior Tian Ci's cousin, and he was older than Luo Nan by 3 to 4 years. He called Luo Nan brother in his heart. After all, he was a child who had been beaten up by the reality of society. He just couldn't wipe his face off in front of people. However, Tian Chi's gaze followed the illumination lights and cast into the bottom of the lake. He saw the enormous devil ray swimming lazily in the deep waters, and his greeting became even more sincere. Brother Nan, it's been a while since I've seen you in the society. I heard you took a leave of absence from school? Yeah, I've been running around a bit more lately. Even when I come, I usually go to the laboratory. I understand. Tian Chi's gaze unconsciously glanced at the devil ray at the bottom of the lake. Actually, many people in the Mystic Arts Research Society knew that this dangerous mutant that had been tamed disappeared for a period of time last month. It only returned at the beginning of this month. There were even fewer people who knew that the main character of the video of the devil ray flying through the sky that had been wildly popular in Xia City at the beginning of last month was probably the devil ray at the bottom of the lake. As for the highly blurry figure in the video, forget it. He didn't dare to think about it. Though he didn't dare to think about it too deeply. Tian Chi still unconsciously moved closer when he saw Luo Nan. It was good to say a few words. Luo Nan's polite attitude made his nervous state of mind ease a bit. Right when he wanted to chat a bit more, he saw Luo Nan wave his hand behind him. The fat-headed and big-eared Jerry had leaped out a bit earlier than Luo Nan. Tian Chi turned his head and saw Rue appear at the entrance of the public activity area. She was wearing the standard summer dress of Acumen College. Jerry rushed directly to Rue's feet. He wanted to move closer, but he was a bit afraid. He just circled around her feet. Rue had to bend over to pick Jerry up and bring him over. It was quite eye-catching to see a middle and low-grade student appear here during class time. The lively muskrat that moved closer intensified this impression. However, Rue Wen's face was even more eye-catching. They could faintly hear someone exclaim in surprise over at the public activity area. Hold on, this is the Demon Eye woman, right? Short hair, black eyes, fair skin, and a beautiful appearance. She looks like, especially that skin, she's from our school. The students of Acumen College possessed the most basic qualities. They suppressed their voices when they exclaimed in surprise. But there weren't many people here to begin with. The corner of the bar was relatively quiet, so the sounds of exclamations and whispers were particularly clear. Luo, Nan, and Rue Wen obviously heard them loud and clear. Luo Nan looked over there and saw that Rue Wen's jade porcelain-like face didn't fluctuate at all. She was completely unaware that she had become the center of everyone's gazes. Tian Chi also heard them. He knew of this fact earlier than the vast majority of the people here, even though he and Rue Wen had only met a few times. He grinned and took advantage of the fact that Rue Wen hadn't come over yet to come closer. He whispered, "There are quite a few people who are crazy about Rue Wen in the society. It seems like some people have already guessed it. I heard that OK has already gotten someone to inquire about Rue Wen's contact information." OK? Oh, it's that vice president. Luo Nan's impression was that he seemed to be a rather pretentious young man. As for Rue Wen's identity being leaked, it wasn't strange. After all, this little girl was a frequent customer of the Mystic Arts Research Society. Her appearance and temperament were especially outstanding. It was very normal for her to leave an impression on others. Luo Nan smiled at Tian Chi. "Rue Wen's here. Let's go do an experiment. We'll talk next time." "Sure. You busy yourself." Tian Chi was already very content to be able to exchange a few words with Luo Nan. He saw Rue Wen walk over with Jerry in her arms. He stood up and helped her pull out a nearby chair before leaving. However, Rue Wen didn't have any intentions of sitting down. She just looked at Luo Nan. Luo Nan wanted to chat with her some more, but when he saw the little girl's calm and wooden expression, as well as the drinks that were already packed in his hand, he sighed in the end. "Let's go." Luo Nan and Rue Wen didn't do any experiments in Gear's underground laboratory. Instead, they quickly jumped to the cloud world and entered the misty maze. They went to do the on-the-spot investigation they had agreed on last night. Of course, the on-the-spot investigation was impossible. The area that Rue Wen could currently reach was still out of Luo Nan's reach. Rue Wen clearly had her own considerations regarding this point. Within the tree-hole space that Luo Nan had created to carry material matter, Rue Wen brought up the offline mode drawing software. She referred to the previous records and cast her gaze into the area of the sandstorm outside. At the same time, some of the chaotic fragments that whistled through the air displayed a few special trajectories. They gradually took shape and formed into a scale. They were like thousands of ravines in the depths of the shattered wilderness. There was an underground river that meandered and flowed. Chapter 11:16. Wow. Rue Wen's move was very beautiful. Luo Nan knew that Rue Wen had used some sort of method to transfer the sketches stored in her drawing software into the mist maze. This allowed the fragments of her domain to possess activity for a short period of time, becoming the medium for her drawings. This was similar to Luo Nan's previous demonstration using water vapor, but the difficulty was far higher. First of all, a domain fragment was a domain fragment. No matter how fragmented it was, no matter how sealed it was, its essence was still the direct embodiment of a law. Its material structure was countless times more complex than the water vapor that Luo Nan controlled, regardless of whether it was material energy or soul force interference. The effects of such a carrier would be greatly reduced. Luo Nan had opened up the space of the tree hole within the misty labyrinth from nothing. He was the clearest about the difficulty of this place. Secondly, Luo Nan didn't see Rue Wen operate this set of animations. She displayed the connections and rich details of the tens of thousands of drawings stored in the drawing software in an orderly manner. Yes, Luo Nen didn't see Rue Wen's manual operation when she demonstrated the animation. At the very least, he didn't see the follow-up operation at all. Rue Wen just gave him the initial power, and then all the changes naturally occurred and continued to evolve. It was as if Rue Wen had programmed the fragments of this boundless domain beforehand. As long as a switch was pressed, all the fragments would operate according to the preset rules. Something didn't seem right. Luo Nen faintly felt a bit awkward. He wanted to analyze it more seriously, but the content that Rue Wen displayed attracted his attention at this time. This seems to be... Luo Nen snapped his fingers, and the lens nebula suddenly expanded from a miniaturized state at the very center of the second level of the tree hole space. It was like a gradually magnified starry sky scene in a lens, revealing more and more details. It was useless to have too many details. Of course, Luo Nen was able to see that Rue Wen's drawing had been simplified to a certain degree. He had scaled the lens nebula to a similar scale, making it a bit more intuitive. Luo Nen made a slight comparison and came to a preliminary conclusion. This radiation zone hasn't been monitored yet, and you're relying on the inner layer. You don't want to live anymore. He unconsciously raised his voice and glared at Rue Wen. You're already listening in, Raven replied. There's no result at all, okay? If you take another step forward, won't you run into the Sunwheel Extreme Prison? Do you still want to live? It's still a long way off. Rue Wen's reply was even simpler. Luo Nen pressed her head. Is the concept of near and far appropriate here? Rue Wen remained silent. As long as Luo Nen had the time in the near future, he would certainly go to the tree hole space to conduct an eavesdrop. He would also make the relevant records. He would combine the boundless fragmented data with Rue Wen's search records to slowly trace the outline of the misty maze. He didn't dare to say that he had a complete grasp of it, but he had a general understanding of it. The core of the maze was, of course, the Sunwheel Extreme Hell. It was a place where the two unimaginable forces of order and chaos locked together. It was both violent and balanced. Luo Nen didn't know how far the other side was from him. The concept of near and far wasn't suitable to be used here. All he could sense was the pull and radiation of this powerful existence. It was very likely that what he had been paying attention to all this time was just a projection. The main body was still countless light years away. But it was also possible that he would fall into the fatal gravitational sphere if he took another step into the misty labyrinth. It would be impossible for him to climb out. Luo Nen had consecutively created two world-class events, the light of the polar domain and the daytime nightmare, within half a year. He understood the terror of the Sunwheel Extreme Hell better than anyone else. Therefore, he could only stay a respectful distance away. He even had to intentionally distinguish and avoid the eavesdropping. The remaining areas that could be eavesdropped and traced were the main parts of the lenticular nebula. Basically, they were the perceptible areas that had been contaminated by the local space-time rules of Earth. Luo Nen made a simple division of them. The first type was the radiation zone. It seemed that the two grand forces of the Sunwheel Extreme Hell had collided in opposite directions within these areas. It was unknown how many years had passed since the collision, but the shock waves were still tenaciously continuing without stopping. Of course, it was more likely that they were affected by the powerful and contradictory radiation of the Sunwheel Extreme Hell, resulting in the continuous impact and collision. They also carried out a complex fusion. It was as if they were verifying the interlocking equilibrium of the Sunwheel Extreme Hell, but they weren't completely successful. This was the main melody of the misty labyrinth. The other type was the safe zone. Luo Nan's Luo clan's sandwich domain, which bore the space of the tree hole, was located in the relatively quiet periphery. These areas were clearly affected by the local space-time of Earth. They were the main forces that collided and formed the cloud world. Currently, they could be considered the underlying structure of the cloud world. Strictly speaking, The distribution of this structure didn't have the concept of up, down, and 4 directions. The division between the inside and the outside was very blurry. It was highly complex and highly distorted, going against the daily experience of humans. It wasn't even easy to describe. The lenticular nebula only displayed a distorted projection. In essence, it was still a database. A deeper analysis was needed. Luo Nan's daily eavesdropping on the misty labyrinth was like a passive radar. Although the amount of data he processed was large and there was a lot of noise, he was able to avoid making contact with the Sunwheel Extreme Hell. He did the basic work bit by bit. It was solid and safe. He wasn't the only one who was safe. Ruewen was safe as well. As long as he was effectively eavesdropping, the little girl should be able to come and go freely in the safe zone and even within the range of the eavesdropped on the radiation zone with her ability of body and soul merging. From Luo Nan's perspective, Ruewen's reconnaissance shouldn't have been done with the mindset of taking risks and searching for treasures. Instead, she should have helped his eavesdropping to carry out verification. Actually, it was precisely Ruewen that allowed Luo Nan to take many detours. She reduced a large amount of useless work. Luo Nan was able to quickly digest and absorb the results of his father's observations in the past month. If it wasn't for the requirements of the pseudo-plane dam, in the end, it was still his problem. Luo Nan was vexed. He couldn't help but press a few more times on Ruewen's head. Things weren't over yet. Ruewen had run into the radiation zone without effective eavesdropping. Her nature could be called dangerous, but it didn't have much to do with the awkwardness from before. Luo Nan calmed his mind a bit. The animation of Ruewen's demonstration flashed endlessly in his mind. It corresponded with the area within the Lens Nebula that he had just begun eavesdropping on not too long ago. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar area. He tossed aside the details that he couldn't delve into and just locked onto the skeleton depicted in Ruewen's sketch. It was probably a few relatively large fragments of the domain or the fusion of fragments. These large masses of things were manifested on the Lens Nebula in the form of a fuzzy halo of stars. There were a few slightly bright stars scattered in the center, and under the cover of these stars was the final target that Ruewen had pointed out. It was just that this final target seemed to be hidden a bit too deep within the current Lens Nebula, and the location wasn't quite right. Luo Nan suddenly had a guess. He aimed at the area that Ruewen had displayed. He even wanted to use his hands to measure the star atlas. This wasn't necessary. The eavesdropping and mapping image of the area was the result of his and Ruewen's hard work. The answer actually lingered in his mind. Using his eyes and his hands was nothing more than confirmation. Yes, strictly speaking, the image of the radiation zone without effective eavesdropping on the Lens Nebula was different from the final image of Ruewen's demonstration. And it wasn't the same as the one at the very front. Luo Nan felt that Ruewen's drawing skills were immature at first. Her simplification wasn't appropriate enough, resulting in a distortion. But now, let me see those drawings. Ruewen obviously wouldn't refuse. She immediately brought up the work area and displayed the tens of thousands of drawings in the background. Due to the large amount of data to be processed, the refresh process wasn't too smooth. Luo Nan couldn't care about this. He directly got to work and quickly flipped through the work area, flipping through these drawings from front to back. This could more or less be considered a manual broadcast of an animation. But the broadcast didn't take too long. Soon, the first half of the several thousand drawings arranged in order appeared. If the evolution process displayed by these several thousand drawings was described as a 10-second video, then the one Luo Nan locked onto would be in the region of half a second. Though it had undergone simplification, it highly corresponded with the structure of the star atlas displayed on the Lens Nebula. There was practically no difference. It seemed that this one was the present. Then, Luo Nan pursed his lips and turned his head to begin controlling the Lens Nebula. There was no doubt that the structural details of the mist labyrinth were constantly changing. One had to accept this in order to observe it accurately. One had to adapt to this. For this reason, even though the data that constituted the star atlas could be described as a sea of data, both Luo Nan and Luo Zhongheng did their best to preserve the crucial process data. They recorded the instantaneous appearance of every node of the mist labyrinth. Blurry was counted as well. Luo Nan was tracing back to the previous records. He slowly pushed the structure of the mist labyrinth displayed on the star atlas forward. Actually, he was completely capable of retrieving a single photograph. Even if the lens nebula was intrinsically distorted and unreal, the astronomical amount of data was placed there. It would consume quite a bit of mental effort to realize the dynamic changes. But Luo Nan felt that it was very necessary. Thus, after approximately 5 days or so, it was still the same cluster of stars that alternated between light and dark. However, the main skeleton that was constructed from the bright stars, after a slight adjustment of the angle and position, astonishingly formed a nearly perfect correspondence with Rue Wen's initial sketch. Luo Nan also confirmed a step further. This process of tracing back was simply the first half of Rue Wen's demonstration animation, played backwards. All right, this is the past. Then the ones that haven't been monitored yet, are they the future? Luo Nan stopped. His forehead and the back of his head were slightly sweating. One reason was because of the mental effort consumed. The other reason was because he suddenly discovered that his talent and strength towards Rue Wen, he never understood it from start to finish. Chapter 11:17. Luo Nan had sensed something during Rue Wen's demonstration just now. During the entire process, Rue Wen had only used her initial power from beginning to end. She had pushed the initial sketch, and then everything had operated according to the established procedure. There really hadn't been any other interference in the middle. Luo Nan's awkward feeling stemmed from this. He had misunderstood earlier. Rue Wen hadn't drawn the results of her own observations into images and then demonstrated them. She had merely wanted to display the scene that had just occurred for him to see. To be more precise, there had never been any results of observation. The star atlas formed from the monitoring data corresponded to the nodes of Rue Wen's sketch. The closest set of nodes had just reached the first 2020 of the star atlas. Nothing had happened yet. How could there be any observations? In other words, this was a set of foresight. It foretold the development and evolution of a portion of the radiation region of the mist labyrinth in the future. Luo Nan cast his gaze towards the lens nebula. He felt the astronomical amount of data corresponding to every instant within. He thought about the amount of computation required for the dissipation and convergence of every detail. He went silent for a time. Of course, this was just a guess. As for whether or not it was true, it was still faster to ask Rue Wen. Rue Wen, is this the result of your predictions? Rue Wen thought for a moment and answered, I see a bit. I see. Luo Nan didn't know how to respond for a time. Rue Wen rarely used rhetorical techniques when she spoke. She usually wouldn't say things like descriptions or comparisons. So when she said she saw it, she really saw it? It would have been very hard for Luo Nan to think about this a month ago. But during this time, the inconceivable perceptual mode that came from the magnetic optical mica was gradually changing Luo Nan's observation and thought patterns. The appearance of this world was becoming more and more different from what it had always displayed over the past decade. Whether it was living things, inanimate objects, material objects, or the void, everything revealed a different structure and connection under the bizarre perspective of the magnetic optical mica. Right now, Luo Nan was doing his best to adjust and adapt. He hoped that this difference wouldn't turn into a tear. Looking at the normal world was already like this. What Luo Nan saw and felt when he observed the mist labyrinth was different from before. It was just that this place was far too chaotic and complex even under the special perspective of the magnetic optical mica, and the amount of data excavated had increased by an order of magnitude. Luo Nan needed to comb it a step further before he could hope to restore it to effective information. Since he was like this, who knew what this world was like in Rue Wen's eyes? Rue Wen was most likely unable to understand the complex train of thought within Luo Nan's mind. Since Luo Nan had asked her, she obviously had to answer to the best of her abilities. Right now, Luo Nan had already brought up the lens nebula. Rue Wen gestured at the more intuitive star atlas. There's one here, or maybe two. It's a bit dangerous right now. After a while, it'll be thrown out to this position. If it was someone else listening to Rue Wen's explanation, they would definitely be confused. Luo Nen immediately understood. You're saying that within this area, there are 1 or 2 large-scale domain fragments that will be affected by the collision of the ramming radiation zone. They will be thrown from a relatively deep location to a relatively safe area. They might be more suitable for remodeling? Rue Wen nodded. This was something that the radiation zone was capable of doing. Such a phenomenon seemed a little counterintuitive at first glance. The center of the contradiction or the storm should have a stronger impact, and the remaining debris should also be finer. But the problem was that the mist maze, which was a special environment caused by Sunwheel Hell, could not be simply regarded as the result of the collision and explosion. What was displayed in the broken structure was a mutual restriction, mutual influence, and mutual distortion mechanism. The next step forward was order. The next step after order was chaos. The present was only a temporary equilibrium. This sort of equilibrium mechanism formed a complex gravitational sphere. It was just like what commonly happened in the boundless universe. All things were destroyed and reconstructed, but they were no longer their original appearances. And this led to a direct result. The closer one got to the danger zone of the gravitational sphere, the more resources one could use. The chances of picking up scraps in the periphery were far, far too low. Luo Nan sighed and rubbed Rue Wen's scalp with force. So you know the danger. It can be used. Rue Wen didn't resist. She just emphasized this point once more. Since you said it, of course I believe you. It was rare for Rue Wen to say such accurate words. Luo Nan really didn't dare to refuse. He was afraid that this little girl would take things too hard and run into the radiation zone to dig anew. It would be good to take advantage of this opportunity to let her slow down. Since it was decided, Luo Nan subconsciously began to draw up a plan in his mind. According to Rue Wen's demonstration of the transformation process, it would take around 3 months for 1 or 2 large-scale domain fragments to be thrown out. It could be said that time was ample, but it could also be said that he was nervous. First, he needed to conduct a step further of monitoring. He needed to gather more data and verify the trend of transformation that Rue Wen demonstrated. Doing this to the radiation zone would more or less require some risk. It was just that it couldn't be compared to what Rue Wen had experienced. Naturally, he needed to arrive there and make contact with that place. Only then could he truly confirm and carry out the transformation project. But even at the end of Rue Wen's demonstration, the location of the large-scale fragment was at the edge of the radiation zone. This edge wasn't a simple outer region. It was a relatively safe zone within the distorted maze structure. He needed to properly plan his route if he wanted to arrive. This was a very severe challenge. If he failed, he would fall into the radiation zone. He would be pulled by the gravitational sphere, and it was very likely that he would have to face the onslaught of the Sunwheel Hell once more. In other words, I need to make preparations to detonate and endure the daytime nightmare once more. At least once. Luo Nan muttered to himself as he sorted out his thoughts. In this case, he needed to wait until the altar's spiderweb was completely restored for the sake of safety. Only with this safety net could he buffer and precipitate the flood of information that he was unable to digest. Luo Nan even thought that even with this safety net, he couldn't use it too many times. Not to mention the limits of what he could endure. The occasional daytime nightmare could be attributed to a natural phenomenon as much as possible, or it could be concealed by an occasional accident. But if it were to appear at a high frequency, some people would certainly discover some clues. Yes, Luo Nan was referring to the awesome High Lord of Secret Contract, the one who monitored the abyssal region all year round. Of course, there was also Li Wei. If they were to really discover some clues, it would be a great deal of trouble in the future. It's best if I don't do it more than once. Luo Nan raised his standards. Rui Wen didn't quite understand. She turned to look at him. Luo Nan locked gazes with the young girl's deep and pure eyes. He subconsciously exerted force to rub her head. Rui Wen didn't say a word, allowing him to rub her head. It must be said that Rui Wen's talent had already reached a level that defied common sense. Though talent itself was a certain distance away from common sense, no matter how strong it was, it still needed to conform to basic laws, right? When a certain ability far exceeded the scope of a race's inheritance, far exceeded the prior perceptual regulations of a race. Even if it was a difference of one or more dimensions, it wouldn't be as simple as a folktale like the opening of Heaven's Eye. Sometimes the fantasies of humans far exceeded the regulations of reality. But when these fantasies truly materialized and appeared before the eyes of people, she really was like a humanoid fantasy breed. This thought, it was too excessive. Luo Nan quickly rubbed Rui Wen's head twice, and the young girl tilted her head a bit doubtfully. Luo Nan increased his strength and revealed a smile to the young girl. But at this moment, he couldn't avoid letting go of his thoughts. Was Rui Wen's ability really a talent that belonged to humans? If it was, where was the foundation? If it wasn't, where did it come from? Well, Luo Nan could roughly guess a bit. After leaving the misty maze, Luo Nan let Rui Wen return to class. He quickly dialed a number. Mr. Blood Demon, I want to ask you about something. Right now, Blood Demon was already a key figure in Luo Nan's communication with the Eye of Secret Deeds and the Starry Sky Club. This person was deeply involved in the follow-up Global Census project. Everyone was already very familiar with each other, so Luo Nan bluntly asked, "How much do you know about Li Wei's Apocalypse Laboratory and the Bloodline Project? Why did you suddenly think of asking about this?" The Blood Demon chuckled. It was obvious that he was adjusting his mind. "Aren't you preparing for the Global Census? Speaking of which, I've been waiting for you here in Ha City for quite some time. It's a mess over here." Luo Nan was a bit dissatisfied with Blood Demon's vague attitude. He responded, "Can't I investigate the Bloodline Project in Ha City?" "Oh, what rumors did you hear?" Blood Demon's tone tightened a bit, becoming much more solemn. It seemed like there was a mistake. Luo Nan's mind stirred slightly, and his words became a bit vague. There weren't any rumors. I'm just interested in a few special talents. Blood Demon responded with a question. Which one of us isn't a special talent? Luo Nan responded calmly. The kind that far surpasses the level of human life? You. In any case, it's not me. Blood Demon laughed heartily as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Okay. I have a general idea of what's going on. As for the Apocalypse Laboratory, to be honest, I've researched and understood them before, but I'm basically at the level of hearing wind and rain. There's no harm in asking more questions. Combining the opinions from all sides will never deviate too much from the truth. That's not necessarily true. The Apocalypse Laboratory is different from the Deep Blue Laboratory. The Apocalypse Laboratory is Li Wei's old foundation. It's a treasure. What's released right now might all be interference bullets. The Bloodline Project is also interference bullets? That depends on what kind of Bloodline Project you're talking about. Blood Demon listed them one by one. Is it a project to restore the youth of those old fellows whose necks are buried in the soil? Or is it a project to help humans unlock the genetic lock and make breakthroughs on the path of evolution? Or is it the legendary perfect template that can be used as a reference? Luo Nan thought for a moment. I feel like our tastes are about the same. Which one are you most interested in? Oh my, I'm really overwhelmed by the favor. Blood Demon was laughing and laughing on the surface, Slippery and slippery, but he was very cooperative when it came to this. If it were me, I would obviously be more interested in the perfect template. Luo Nan muttered to himself. I remember Black Lion saying that the Bloodline Project is conducted with reference to the perfect template for research. Don't blame me for biting off more than I can chew. The connotation and extension of the word perfect is enormous. Blood Demon interrupted Luo Nan's words. What level is perfect? A perfect person lives for over 100 years, never escaping from birth, old age, sickness, and death. A perfect God. That's a level that our imaginations can't reach. Someone came up with this kind of name. He's up to no good. Luo Nan frowned. The main point of your words is... The main point is still the name. Blood Demon chuckled. Don't you want to confirm this? Chapter 11:18. No, I just wanted to ask about Ruewin. But now you've changed the topic. Luo Nan wasn't sure if Blood Demon had truly misunderstood, or if it was intentional. At a time like this, listening more and talking less was correct, but it was hard to understand without a head or tail. Luo Nan added vaguely, You can help me sort out the clues. Blood Demon gladly agreed. There are some things I need to ponder over. The Deep Blue Project has been in development for less than a decade. The related products come one generation after another. The military's similar self-research projects are suppressed to the point where they can't lift their heads. The Bloodline Project was established a generation earlier than Deep Blue. Not a single reliable rumor has leaked out, but there are still people madly pouring money into it. As far as I know, similar projects that are unrelated to the Apocalypse Laboratory have received less and less sponsorship in recent years, especially the funding from the top circles of the rich and powerful. Oh my, it's truly a tragic sight. What does this mean? It means that your investment has failed. Luo Nan responded in his mind for the first time, but he remained silent in reality. The Blood Demon didn't have the ability of telepathy. He continued, Is it because those rich people who have buried their necks in the soil are staking it all on one throw? Do they trust Li Wei that much? Do they trust this highly dangerous fellow of unknown origin? I can believe that one person is retarded, but all of them are retarded. It's better to believe that Li Wei has cast a collective curse on them. Luo Nan felt that Blood Demon could be a bit more direct. So, brother, you need to know that Li Wei is a fellow who is very good at persuading people. He is the expert who knows how to fight for research funding. He's on a completely different level than those great hoodwinkers who are used to using PowerPoint to tell stories. He's much better at using facts. At the very least, the salivating prospects that are based on a partial truth to convince people. The Li Wei that Blood Demon spoke of sounded more like the boss of a school. Luo Nan's lips twitched. So, the results of the Bloodline Project have already been placed before those people's eyes. They have obtained approval. Yes, they should have achieved extraordinary success. Luo Nan's mind suddenly stirred when he said the word extraordinary. A few faintly discernible figures quickly flashed through his mind, but his mouth didn't pause. If you want to prove your success, you have to do it in a circle that's neither too big nor too small. Success itself needs some fame, but you have to do it discreetly. Most of the time, you have to change your appearance. It's still success, but what they think of as success is different from what we think of as success. In the end, the Bloodline Project is a project to study people. Its most convincing results are also people, such as Luo Nan's understanding of the Bloodline Project suddenly deepened by a level as he thought back to the matter of the 2000th young miss. That was how it was strung together. No wonder the Blood Demon kept mentioning names after he suspected that there was a misunderstanding. It was true that only the names that were deeply related to the Bloodline Project could prove the real value of the Bloodline Project. If he added the keywords that caused the Blood Demon's misunderstanding, Ha City, which famous person in Ha City? Forgive Luo Nan for his shallow knowledge, but he only knew of one person. Apollyon. The one who was publicly acknowledged as one of the 16 strongest extraordinaries, the one who dominated the new continent, and the one who formed a restrictive contract with the High Lord of the Secret Contract, was actually related to the Bloodline Project? In that case, what was the purpose of High Lord Secret Contract's challenge? The background behind the scenes was much more complicated than what he knew. Luo Nin couldn't figure it out for a time. Naturally, he had to ask again, but there was no need to mention Apollyon's name at this time. The main thing was that he could feel that the name Blood Demon spoke of was not singular, but plural, so he might as well speak a bit more openly. Mr. Blood Demon, I'll ask you this. There are less than 100 extraordinaries standing at the apex of the world right now. How many of them are related to the Bloodline Project? Or perhaps they were released by the Apocalypse Laboratory. These words lingered in Luo Nan's chest. Luo Nan's mind was truly awed when he actually said them. Li Wei's influence on Earth had already reached such a deep level? It was probably because Blood Demon had long since made up his mind. Luo Nan just laughed out loud when he pointed it out. From what I'm saying, anyone who is close to the Apocalypse Laboratory and Li Wei is a suspect. There's no need to talk about Wang Yong that day on the ship. It's possible that Tu Ge. Thousands of miles away, Luo Nan shook his head slightly when Blood Demon spoke of Tu Ge, but he didn't interrupt Blood Demon's words. Luo Nan continued to listen. A bit more extreme. After Li Wei took control of the deep blue world and established the Apocalypse Laboratory, any extraordinaries who are close to him are suspects. After all, the extraordinaries have only appeared for 30 years or so from the time they have grown to their current scale. It's not a short time, but it's far too fast when it comes to the level of human evolution. It's so fast that it feels unreal. It would be a bit easier for me to accept if someone was manipulating things from behind. This sort of thinking was really hard to accept, right? Especially when you're an extraordinary. Luo Nan's eyebrows jumped. This fellow Blood Demon seemed to have a carefree and uninhibited appearance, but his mind was unexpectedly a bit dark. You're quite confident in Li Wei. No, I just hope that you can take things a step further before you go to Ha City. After all, the entire world knows that you're competing with Li Wei. You can't not understand the weight on the other side before you go to the boxing stage, right? Blood Demon spoke in a candid manner. We can be considered to be on the same side right now. I have to do a bit of a reminder. A reminder that Li Wei's energy is beyond imagination? Luo Nan grew more and more suspicious that Blood Demon's misunderstanding today was intentional. This fellow seemed to have been waiting for such an opportunity. Blood Demon chuckled. Speaking of energy, I've thought of another example. You should know that the situation here isn't too good. Yes, I know. Though Luo Nan resided in Xia City, he was constantly paying attention to Ha City, the center of the storm of the mutant infection outbreak. He was even secretly drawing portraits of the large quantities of mutant infected people in the city, establishing a model for the step selection of Phase 2 infected people. Plus, he had gathered all sorts of news and intelligence reports. His understanding of Ha City was no less than anyone else's. You understand the situation of Phase 2 and Phase 3 as well. It's very troublesome. Luo Nan responded simply. He searched for 2 more keywords, riots, lack of food. Yeah, lack of food. Blood Demon chuckled. In modern society, words like lack of food, or the more serious term, famine, seem to be extremely far away. But in Ha City right now, these words went from pure concepts to gradually becoming reality. Due to the mutant infection being completely out of control, the number of infected people in Ha City increased explosively. There were also large amounts of highly dangerous people who were transforming from Phase 2 to Phase 3. The mutant process of these people was already irreversible. Their primordial genes had collapsed and mutated. They were rapidly transforming in the direction of mutant species. This transformation process was extremely fast, and it involved a mutation on the fleshly plane. It was necessary to absorb large amounts of squandered energy in a short period of time. Such an energy requirement was destined to be impossible to satisfy with 3 normal meals a day. Therefore, the infected in this stage would transform into the craziest of predators. Under the drive of chaotic and manic emotions, they would seize all resources that they could use. Things that could be edible and digestible were included, from ordinary food to other fleshly creatures, including people. In a normal city, the appearance of 1 or 2 infected people like this could lead to a series of bloody cases. And in today's Huss City, there were far more than 1 or 200 or even 1 or 2,000 infected people. Thus, riots, massacres, and even famines emerged as the times required. Mutant conversion was an inefficient energy intake method that relied on probability. It would inevitably lead to a large amount of waste. In addition to the influence of social unrest, Huss City's basic mode of existence as a modern metropolis had nearly completely collapsed. Luo Nan was recalling and also monitoring Huss City's situation in real time. If Huss City continues to be in this state, the aid will not be able to keep up. It will be hard to avoid a great famine. However, the current situation is more of a temporary phenomenon caused by accidents, right? There was no need for secret intelligence. Right now, a few conservative news channels were reporting over and over again. Huss City's largest cultivation buildings had caught fire and exploded due to the effects of the riots. The energy supply lines were destroyed, and a considerable portion of the food that was about to be harvested and sold on the market was destroyed. This caused the price of food in the city to skyrocket. The citizens were panic-stricken. Bread was hard to find. Let's not discuss lack of food or famine today. Blood Demon chuckled twice. The example I'm looking for is actually the cultivation buildings. Oh, you know that the cultivation buildings were one of the most important foundational supports for several dozen large metropolises to be built after World War III. Right now, the world's population of 10 billion has already recovered to the level it was before World War III. The population of 10 billion before World War III was basically the limit that the world could bear. After World War III, the world's arable land area exploded from 17 million square kilometers to 7 million square kilometers. Under these circumstances, the world was able to support the same number of people even though it had shrunk by 90%. That's right. Luo Nan knew this knowledge since he was in elementary school. The cultivation buildings were undoubtedly the crystallization of the world's agricultural, chemical, and energy technologies that advanced by leaps and bounds. It was also a necessary test point for geography or biology tests. Blood Demon suddenly asked, "What is the essence of the cultivation buildings?" Luo Nan answered without hesitation, "Energy in exchange for output." Where does energy come from? Fusion reactors. Where does fusion reactors come from? From. Luo Nan was suddenly stuck. He didn't continue for a time. Blood Demon continued to ask him, unwilling to let him go. Where does fusion reactors come from? Who holds the technology patents? Why is it that before World War III, the practical application of fusion reactors was always 50 years later? Why did this technology suddenly mature after the war when everything was in ruins? It went from practical application to miniaturization in one go. Luo Nan couldn't answer. Blood Demon still didn't give up. At present, fusion reactors still use magnetic confinement fusion technology. Room temperature superconductors must be used to form an ultra-strong magnetic field. Where does this special, cutting-edge material come from? Okay, where? Luo Nan asked, knowing the answer. Blood Demon's answer was nothing new. Deep Blue World. Li Wei's side. Chapter 1119. This time, Luo Nan just chuckled twice. Blood Demon gave him a few words of explanation. The deep blue world has a special mineral deposit that doesn't exist on Earth. The Apocalypse Laboratory calls it progenitor. Its specific properties aren't too clear, but it's said to be a half-energized marvel. It's extremely difficult to harvest. Some intelligence says that it's impossible to do with the current level of technology. Of course, it's hard to say whether or not Li Wei can succeed. Progenitor? Is it the type that the Deep Blue Walkers use as fuel for their backup energy system? Luo Nan had done in-depth research on the Deep Blue platform. He immediately flipped through the relevant information in his mind. That's progenitor with low purity. To be precise, it's just the impurities of or that have received the energy radiation of progenitor. It's formed through special purification techniques. It can barely be considered a companion or... No, it really can't be considered a companion or... The true companion or is none other than the super strong magnetic field that wraps the progenitor or within the ghost stone. This is the origin of the superconducting revolution after World War III. The electrical signal that carried Blood Demon's explanation was transformed into sound waves that entered Luo Nan's ears. It stirred, causing him to let out an extremely faint sigh. The superconducting revolution. TSK. Another pillar of the modern metropolis, the transportation and energy supply network that was like the blood vessels of the human body, as well as the countless basic materials and technical fields, were actually engraved with Li Wei's imprint from the very roots. Li Wei was truly a boss-type fellow, and this was just the part that he had shown to the people. Many people, including Blood Demon, should be able to guess that the core that supported this powerful power far surpassed the level that Earth's current civilization should be able to display. But so far, Luo Nan had not seen any particularly obvious or decisive evidence, be it from the mouth of the Blood Demon or from the information he had obtained from his own understanding. If given the chance, there would probably be quite a few people in the world who would grab Luo Nan by the collar and interrogate him. Where in the world did you copy that configuration and superconfiguration theory from? But Li Wei didn't seem to know where to start, even if they were to interrogate him. In this regard, he seemed to be a bit more low-key than Luo Nan. Frankly speaking, this was because of Li Wei's deep foundation on Earth. It was incomparable. This demon from beyond could not be viewed as a simple, isolated individual. It was just like in an RPG game. Before seeing the final boss, one would have to struggle through endless levels for a while. Luo Nan thought for a few seconds. Then he thought about it and finally chuckled. Okay, I get it. Thanks for telling me. Let's talk in detail when we meet later. After thinking about it for a while, he finally chuckled and said, All right, I understand. Thank you for telling me. Let's talk in detail when we meet again. Blood Demon replied, Sure. We'll talk in detail when we meet. The call ended, and Luo Nan could not help but think a few more things. Li Wei had such a common and close relationship with the extraordinaries of the world. What about the Blood Demon? Blood Demon, Luo Demon, Blood Demon. Luo Nan actually didn't feel anything strange at all. He shook his head slightly and strolled through the underground laboratory. This position was merely a few walls away from the independent power station that supplied energy to the entire North Bank gear. With Luo Nan's perceptual acuity, he was even able to clearly hear the humming roar of the operation of the energy furnace. Luo Nan's thoughts drifted a bit when he heard this voice. He still remembered that he had borrowed the power station's reserve energy to discover some of the secrets of the external neuron. Now that he thought about it, there were many details that could be explored. In today's world, all technological devices, at least intelligent electrical devices, had no resistance against the external neuron. Well, it should be said that the dynamo core products that Luo Nan had seen were in a nearly defenseless state. At first, Luo Nan treated it as an extraterrestrial higher-level civilization crushing a lower-level civilization. But as he continued to study and research, especially after the experience at the relay station, he gained a deeper understanding of dynamo core technology. All sorts of functions that came from the unknown returned to the plane of reality. Some functional domains of dynamo core technology were more mystical than what Luo Nen imagined. But some of them still had inherent limitations. They had to conform to basic laws no matter what. For example, the control of electrical devices. If the two structures were completely different, even the lowest level of information coding was different. What control was there to talk about? The reason why Dynamo core products were able to do this was because there was no difference in the lowest level. Instead, there was a high degree of convergence. The Dynamo core technology that came from the depths of the distant starry sky was completely compatible with the information technology of Earth. Weren't there too many coincidences in the universe? Luo Nan was more convinced that there was a long and deep fusion going on inside than this kind of imagination. Moreover, the weak side was leaning towards the strong side. It was truly meticulous. Luo Nan had already walked out of the North Shore jungle while his thoughts were floating. He arrived at the empty campus. Since it was class time, there were very few people on the large campus of Acumen College. The few people he saw were all in a hurry. Most of the students and teachers were arranged according to their classes. They were arranged into classrooms of various sizes. The school had its own rules and regulations to restrict them. Luo Nan, who had already entered a state of suspension, was a complete anomaly at this time. Of course, there were tens of thousands of students and even teachers in the school. There were many who were impatient with the restrictions of the past. They skipped classes, asked for leave, and were absent from work. Even though some people were in the classroom, their minds were wandering. Some people could even see Luo Nan strolling leisurely on the campus through the windows. It was unknown how envious they were in their hearts. Of course, they were merely envious of Luo Nan's freedom. If these people were to know what sort of price they would have to pay in order to have Luo Nan's current treatment, what sort of pressure they would have to endure, or perhaps they would be restricted by a completely new and unknown set of rules, the vast majority of them would immediately extinguish the thoughts in their hearts. After all, if you had to completely change your current lifestyle habits, even if you had to bet your future as the price, most people would feel that there was nothing wrong with the present. This was habit and order. Luo Nan absolutely did not dislike order. He even had a relatively strong inclination towards order. But once he clearly identified the layer of darkness that covered the skeleton that supported this layer of order on the surface, the inner marrow that quietly grew within it, and the genes and cells that were rooted upon it, a heavy pressure spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. Vaguely, this pressure seemed to transform into a dense, demonic shadow that silently pressed against the back of his head. It could break his flesh and scrape his bones at any time to deal a fatal blow. At this time, the so-called order was quite hateful. Luo Nan rubbed the back of his head and muttered to himself. In order to maintain the entropy decrease within a system, there must be a channel to handle the entropy increase. That channel, where is the sewage pipe that conforms to the relevant magnitude? If he wanted to subvert this order, where should he start? June 16th, 2097, the third Sunday of June. Influenced by a certain powerful civilization before the Third World War, it was also known as Father's Day. It was basically one of the world's commemorative days of consumerism. This morning, Luo Nan's family finally broke free from the demonic claws woven by Mrs. Luo Shuqing and the home AI, old Mo. After working overtime for many days, Uncle Mo Haihang finally had the time to rest. He personally cooked a sumptuous and delicious breakfast for everyone, and today the entire family was gathered together. Even that idiot Mo Peng actually crawled out of bed before lunch on the weekend. The 6 of them surrounded the table. They weren't pressed by the time of work or school. They spoke one after another, chatting as they ate. They were quite amused. Right now, the main topic at the dining table was Ruiwen. Mo Peng gulped down his breakfast in a few gulps and concentrated on gossiping. Last night, someone posted a practice video. Ruiwen didn't participate in the video, but what's the meaning of her repeatedly appearing in the camera? Rue Wen was talking about Rue Wen, but Emo Peng's eyes shot a glance at Emoya. Mingtang culture is simply leaking air from all sides. Even I wouldn't go to this extent. Is there an end to this hype? Rue Wen didn't respond at all. She just ate in small bites. She looked quiet and delicate, but it also seemed like she was tasting the fresh fragrance of each mouthful of porridge soup. It was unknown what these ordinary foods looked like in the end from the level of her perception. Luo Nan looked at Rue Wen for a long time. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and rub her head. At this time, Emoya leisurely picked up a sesame pancake and tore it open. Since you know it's hype, why are you still wasting time? Can't I pay attention to a beauty? Mo Peng spoke boldly and confidently, but as a result he was met with a cold glare from Mrs. Luo Shuqing. His momentum immediately fell to the ground, and he laughed. I just think you guys are going too far. There are already people in our class who are betting on whether or not Rue Wen will make her debut. I heard that there are people on the internet who are starting a fan club. If this goes on, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. Emoya was like Rue Wen. She ate the pancake in small bites. It was just that she was the one who made it. She ate the staple food like it was a snack. It won't be easy to clean up the mess. It's convenient for you to earn money. You can have Rue Wen sign it and sell it outside. No, absolutely not. Mo Peng received the unfathomable gazes of his parents at the same time. He nearly peed his pants in fright. He immediately raised his hand and cried out in injustice. I used it myself. I just wanted to ride on the popularity and draw some attention online. I wanted to gain a few more fans. Really? Mrs. Luo Shuqing's expression remained unfriendly. Mo Haihang dismissed it with a laugh. His gaze turned to Emoya. Your company has gone a bit overboard these past 2 days. At first, it could be said that they were protecting him. But now that we've seen the results, they're still unwilling to stop. Who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause in the future? If it's not convenient for you to tell me, I'll talk to them. Emoya shrugged. What's so inconvenient about it? They've obviously been blinded by the heat these past 2 days. Speaking up to this point, Emoya asked, the demonstration hasn't stopped until now. Does the government have any sincerity? Don't let those old matters cause problems in the end before the mutation infection is messed up. Mo Haihang shook his head. It's not easy to go through the files. He played the same old trick, casually changing the topic. He looked at Luo Nan. You're going out today? Luo Nan grinned. Yeah, I came back before dinner. Chapter 1120. Not long after Luo Nan vaguely reported his itinerary, an overseas call came in. It was his former secretary, Yin Lu. She was currently the vice chairman of the Luo Nan and his Friends Foundation. She was in charge of the foundation's daily work. Luo Nan took advantage of this opportunity to leave. Mister, your itinerary remains the same today. Yes, I'll be leaving right away. Luo Nan turned around and waved to his family. He went upstairs to change his clothes. Mrs. Luo Shuqing confirmed from behind. Are you eating at home tonight? Yes, yes. Luo Nan responded casually. Yin Lu spoke at this time. Mister, are you going by yourself? Luo Nan returned to his room. He adjusted his clothes as he spoke. Of course I'm going by myself. It's the most convenient. Yin Lu had already called him last night. The reason why she was so concerned was because she was the one who provided the coordinates for Luo Nan's destination today. It was an abandoned laboratory located northwest of Spring City at the southern end of the Hengduan Mountains. It was also the place where Luo Nan's mother, Mrs. Bo Qingwen, had died. Luo Nan wished to go there to offer his sacrifice. This was something he had desired ever since he could remember, but he was unable to do so. Today was Luo Nan's birthday, and it was also the anniversary of Bo Qingwen's death. He wouldn't delay any longer no matter what. It's like this, mister. Yin Lu did her best to sense Luo Nan's emotions. She spoke carefully, I reported to you that I found an informant when I confirmed the coordinates. He worked in the laboratory back then. Today he found me and said that someone hired him to lead the way to the laboratory ruins. It seemed to be for the sake of offering his sacrifice. He asked me if I was one of them. Luo Nen furrowed his brows. Who's the employer? He's not too sure. He said it was arranged by the boss. Yin Lu paused for a moment. Seeing that Luo Nen didn't immediately ask for details, she explained softly. It's been half a year since the end of last year until now. Several groups of people have confirmed the location of the laboratory ruins through him. Right now, the pattern has already been set. I know. It's my problem. Luo Nen had long understood this point. It was nothing more than his radiance during this period of time. People coveted him, wanting to trace back to the source and obtain some benefits. After the series of events with Snake Tongue and Jin Tong, these people didn't dare to come to Xia City. Otherwise, places like the North Bank Gear and the Treehole Space would have been sieved several times. They couldn't come to Xia City, so some of them went to the wilderness to search for traces of the Luo family's laboratory. The exposure of the Luo cult and the 70-format laboratory back then might have had a lot to do with Luo Nan. Right now, both sides had Luo Nan's telepathic lock onto them, and there were people searching elsewhere. They searched, and they found this place. Luo Nan laughed and didn't mention it again. He looked at himself in the mirror and went downstairs. He asked Yinlu, "Is there anything else?" Indeed, there were. Yinlu became more careful with her words. The Foundation will send employees to various places and establish offices. Some cities need to submit information, especially the census plan. They can only proceed to the next step after the review. Luo Nan laughed. Ha City and Shi City are in such a mess. Do you want them? It just so happened that he was walking to the staircase on the first floor. When he heard the keywords Ha City and Shi City, everyone in the family, including Madame Luo Shuqing, looked over. They looked at Luo Nan's side, white on the inside and black on the outside. His clothes were concise and solemn. They were a bit stunned. Luo Nan waved his hand at them and quickly left through the living room. Their attitude is very firm. Yinlu replied in a low voice. The voices of support are very loud. This matter involved the operation of the Luo Nan and his friends' foundation, as well as the direction of the future global census. Luo Nan had already set the tone on this point. If they wanted to do a census, they would start with Ha City and Shi City, where the contradictions were the sharpest and the most chaotic. It seemed like the contradictions were sharp, but it was actually easier to fish in troubled waters. They could even blur the focus when necessary. But to do all this, they needed the full support of the city administrators. Of course, the most important ones were Apollon and Bat Guru. Putting the latter aside, no matter how difficult it was to deal with Apollon, he had the eye of the secret contract to mediate in the middle. There shouldn't be any major problems. But Luo Nan had communicated with Blood Demon last time. He had to pay attention to the subtle relationship between Apollon, the Apocalypse Laboratory, and Li Wei. But before Luo Nan could pay attention, a demonic moth appeared on the other side. The census plan and a series of information could be coarse or fine. The audit could be lenient or strict. This was a common method used by the administration to control people. They didn't need to control people. They could grasp the progress through the plan and understand the substantial progress of the global census. If Ha City and Shi City were like this, then the 86 cities would follow suit. The Foundation wouldn't need to do any work in the future. Luo Nen wasn't angry when he encountered this matter. From his perspective, it was much better for Ha City to send a demonic moth this early than for the Foundation to toss and turn after it had fully started its work. On the contrary, it had the effect of a warning. Besides, who would really count on the Foundation to do a census? If the spearhead were to be pointed over there, it could be considered as helping to cover up. Thinking about it this way, Luo Nen felt that there was a tacit understanding between him and Apollon. Do as they ask. There's no need to be anxious. Yes, Also, there's something else. It's about Miss Ruewin. Luo Nan was already strolling along the community road. He subconsciously turned his head when he heard Ruewin. He felt that Ruewin could hear the sound coming from across the ocean. Lu didn't know Luo Nan's reaction. She just said Mingtang culture's face was vague in this matter. They did a bunch of stupid things. It's because of my improper management. Mingtang culture was indeed a company invested in by the Castle Financial Group. Lu had taken the initiative to communicate and apologize. But Luo Nan didn't really care about this. In fact, with the current situation, the first one to be ambiguous was himself. This was because Luo Nan really didn't understand the abnormal attention and concern Ruewin displayed in this public matter. It was hard to make a conclusion on what kind of problem it was. Perhaps this was an opportunity. It could enrich Ruewin's overly monotonous life and help this little girl perfect her basic thinking circuits. It wasn't a bad thing. Of course, this couldn't be built on the foundation of psychological harm. The problem was, could this degree of disturbance really harm Ruewin? Luo Nan didn't feel that this was a possibility for now. Aside from this, Luo Nan had an independent train of thought. It was just that it wasn't clear and mature enough. It was still faintly discernible. He needed to sort it out a bit more. Mingtang culture doesn't matter. Let's wait a bit more. Let's see what happens next. Yes. Lu was most likely more concerned about whether or not Luo Nan would get angry. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw him play it down. But there were some words that needed to be said. The upper echelons of Mingtang culture are mostly mediocre people. They aren't suited to have too much autonomy in this matter. If you don't mind, sir, you can use this opportunity to transfer a portion of the shares and the corresponding decision-making power. This will lower the risk to a minimum. Luo Nan slowly walked out of the community and arrived at the outer road. What do you mean? Lu spoke of the scheme in her mind. Miss Moya is an insider, and she's also your closest family member. She can hold at least a portion of the shares and have the right to speak on Mingtang culture's internal decisions. Moya? I'm afraid she doesn't have the patience. Mr. Mo and Ms. Luo can do it as well. Okay, I'll go talk to them later. Lee's words made it seem like the Castle Financial Group was giving away shares to her. It involved a huge wealth of millions. But it really wasn't much compared to Luo Nan's close relationship with the Blood Flame Order. The two didn't take this matter too seriously. Lu only needed to know that Luo Nan wouldn't refuse. She didn't need to worry about the follow-up. But this didn't mean that Lee's matter was over. She used this opportunity to report to the Blood Flame Order. She followed Luo Nan's instructions to simulate the progress of the Hellfire Tyrant. Luo Nan actually had a deeper understanding of this than Lu. Lu just used this as a primer to lead to another matter. Recently, the madam has been studying the simulation while she's been in closed-door training. She has some insights and wants to share them with you. Huh? Luo Nan raised his eyebrows. Lu, who is tens of thousands of kilometers away, couldn't follow up with this one sound. This made Luo Nan understand that Lu knew that her words were taboo. Ultimately, the connection between Luo Nan and Madame Halder was deeper than Lee's. It was just like how Luo Nan's understanding of the structure of the Blood Soul Temple in the Abyss District was deeper than everyone in the Blood Flame Order put together. She didn't use the direct route, but instead used Lu to deliver the message. She deliberately drifted around. What was she planning? Luo Nan didn't quite understand. He didn't understand, and Lu didn't understand either. She only had some guesses, and the more she guessed, the more guilty she felt. So she became more and more cautious around Luo Nan. Most of the things she said before were probably because she sensed Luo Nan's mood. She was afraid that she would bump into the muzzle of a gun. Luo Nan really didn't care about these little thoughts. She was actually willing to speak up for her old master. This courage was quite commendable. Was there a difference between the old and the new? Luo Nen felt a bit amused by his own subtle thoughts. He was already walking on the street right now, far away from the residential community. It was a weekend morning, and the flow of people was much less than usual. The streets were empty, but he felt the sea breeze slowly dispelling the dry air of early summer. Continue speaking. Ian Lee's voice grew weaker and weaker. Sir, the madam's meaning is that you just so happen to be going to Spring City. Yes, Spring City. Luo Nen turned his head and looked at the silhouette of the rising sun behind the scale-like clouds behind the tall buildings. He slightly narrowed his eyes and waited for the sun to shift in the clouds. The brightness and obscurity changed. Finally, rays of light filled the void and streaked through the gaps between the buildings. They shone on his body, and his skeleton suddenly turned transparent. He disappeared without a trace in the blind spots of pedestrians and surveillance cameras. But in the next second, all the electrical equipment in the surrounding 100-meter diameter area suddenly short-circuited. The street soon turned into a chaotic mess. Luo Nen felt a bit of what he had created, but he had no way to do it for the time being. He lifted his hand and moved his fleshly body. The distance was quite far, and he didn't have the anchor point of the horned demon last time. It was hard to avoid a bit of power leaking out. The smoke and fire were a bit heavy, and it was hard to avoid President Ouyang's reprimand. Luo Nen just turned his head again. He used the position and height of the sun to confirm his current location in the cracked, deathly stillness of the wasteland. At the same time, he spoke to Inlu, who had just reconnected with the communication. It's a bit remote. I'll go look for her when I'm done. Chapter 11:21. Luo Nen hung up, and his gaze shifted from the sun to the vast and sparse cloud layer. He continued to ponder. How did it deviate? It was quite far off. The distance between him and his destination was nearly 300 kilometers. Right now, he was a bit closer to the satellite city outside of Spring City. Though Luo Nen had intentionally made adjustments to avoid the impact of crossing space and directly colliding with the laboratory ruins, the error was so large that he had no choice but to ponder over it. In his field of vision, the appearance of the sun or the clouds was different from that of an ordinary person. It could be said that it had already broken the scope of common sense that had been transmitted in an orderly fashion over several thousand years of civilization. It had merged into the extremely complex structure of space and time. At this time, the magnetic optical mica was extending its enormous body that seemed to be broken in parts. It roughly enveloped the surface area of the planet, which was over 500 million square kilometers. It was still not satisfied with this. It borrowed the special nature of the Earth's magnetic field to merge its own magnetism into the planet's crust, mantle, and crust. It intersected with the different rotational speeds of the different layers of regions. It felt or attempted to play with the spatial magnetic field of this planet, and it fused with the surrounding distorted structure of space and time. At the same time, it closely followed the impact of the solar wind on the Earth's magnetic field. It mixed with the stream of rays and particles ejected from the polar regions. It naturally changed its nature and flowed deeper into the universe's space. It looked wanton and random, completely disregarding the integrity of its form. Or perhaps as long as the subtle and profound magnetic structure existed, no matter how it tore and deformed, its essence was still one. As for whether or not its creator and controller could keep up, that was another matter. Of course, the magnetic optical mica had a reserved instinct in its endless process of expansion. Within the range of influence of its magnetic field, the magnetic optical mica used its special perspective to observe everything that existed in this area. It attempted to dismantle and piece them together into a more suitable structure. From Luo Nan's perspective, this could be considered a kind of aesthetic. Well, if he followed the magnetic optical mica's aesthetic taste, the world had a population of over 10 billion people. There were animals, plants, microorganisms, mutants, and other non-living existences that were trillions and trillions of times more numerous than humans. This included water, soil, minerals, and other non-living existences. It could be done slowly, or it could be done in an instant after accumulating enough energy. Every time Luo Nen touched the magnetic optical mica, he would feel a sense of accomplishment, as if he had saved the world. Fortunately, he managed to control this terrifying nature that humans could not understand, and did not let this being that he had created with the potential of a great monarch completely distort all life on Earth and even the space and time of its existence. The question was, who made this thing? No matter what, it was now under control. At the very least, there were no signs of it starting. Now that he thought about it, the magnetite mica he had encountered at the relay station was extremely powerful and had single-handedly suppressed the heavenly Yuan Empire's army. However, if one were to look into it carefully, it was probably also restricted by the poisonous environment. Its range of influence was greatly reduced, and it only occupied a single planet. The distortion of space-time environment was also not strong enough. As for the one on Earth, it was still controlled, wasn't it? Luo Nan's mind raced a few times before he found the root of the problem. The problem lay in the restrictions. It was precisely because of his restrictions that the magnetic optical mica was unable to completely mold the space-time environment according to its aesthetic standards. There were certain rules and differences between the space-time of Earth and Earth. When Luo Nan came over, he relied on the cloud energy phantom of the magnetic optical mica that covered the entire world to realize the teleportation and shuttle. He followed the laws of the magnetic optical mica, and this formed a certain deviation from the true environment of Earth space-time. Luo Nan's recent experiments had all been conducted in the vicinity of Xia City. Even if there was a deviation, it wouldn't be too obvious. The only time he had done a long-distance teleportation, he had anchored the remains of the horned demon. It didn't have any value as a reference. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a perfect success in the first experiment. It was easy to improve after knowing the problem. Luo Nan already had a plan in mind. If he wanted to borrow the magnetic optical mica's fast tunnel and eliminate the error inside, he would either have to release the nature of the magnetic optical mica and let the Earth's space-time it covered distort into the way it wished to, or he would have to perform a correction calculation between the magnetic optical mica and the local space-time. This could be solved with a configuration design. Luo Nan obviously chose the latter. Even if he had to expend a bit more mental energy, it would save him 100 times more energy than when he used the Luo clan's sandwich domain to forcefully break through the barrier between the two worlds and realize the teleportation leap. Then again, sometimes the stupidest method was the most correct method. If he wanted to go a step further in his understanding of space-time configuration, he could refer to the experience of a senior sovereign rank fantasy breed like the magnetic optical mica, but it wasn't appropriate to borrow it too often. It was better to balance things out. Luo Nan pondered and reflected in the wilderness for a bit. In the end, he still had to go do proper business. The wilderness wasn't like the main roads of Xia City. As long as he left the metropolitan area, there would be countless dangers and troubles. In the end, he was near the outskirts of the city. The military had turned from defense to offense in recent years, slaughtering and driving away the extremely dangerous mutants in the surroundings. Even if there were 2 or 3 mutants that escaped the net, Luo Nan would be instantly warped by the magnetic optical mica from a distance of 10 kilometers away. They would be turned into mincemeat. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to make a useful toy. Luo Nan didn't care about anything else. He recalibrated the position of the laboratory ruins and prepared to move over. But right at this time, a few reactions unexpectedly bumped into his core sensing network from the direction of Spring City. He turned his head. A surging yellow dragon had already risen in the boundless wilderness behind him. It was the sand and dust kicked up by off-road vehicles. The other party was heading in this direction at high speeds. Of course, Luo Nan could leave them in the dust in the blink of an eye, but he still stopped and looked back with a bit of curiosity. Not long after, several armed off-road vehicles that clearly bore the colors of the military appeared at the edge of his field of vision. It was just that they were limited by the uneven terrain of the hills, making them appear and disappear. The people within the thick armor certainly didn't have Luo Nan's perceptual ability. But with the support of the modern technological system, they utilized satellites and radars to form a network. They could still discover Luo Nan's existence ahead of time. This was under the premise that Luo Nan didn't deliberately conceal himself. Therefore, there were weapons on armored off-road vehicles long before Luo Nan could see them. They locked onto the target from afar, and there were even unmanned surveillance drones flying towards them. Luo Nan raised his eyebrows. He just stood there, waiting to see how the other party would haggle. And over a dozen kilometers away, Lieutenant Colonel Chen of the Spring City Close Defense Army scratched his head within the vehicle that was stirring with dust. Where did this person pop out from? Fortunately, they weren't on patrol today. The problem was that they weren't on patrol. If they were on patrol, they would send drones to interrogate this youth who had suddenly appeared outside the city. After distinguishing him clearly, they would detain him and beat him. It would be much more refreshing. But right now, the first thing he thought of was to circle around him. Even if one didn't think with their knees, one would know that this youth who had suddenly appeared in the boundless wilderness was either an idiot or a lucky person. Or he was a special character that needed special attention. Looking at his bare body, he didn't look like the brainless donkey traveler of the present age who used his feet to measure the wilderness. He was dressed as if he was going to attend a funeral. Huh? Lieutenant Colonel Chen subconsciously glanced behind him. This was because the key person in the escort this time was dressed a bit similar to the one over there. He looked behind him. The old man he was paying attention to was frowning and closing his eyes. He was doing his best to fight against his motion sickness, and the guide that he had specially hired was sitting there in a very restrained manner. On the other hand, the valiant and beautiful female graduate student was leisurely fiddling with the projection. Yes, this person had quite a high level of authority. As long as she didn't randomly take pictures, she could do whatever she wanted. Lieutenant Colonel Chen was still bickering when someone said in his ear, "This person looks familiar." Captain Cho? Cho Wei, who was beside him, was a bit lower in rank than Lieutenant Colonel Chen, but he had the halo of a Spring City hero. He was also a full-time member in charge of this security mission. Lieutenant Colonel Chen still valued Cho Wei's opinion, especially when Cho Wei's words had substance. "You've seen him before?" Cho Wei shook his head. "I think I saw him in the distributed information." Huh. Lieutenant Colonel Chen cast his gaze towards the onboard AI projection interface. It had long since analyzed the recorded image, but there were no results. He could basically confirm that this person wasn't a resident of Spring City. Then, where did the information come from? Lieutenant Colonel Chen could only ask. As a burner, Cho Wei's authority in certain areas was above his. "Hello, Junior Luo." Before Cho Wei could reply, the female graduate student had already turned on the communicator. She was probably calling the school. Lieutenant Colonel Chen frowned. Before he could say anything, his sensitive ears heard a faint echo from the other side. "Senior Sister Tang?" "I see you." "Ah." The one who was surprised wasn't the other side, but the one in the car. The other side laughed. "I see you too." At this time, on the projected interface of the AI, the teenager waved his hand in the direction of the camera. Very quickly, the other side gave a thumbs up, looking like a poor backpacker asking for a ride. Lieutenant Colonel Chen only felt that it was absurd. At this moment, two people in the car spoke at the same time. "Stop the car!" The one who spoke was the female graduate student who had called earlier. The other was Captain Cho Wei, who was beside her. At this moment, the car was only about 2 kilometers away from the teenager. Lieutenant Colonel Chen subconsciously replied, "Stop now." "Bring him up." The female graduate student replied matter-of-factly. "Cho," he actually didn't object. Lieutenant Colonel Chen's brows were tightly locked. Due to his trust in Cho He, a professional, he still readily agreed. "Stop over there for a moment." 2 minutes later, the armored motorcade stopped. The teenager boarded the car without a trace of politeness. His mouth was quite sweet as he repeatedly said things like, "Sorry for the trouble, everyone." As the commander, Lieutenant Colonel Chen, actually didn't react. He just stared blankly at the information he had pulled out. At this time, the old man in the back of the car who couldn't withstand the tossing and turning opened his eyes. He just happened to meet the teenager face to face. He was a bit muddle-headed from the motion sickness just now. "Hey, you're Professor Wu." The teenager's attitude was very respectful. He still bowed in the narrow space. "I've often heard Senior Sister Tang and Senior Sister Tian mention you, and Professor Pan." The old man in the car was Professor Wu Zunliang. He was older, but his mind was first class. He was startled for a moment before he straightened his back. Tianxi? Yes. She's mentioned you many times. Qingwen and Zhonghing's child, Luo Yuandao's grandson, Luo Nan." Luo Nan bowed again. "It's me, Professor Wu." Chapter 1122. Sure enough, it was Luo Nan. Lieutenant Colonel Chen pulled his gaze away from the information with great difficulty, even though the content he saw was incomplete due to the issue of authority. The master before him was undoubtedly a huge trouble on the level of a human-shaped killing machine. Last year in Xia City, last month in Ban City, he had caused a great deal of panic. Now he had come to Spring City. Lieutenant Colonel Chen was unwilling to let Luo Nen get on the car. Of course, he was unwilling. But this master had even made the gesture of hitching a ride. If Lieutenant Colonel Chen dared to refuse, only the heavens knew whether or not an infrasonic wave would immediately follow. Of course, looking at Lieutenant Colonel Chen's attitude toward Professor Wu Zunliang, the infrasonic wave would most likely have a direction. The target would only be Lieutenant Colonel Chen himself. All sorts of thoughts rose and fell in Lieutenant Colonel Chen's mind. He madly added scenes for himself, but in the end it was only a method to reduce the pressure. As a qualified military personnel, he promptly sent the news of Luo Nan's appearance in Spring City to the higher command nodes, giving those truly powerful people headaches. But then again, Luo Nan was the most worry-free person in the car just from the surface. He perfectly displayed the cleverness that a person his age should have in front of a senior like Wu Zunliang. "Oh my God, I called you so many times. Why didn't you come to the house?" In the end, it was our family's old Pan who took the initiative to find you. Wu Zunliang was an old man who was full of energy. His voice was loud and clear. Once his emotions rose, there was no room for others to speak. Plus, he was good at making decisions for others. He pulled Luo Nan to sit beside him and spoke over and over again. "You're going to offer sacrifices, right? Who are you coming with? By yourself? This is too dangerous. Let's go together. Let's go together." What else could Luo Nan say aside from nodding? Even in Acumen College, Professor Wu Zunliang was famous for his temper and nagging. He was like this with people he hated, and he was like this with people he liked. A dozen seconds later, Luo Nan couldn't take it anymore. His gaze turned to Tang Yi, who was also peony. Tang Yi intentionally used the brim of her hat to block his line of sight. Luo Nan was helpless. He could only save himself. He took the initiative to pull Wu Zunliang into a new topic. "Didn't your research come to an end? Did you come to Spring City to take it a step further? Hey, you pay attention to this field as well. Did you listen to the report at the academy?" "I was out of town at the time, but it's true that I've been paying attention all this time. Senior Sister Tang has provided me with quite a bit of information." Luo Nan quickly dragged Tang into the water. "Senior Sister never mentioned this to you? Thanks to her care, I have a laboratory in the Mystic Arts Research Society under her rule, which is at North Shore Gear." Wu Zunliang wasn't an old pedant with a one-track mind. His emotions had just gotten to the top of his head, but now his thoughts spun a few more times. He recalled the relevant information his wife had mentioned, as well as a few rumors within the circle. He used his old eyes that weren't dizzy to size up Luo Nen a few more times. "You're so young. You're only 16, and you're already taking over old Luo's job? 17. Luo Nan corrected him seriously. "Looking at your face and listening to your croaky voice, I believe it even if you cut off 3 or 5 years. As for your height, there's still room for improvement." Back then, Zhongheng and Qingwen weren't short. Wu Zuanliang saw that Luo Nan was about to stray thousands of miles from the main topic, but he used his rich experience to pull the topic back. "I heard from old Pan that you're more interested in Qingwen's original path. You seem to have quite some achievements. You rely on your own ability to make a living. You're young, but you're amazing." Luo Nan laughed. "You flatter me." "There's no need to flatter me. I still have more to say. We men aren't strangers. There are some things I'm not afraid to say to you. From the looks of it, this project is quite imaginative. It can incite people even more. In comparison, the evidence is a bit weaker. It's fine for a young man to be interested. You don't have to worry about putting your energy into it, but you need to make thorough preparations. Don't have thoughts of accomplishing everything in one go." Tang Yi lowered her head, pulling the brim of her hat even lower. Luo Nan blinked. "Then you came over this time for the sake of enriching evidence." "I'm here to fan the flames for the investor. I want to see if I can stir up a few sparks." Wu Zuanliang really didn't avoid it at all. "You have to do a few things to spend other people's money. It's still a bit early for you to learn these things." Luo Nan laughed again. Wu Zuanliang couldn't really lead a child astray, so he changed the topic. "Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is Dr. Wang Xiao. He once worked with Qingwen in the laboratory. This time, I'm asking him to take us to the laboratory ruins." He was referring to the tightest person in the car. Luo Nan turned his gaze and bowed slightly to the balding middle-aged man. "Hello, Dr. Wang." Hello." Wang Xiao looked like a pure researcher. He wasn't very good at socializing. He needed Wu Zuanliang to liven up the atmosphere. "Wang Xiao, you should have met Luo Nan before. He stayed in the wilderness for nearly 3 years when he was young." I've met him before. In the health pod." Wang Xiao instinctively felt that something was wrong when he spoke to this point. He hurriedly shut his mouth, but he didn't know how to continue. He was stuck there. Luo Nan was a bit startled, but a smile soon formed on the corner of his mouth. "I've heard my aunt talk about this before. It's just that it's been passed down a few times. I don't know the details anymore. I can only guess blindly by myself." "Is the health pod still there?" "It was still there when we left." Wang Xiao was shrouded by Luo Nan's gaze. He inexplicably felt a bit breathless. His words were a mess. "Then there was an earthquake. I don't know what happened." "Earthquake?" Luo Nan's consciousness was a bit erratic. Lieutenant Colonel Chen adjusted his state of mind at this time. He took the initiative to talk. In '94, a group of volcanoes in the southwest suddenly erupted, causing an earthquake in the surroundings of Spring City. The laboratory was abandoned for many years. It wasn't maintained, so it was unfortunately destroyed. But there wasn't any subsequent excavations. It's basically still in a natural state. Luo Nen nodded towards Lieutenant Colonel Chen. Actually, he had already learned of the relevant information before coming here. The source of the information was none other than Dr. Wang Xiao, who was in the car. Luo Nan's mind wandered just now because he thought of the source of the destruction of the laboratory ruins. It was a headless case of the inner world, the disappearance of the extraordinary Jin Buhuan. Under the relatively restricted environment of space and time, 2 or more matters that were originally completely unrelated would have a high probability of being related. And the more information a person grasped, the higher their position, and the wider their field of view, the more frequent this sort of coincidence or interaction would be in their eyes. The current Luo Nan was probably one of the most qualified people on Earth to speak such words. He didn't need to share his feelings in this kind of environment. He just smiled at Wang Xiao. You really did the right thing in finding Dr. Wang. I heard from Ian Lu this morning that you contacted her and asked if everyone was in the same group. At the time, I thought that I had other arrangements, so I didn't come together. But I never thought that it would be such a coincidence that the high and the low would converge. Ah, it's nothing. It's nothing. Dr. Wang Xiao wasn't an idiot. He had already said this. So how could he not know Luo Nan's identity? It was just that there was a bit of a psychological barrier when it came to connecting the rich and overbearing financial backer, the boss of the woman with the extraordinary way of talking, with the 16 or 17-year-old youth before him. He was a bit dazed for a time. Wu Zunliang introduced Lieutenant Colonel Chen to Luo Nan, saying that Luo Nan had settled down at the supply base that Lieutenant Colonel Chen was in charge of last year. Everyone had a pleasant cooperation, and so on. Luo Nan didn't say anything to this person. He was just polite. However, Luo Nan's attitude towards Chou Wei, the head of security responsible for Wu Ziliang's group, was a bit different. You must be Captain Chou. I've heard a lot about you. Senior Sister Tang just so happened to be in Spring City at the end of last year. She even specially introduced your deeds. Sister Yuan also mentioned you. She said that you are firm and unyielding. If you weren't like this, then you wouldn't have such deeds. It seems that you and Tianbang are in the same batch? You flatter me. Chou Wei had experienced many trials and tribulations during this period of time. He had already trained the ability to remain unfazed by praise and humiliation. His response towards Luo Nan's praise was indifferent. Of course, part of this was because he was the same as Lieutenant Colonel Chen. He didn't know how to interact with this highly dangerous person in a more appropriate manner. Lieutenant Colonel Chen promptly interjected at this time. Mr. Luo Nan, did you come to Spring City specifically to visit a grave? Lieutenant Colonel Chen actually accompanied Luo Nan out of courtesy in the escort team. This was mainly because the wilderness laboratory ruins were within the range of his supply base. Chou Wei had taken over Senior Colonel Meng Tu's position from last year. This also resulted in some words that Chou Wei spoke rather stiffly. Lieutenant Colonel Chen was relatively more natural. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Colonel Chen's slick mind wasn't within the scope of Luo Nan's consideration. He shook his head. I can't say. It's just a thought. Luo Nan's response was more or less unexpected. Lieutenant Colonel Chen choked for a moment. Tang Yi's gaze turned to Dr. Wang at this time. Dr. Wang was a bit startled. Fortunately, he reacted and took the initiative to explain. Dr. Bu wasn't buried here. The environment of the wilderness back then was much worse than it is now. When we come to work in the wilderness laboratory, we have to do two things before we start working. The first is to sign a risk notice. The second is to make a will. After Dr. Bu passed away, her ashes were scattered in the wilderness according to the requirements of her will. There was nothing we could do about it. Wu Zunliang had a wealth of experience working in the wilderness. He patted Luo Nan's hand and sighed. There's no such thing as a calm burial in the wilderness. There's no space for a peaceful burial. The best ending for an unfortunate death here is to leave behind a handful of ashes. Qingwen was a bit more free and easy than others. Wang Shilian nodded. Actually, we advised him to bring the ashes back to the city, but Dr. Luo still followed the will. At that time, he drove to the plateau alone. I heard that he threw it near a frontline laboratory. Luo Nan's gaze cut over, and Dr. Wang subconsciously shut his mouth. He didn't know if he said something wrong or not. Wu Zunliang did not pay attention to these details. He continued to muse. All these years, my old Pan has been brooding over this. He doesn't even know where Qingwen is buried. It wasn't easy for me to get the news from Luo Yuan, but it's just like what you said, Xiao Nan. Luo Nan didn't look at anyone this time. His eyelids drooped as he repeated the key words from Wu Zunliang's words. Luo Yuan? Chapter 11:23. Wu Zunliang went, "Oh, it's that young fellow who came from the same orphanage as Qingwen. He should be 50 years old this year. Back then, he almost became my graduate student. In the end, he became Qingwen's follower and went to the wilderness." "You're young. You probably don't have an impression." "No, I have a very good impression. After all, it was a rarely seen dimensional crossbow that utilized the laws of the polar domain. It nearly took my life." Of course, Luo Nen just revealed a smile at this time. He seems to have been operating a business in the wilderness these past few years. He's doing quite well. He also has a stake in Dr. Wang's company. Wu Zunliang was rather emotional. "It's not easy." "Really?" Luo Nan's gaze followed Wu Zunliang's description, and he saw Dr. Wang's expression turn a bit odd. Dr. Wang just nodded his head over and over. From the perspective of a city dweller, the meaning behind operating a business in the wilderness and doing well was quite subtle. Wu Zunliang was quite natural. "We originally agreed to go together, but he had something to do at the last minute, so he introduced Dr. Wang." "Has he been in contact with you guys these past few years?" "No. I heard my aunt mention that the two of them communicated when Dad was here, but their relationship didn't seem to be too good." Half of Luo Nan's words were fabricated. He had indeed heard the main contents of the story from Mrs. Luo Shuqing once. Of course, Mrs. Luo Shuqing had only mentioned a fellow with the surname Luo at the time. Due to a certain suggestion from her father, the project succeeded. The fellow called her father in his excitement and cursed him, calling him a deserter, a piece of trash, and so on. Luo Nen had some suspicions about who it was, but he didn't know for sure. But from the contents relayed by his aunt, it should be someone active in the wilderness, someone who once worked together with his father. Luo Nen highly suspected that this Luo was actually Luo, but he didn't have any clear evidence. But they were chatting right now. They needed to gather information and expand in depth. They needed a starting point. Professor Wu Zunliang laughed and sighed when he heard this. The matters of young people. Of course, he's not young anymore. He changed the topic at this point. "Little Nan, you're in your prime. I heard you talk about this sister and that sister. You seem to know quite a few. You seem to be quite likable." "Huh. Yeah, everyone knows about Boss Luo's hobbies." Tang Yi added with a smile. Realization dawned on Wu Zunliang. "I remember now. Old Pan did mention this before." In the end, Luo Nan had seen many shameless people during this period of time. He had many references when imitating them. Luo Nan just revealed an awkward, yet polite smile. Then he quickly changed topics. "You know, my situation here is special. Uncle and Aunt don't talk to me about what happened in the past. It's impossible to ask Grandpa, old Luo. I haven't seen him for a few years. The older I get, the more I can't stand it. How is he?" Luo Nan responded in a reserved manner. "It can't be any worse." Professor Wu Zunliang sighed yet again. His heart was filled with feelings of pity for this little fellow, Luo Nan. He strove to recall more and more, displaying his specialty in nagging to start a long chat mode. He still felt that this was not enough. He even took the initiative to start a video call with Professor Panwen. First, he dragged Luo Nen over to appear on camera together. He showed off today's wondrous travel experience. As expected, he stirred up the emotions of Professor Panwen. Then he dragged his wife over to talk about the past. That's where the convoy is. They quickly advanced toward the laboratory ruins in this atmosphere. Lieutenant Colonel Chin, whose mind was filled with past events, was roughly a dozen kilometers away. He was worried about whether or not he would encounter additional risks due to knowing too much. At the same time, he dutifully informed Luo Nan. "There's around 5 minutes left. Are we almost there?" The limited field of view of the armored vehicle clearly couldn't satisfy Wu Zunliang's requirements. He simply stood up and looked through the windshield in front of him. "Just stop for a bit." Professor Panwen felt quite helpless towards his wife's temperament. The two of them were both loud and clear. They had a few conflicts when they were talking about the past. It was inevitable that they would get a bit tired after yelling at each other from several thousand kilometers away. He took this opportunity to take the initiative to call a truce. We're almost there. We need to take care of things. What's the point of being so anxious and pale? Luo Nan, Professor Pan, I've heard quite a bit of news about you these past 2 days. Let's not talk about anything else. Since you've already made a name for yourself, you need to put on an act. Let your mother's soul in heaven be at ease. Let my shop shine. Oh my, what are you saying these pretentious words for? Wu Zuanliang pointed at the projection area in annoyance. Luo Nan chuckled and responded with drooping eyes, as you wish. Professor Pan would seem to laugh and sigh. He simply cut off the video. Wu Zuanliang was still mumbling. I'm afraid I've seen too much in the past 2 years. I didn't realize it before. No one dared to respond. At this time, it was the turn of the others to take the initiative to change the topic. Tang estimated the distance and turned to Dr. Wang. I remember you saying before you came that senior sister Qingwen didn't stay in this laboratory for long. Yeah. From what I remember, Dr. Bu stayed in the 100 Races laboratory for around half a year. She was mainly in the Highland Frontier laboratory before. She might not come down even once in a year or two. The main reason she came down this time was to wait to give birth. She seems to be suffering from severe altitude sickness. Dr. Wang's voice grew softer and softer. Even though his EQ was lacking, he felt that it was inappropriate to speak halfway through and associate what happened later. Plus, Luo Nan was separated from him by Professor Wu. Though he still had a smile on his face, Dr. Wang inexplicably felt that the atmosphere in the car had become very oppressive. He instinctively wanted to shut his mouth, but the young boss Luo, who came up to get a free ride, leaned forward slightly. His smiling and curved eyebrows were completely exposed before Dr. Wang's eyes. He took the initiative to ask, I know a bit about Mom's matters on the Highland. That can be considered her profession. In this laboratory, the 100 Races, right? What is she doing? This was like the pure curiosity of a child. At least Luo Nan showed it this way. It looked like he wasn't thinking too much. My ass. If Dr. Wang hadn't communicated with Mrs. Yin these past few days, he might have believed Luo Nan when he saw Luo Nan's standard, obedient grandson appearance. But he had such a meticulous and capable subordinate. Moreover, Luo Nan had casually extended his hand to stop the military vehicle. Luo Nan made Lieutenant Colonel Chin and Captain Cho exceptionally cautious and well-behaved. Could such a fellow really be pure and stupid? Dr. Wang relied on his IQ to see some clues, but his EQ was insufficient to support an appropriate response. The more this was the case, the more speechless he became. Next to him, Luo Nan's seemingly simple and pure smile gave him more and more pressure. Fortunately, Tang followed Luo Nan's lead and asked at this time, Dr. Wang, you research genetic engineering, right? Since the 100 Races laboratory is in the wilderness, it should be researching mutant genes, right? Our fields of study cross paths. Ah, yes, but I'm doing it very shallowly. I'm saying that I'm doing it relatively shallowly. Actually, I'm really ashamed of the 10 years I've spent since returning from the wilderness. As long as he could open his mouth to speak, he could erase the awkwardness and reduce the pressure he felt from Luo Nan. Dr. Wang couldn't care less. Actually, the things I'm researching right now are much shallower and more fragmented than when I was in the laboratory. Let's not talk about the direction. There are many rules and regulations that I don't dare to jump out of. Having said this, Dr. Wang looked at the 2 military personnel at the front of the vehicle. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Tang just so happened to continue at this time. I heard my teacher say that Mr. Luo Yuandao's level of thought, experimentation, and project design is far from what the results of the laboratory can reflect. That's not what I said. Wu Zunliang chuckled. My original words are that the things in his brain are like flying a kite. The wind is just a bit stronger, and all the serious experiments that are tied to the back of his head fly away. Having said this, the old man felt that Tang he was going a bit overboard when he saw the gaze Tang he cast over. He hurriedly patted the back of Luo Nan's hand twice. You understand the intent. You understand the intent. Tang Yi's explanation is quite good. Luo Nan smiled and nodded. I understand. Sometimes grandfather's train of thought is dragged particularly far away. However, I feel that his research on the biological plane is quite solid. I've only studied a portion of the notes. It's mainly some knowledge on the application of targeted drugs, but I feel that there should be even more fundamental things existing beneath this applied knowledge. So I want to ask Dr. Wang, what was the research related to genetic engineering back in the 100 Races laboratory? Were there any clear results? You wouldn't have a confidentiality agreement or something like that, right? The agreement has already expired. Actually, later on, Dean Luo. Oh, that's Mr. Luo Yuandao. That's what we all called him back then. When Dean Luo was investigated, the relevant agreement became invalid. So you're saying that a lot of the results have already leaked out? You can say that. Dr. Wang's forehead unconsciously beaded with sweat. He didn't know why the topic had suddenly changed to such a sensitive and serious direction. He still wanted to salvage the situation. At this time, talking about the details of Bo Qingwen back then didn't seem that hard to accept. There were indeed many topics in the laboratory back then, including the controversial formatting theory. But I didn't come into contact with these things back then, and I didn't really understand them. From what I know, Dr. Bo was mainly recuperating back then. He didn't take on any specific tasks. From what I remember, helping Little Wu design a special petri dish is one of them. Little Wu? Wu Jun? Wu Zuanliang interrupted. I haven't seen Wu Jun in 6 or 7 years. Luo Nan blinked his eyes. Aunt Wu Jun's surname is also Wu. She's your. You can say she's related. After all, you can't write 2 Wus in one stroke. Hey, do you remember things from your childhood? Or did I just say? No. I met her friends and family in Spring City. Luo Nan was referring to Yen Fuan and Polio, whom he met in the U-Hole market in Spring City. As his thoughts spun, Polio, the former bosom friend who viewed his father as an enemy, flashed in Luo Nan's mind with a stubborn and adorable face. Luo Nan subconsciously laughed, but he soon frowned. The car slowed down at this time. They arrived at the laboratory ruins. Chapter 11:24. When he got out of the car, Wu Zuanliang was still confused. Home? There shouldn't be anyone left in her family. Back then, old Luo Tua Panda was old Pan's younger brother. At that time, he was working in Spring City. Old Luo asked him to help recruit a few graduate students who could work nearby. I felt that it was tough for Wu Jun to study alone in Spring City, so I spoke up for her. Yes, it's Professor Panda. Lil Wu and I were recruited in the same batch as him. Lil Wu is the youngest in this batch. Dr. Wang was the first to get out of the car. He breathed in the slightly hot and dry air of the wilderness and felt that the pressure on him had lessened a little. His body movements became a lot livelier, and he nodded like he was pounding garlic. When it was Wu Zuanliang's turn, he refused Tang Yi's support. When Luo Nan took over, he didn't refuse, but he still put on a vigorous posture. He even jumped a little at the end. At the same time, he did not stop talking. At that time, I was also thinking that Wu Jun's personality was relatively weak, and she would not be able to come up with anything on her own. She might as well borrow old Luo's name to train herself. In the end, she really dived headfirst into it. It's just that your Luo family has infected her with mysteriousness. She didn't even say anything about that project of hers. It was old Luo who mentioned it earlier that it was an ecological network at the genetic level aimed at the mutants. Distributed Aberration Gene Network Ecology Research, Professor Wang blurted out. It was rare for him to say the name so fluently. Luo Nan raised his eyebrows, but then he took the initiative to change the topic. Your joints and muscles are quite active. Luo Nen gave an appropriate evaluation. She usually takes care of herself properly. She soaks in the health pod quite a bit. Moreover, it should be targeted training. Wu Zunliang felt that Luo Nan's words were objective and that his vision was unique. Wu Zunliang felt quite comforted in his heart. City people do field work. Don't they have to put in a bit of effort? As the old man spoke, he stood still and looked around. This area was still very desolate, but within his field of vision, including the area under his feet, he could see faint traces of human activity. Occasionally, he could see edges and corners in the depths of the weeds, which were the remains of some buildings. This place was indeed in ruins, the kind that was completely destroyed. The most eye-catching thing in the vicinity was the vehicle and personnel that they had brought with them. Other than the armed vehicle that had transported them over, there were nearly 20 soldiers or military-style bodyguards on the other 2 armored vehicles. They were all equipped with exoskeletons, and there were even 4 deep blue walkers inside. They had already pulled up a cordon around them. Generally speaking, 1 or 2 grade B ability users would not dare to provoke this team. Luo Nen looked at Tang Yi. Your sponsor is quite generous. After all, it's a project that has a high chance of being selected as one of the Star Alliance's Millennium Focus topics. Furthermore, it's especially easy to use in terms of concept and size. Tang Yi pinched the brim of her hat and smiled subtly. Compared to the possible profits, the research funding is only a small amount. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Chun walked over from the front of the car. Professor Wu, according to the data in the database, there are no longer any mutant species of B and above in the surrounding area. The closest mutant nest is 200 kilometers away, so it's basically safe. But it's best if we don't stay for too long. This is still an area where low-altitude predators frequently roam. Okay. Wu Zunliang agreed without meaning it. His gaze shifted from Luo Nan's face to Dr. Wang. We don't have any concept of this place. We'll leave the rest to you. It's been a few years since I've been here. I definitely remember the way. Right now, Dr. Wang was practically the focus of everyone's attention. He couldn't help but be a bit nervous. He subconsciously found an excuse for himself, but soon he made another statement under Luo Nan's gaze. He gestured with his hand as he spoke, inviting the group of people to move forward. There's actually quite a distance between this place and the original core area of the laboratory. What we see before us is just a defensive bunker from back then. Half of it is above ground and the other half is underground. The laboratory is completely underground, so the damage caused by the earthquake was extremely severe. Luo Nen didn't understand, so he asked, why is it underground? There's a natural karst cave there, but wouldn't that be even more dangerous? The danger level of mutants will be even higher in a humid environment with little light or even no light. Dr. Wang was speechless. Luckily, Luo Nen didn't delve too deeply into the matter. The group of people continued forward. The outer cordon also moved along with them. There were also 3 armed vehicles, causing quite a clamor in the wasteland. Luo Nen cast his gaze over, but he didn't say anything in the end. However, Lieutenant Colonel Chin, who had been paying attention to the changes in Luo Nan's expression, immediately pulled on Captain Chow's arm. He exchanged a few glances with Captain Chow. Perhaps there was also internal communication. In short, Captain Chow hesitated for a few seconds before giving the order to have the armed vehicles stand by. Only the security personnel followed. Without the rumbling of machinery, the surrounding environment suddenly became much quieter. It was to the extent that Dr. Wang's voice became all the clearer. Since he was stumped by the question just now, he did his best to change the topic to a direction he was good at while acting as a tour guide. The vast majority of our group of people participate in the distributed gene project. We differentiate and separate mutant genes, determine their growing environment, and think of ways to make them live together. It's similar to mulling over a microscopic ecosphere. According to Dean Luo's words, structure is the most important thing. Whether it's the structure of the ecological food chain or the structure of the physical bearing space environment. Dr. Wang's words became more and more fluent when he spoke of familiar technical fields. Back in the laboratory, we were mainly in charge of the design of the food chain. Little Wu was mainly in charge of designing an idealized coexistence environment. Both sides worked hard together to ensure that they were able to complete a cyclic, dynamic gene competition map in a continuous space-time environment. They used this to compare the nature and evolutionary trends of the various mutant genes that appeared in the wilderness. They wanted to see which ones were stronger and which ones were weaker. They wanted to see whether or not they were in line with the actual environment of the mutant species in the wilderness. On the other hand, they wanted to find an ideal genetic coding sequence. Those who dabble in biology are basically pursuing these things. Wu Zuanliang gave a brief evaluation. Then he looked pensive. I've seen your thesis online. Indeed, a considerable portion of it is in the field of gene competition. Even though it's been over a decade, it's still quite insightful looking at it now. Dr. Wang could only say, I'm ashamed. At this time, he was already unable to stop himself. He continued to speak emotionally. For the sake of enriching the gene pool, we've really had many dealings with mutants over the years. All kinds of experiments, especially the genetic samples of some powerful mutants. The laboratory has no way of collecting them. It's especially troublesome to go through official channels. We can only entrust it to the wilderness hunters and tribes. We have to spend large sums of money every year. There are several times when I thought that the laboratory wouldn't be able to support itself, but in the end, we didn't fall because of money. Instead, we fell because of other messy matters. Wu Zuanliang sighed. He wanted to say a few more words, but it was dull and tasteless. The group had already walked over 200 meters, and by now, Lieutenant Colonel Chen dutifully informed them, there's a collapsed area up ahead. For the sake of safety, it's better to maintain a certain distance. Dr. Wang also agreed. The structure of the collapsed area is unstable. Oh, actually, that area used to be one of the safe areas of the laboratory. It was Dr. Bu's time. It suffered an impact and became relatively weak. It collapsed the most severely during the earthquake. Luo then turned to look at him. Is it there? Actually, it's a bit to the side. Dr. Wang did his best to organize his words. In the year 80, the laboratory had already been captured. Everyone was hiding in a safe house. In the end, they were threatened by those people outside with explosions. It seems that there were mutants that could travel through the soil and so on. It was a complete mess. The collapsed area was the area that suffered the heaviest damage back then. Everyone was in a state of panic for the next few years. Their finances were strained, so they never had time to repair it. Dr. Wang didn't describe the situation back then clearly, aside from becoming long-winded due to his nervousness. He didn't even know as much as Luo Nen did from the data. However, it was this lively mood that drew in a feeling of immersion that was hard to embody with the cold numbers in the manuscript. Luo Nan's gaze stopped on Dr. Wang's face. Perhaps it was because of his gaze that Dr. Wang was unable to continue. It's probably because of this reason. Luo Nan pursed his lips slightly, Dr. Wang. You know that I don't really care about why this place has become like this. If it was possible, I would like to hear more about the matters concerning my mother. It's like this. Dr. Bo really lived in seclusion back then. The laboratory's environment wasn't too suitable for pregnant women, so we didn't see her often. In fact, if it wasn't for the accident, I heard that Dr. Bo would have been transferred to Spring City to have a miscarriage. Why didn't she go earlier to have a miscarriage? Why did the accident happen? This. Dr. Wang was stumped. A low and hoarse voice rang out in front of the group of people during this awkward moment. It overflowed the security personnel's warning line and was clearly transmitted. Why are there so many whys? If you really want to find a reason, it's nothing more than the terrible curiosity of your Luo family. It brought out bad luck, trouble, and calamity. It infected her and destroyed her. That's all. The security personnel on the warning line and their equipped exoskeletons, including the 4 deep blue walkers, only responded with an alarm after the voice rang out. The 3 armored vehicles that were lagging behind started up accordingly and came whistling over. However, the person who caused all of this did not make any further moves. Earlier, he had walked up from the entrance of the collapsed area as if he was walking up a staircase. He stood at the edge of the area, wearing the lab coat that was not buttoned up. The corner of his coat was swaying along with the hot and dry air of the wilderness. At first glance, it looked like the staff who stayed behind to welcome the arrival of the guests. Wu Zunliang was immediately blocked by Captain Cho, but the old man's eyes were very sharp, and he had already recognized the identity of the figure. Luo Yuan. Chapter 11:25. An unexpected character had appeared so openly in front of the warning line. Moreover, the alarm had only sounded after the other party had spoken. This was undoubtedly a humiliating failure for Captain Cho and the other security personnel. But Captain Cho didn't have the leisure to taste humiliation. He immediately made adjustments. Through the dynamo core implanted in his body, he commanded the security personnel at the front of the warning line to adjust their formation. He formed a link with the other 4 deep blue walkers in the formation to construct a formatted space together. It was also at this moment that Captain Chow's body, which was originally like an ordinary person's, began to bulge. The fine bone fiber structure flipped out of his muscles and soon formed a dense layer, forming a complicated and regular arrangement. There was also a dark blue reflection on the edge, as if it was a fish-scale armor made of steel. In reality, the inner layer of this armor did indeed have a large amount of traces of special strengthening. It was absolutely not the result of a simple mutation. Clearly, while Captain Cho was undergoing treatment in isolation, whether it was out of his own will or not, he had indeed received a considerable degree of research and modification, so much so that he could perform some kind of active mutation and achieve a deep integration with the deep blue platform. Captain Cho, can you assist our Foundation in doing some research later? Captain Chow's expression was mostly hidden under the scale armor. Moreover, he was facing straight ahead. No changes could be seen. On the other side, Lieutenant Colonel Chin couldn't help but turn his head. He just happened to see Luo Nan, who had been supporting Wu Zunliang as a polite junior. Luo Nan withdrew his hand and went straight ahead. There was even a bit of a smile on his face as he passed by Captain Cho. He gave the former a slight nod. Perhaps it was an illusion. But in any case, from Lieutenant Colonel Chen's point of view, Luo Nan wasn't the least bit surprised by this unexpected situation. Moreover, Captain Cho and Lieutenant Colonel Chen didn't have the right to stop him if he wanted to go forward. Only Wu Zunliang sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right. He raised his voice and shouted, "Luo Nan!" It was also at this moment that the 2 names that came out of his mouth looked at each other across the warning line. Compared to Luo Yuan's preemptive show of strength, Luo Nan's observation was more meticulous. Or perhaps it could be said that he was a bit more brazen. He sized up the person in front of him from head to toe, especially the person's obviously old clothes. Several seconds later, Luo Nan spoke with an admiring tone. "It's really amazing to be able to find clothes to cover your body in this environment." Luo Yuan's gaze never left Luo Nan. When he heard Luo Nan's words, his overly thin cheeks twitched slightly, but in the end he still responded indifferently. "After all, I've stayed here for a long time. It's normal for me to keep some clothes." The people around them were confused, but the 2 didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Luo Nan turned his head around and nodded at the stupefied Dr. Wang. "It looks like a more suitable explanation has come uninvited." Dr. Wang did not know whether to respond or not. The muscles on Luo Yuan's cheeks twitched again, and he smiled coldly. I don't want to say it again. Personal emotions can't be taken seriously. That's the truth. Are you flaunting your preposterous bigotry in front of me? Luo Nan continued to walk forward, easily crossing the line of exoskeleton armor. The distance between him and Luo Yuan grew closer and closer. Today you seem to be very happy to display the image of a frustrated and infatuated person in front of me. This isn't even as refreshing as last year's dimensional crossbow. Is it because I'm not so easy to kill now, so you might as well change your method? Are you preparing to disgust me to death? Luo Yuan's smile seemed to deepen a bit. You should be enduring the disgust and doing some unqualified but necessary things. Is this the rumored sociopath? Well, I'm not surprised. Luo Nan had already arrived at the edge of the caved-in area. The distance between him and Luo Yuan was no more than 3 meters. From his angle, he could already see the bumpy edges of the caved-in cavern wall, as well as the chaos at the bottom. Yes, there was also the remains of the lizard mutant that had just been possessed and transformed by Luo Yuan. Right now, only a few broken scales remained. This was also a cloned body produced by Luo Yuan's laboratory. It had to be said that Luo Yuan's technological route was compatible with Luo Yuan's ability. Luo Nan had prepared ahead of time, and the results were almost the same as Luo Nan's spatial shift. Only the heavens knew how many similar chess pieces Luo Yuan had planted over the years. What level had the production capacity of his laboratory reached? If Luo Nan wanted to get rid of Luo Yuan cleanly and efficiently, he would need to find the unchanging behind the myriad of transformations. All of this happened in a flash of thought. Luo Nan and Luo Yuan looked face to face again, and their eyes carried a bit of killing intent. As for Luo Yuan, the thoughts of his kind had not changed at all. It was just that in this place, in this environment, and in this atmosphere, everyone was more restrained. That was all. Luo Nan was now a bit sociopath. The evidence was that he had begun to seriously consider having a chat with Luo Yuan. At the very least, he wanted to collect some first-hand information for future preparations. Mr. Luo Yuan, although I don't really understand the society, I know that when it comes to socializing, you need to be honest on the surface at the very least. You see, regarding the matters of the past, especially the matters related to my mother. So the people of the Luo family are really people who are willing to be scolded. Luo Nan's gaze continued to grow cold, and so did Luo Yuan. And at this time, Tang Yi suddenly spoke from behind the cordon. Her target was Lieutenant Colonel Chen, who was in a highly tense state. Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, you're from Spring City, right? Were you still in school in the 80s? I went to military school. Lieutenant Colonel Chen was a qualified sociopath. He quickly reacted after receiving Tang Yi's signal. He successfully organized his words. I was already in military school in the 80s. It was no different from entering the army. So, you have an understanding of the wilderness back then? Yes. I didn't just attend classes. I also had patrol missions. Lieutenant Colonel Chen slowly got on the right track. He began to take the initiative to speak. It was much more chaotic than it is now. Not only were the mutants wreaking havoc, but there were also roaming bandit squads composed of vagrants. For a convoy like ours, we basically killed our way through 100 kilometers. Tang, he entered the role of a supporting character. It's understandable. I just calculated. The distance between the 100 Races laboratory and the nearest supply base is approximately 200 kilometers? It's more than that. The one we passed through was newly built in the year 93. The original base was 180 kilometers further back. It was very easy for mutants or vagrant bandits to cut off the road with such a distance back then. Lieutenant Colonel Chen thought of Luo Nan's previous question and was the first to come to a sudden realization. Also, the 80s were affected by several type A mutants. The first half of the year was the bleeding season around Spring City. It was even more dangerous. Generally speaking, regular and necessary trips into the wilderness would have to wait until the second half of the year. This situation was only alleviated after the all-out counterattack in recent years and the elimination of the key sources of danger. The so-called bleeding season was similar to the rushing tide in coastal cities. They were both names for large-scale riots by the mutants in the wilderness. This explained why Bo Qingwen was clearly pregnant at the time. Why was she still in the wilderness? Of course, looking at it from another angle, the pregnancy was inappropriate. Luo Zhongheng could also be blamed for it. Luo then turned his head to look. His gaze passed through the array of exoskeleton armors and saw Tang Yi, the tallest of them all. Regardless of whether or not Tang Yi could see him, Luo Nan still smiled subconsciously. It was unknown what encouraged Dr. Wang at this time. He spoke in a weak voice. Speaking of the bleeding season, I seem to remember a bit. Tang Yi continued to cooperate with him. Is it related to the bleeding season? It's the surrounding tribes. Dr. Wang did his best to recall. Back then, the laboratory was able to stand over there. A good portion of it was because we got along well with the vagrant tribes next to us. Sometimes bandits would surround us, and everyone would help each other out. But the bleeding season that year was especially long. The tribes that had a good relationship with us were all hurt. Some of them were even forced to migrate to the northwest to avoid the agitated volcanic areas. Especially when the weather turned hot, which was in June, the laboratory received a lot of injured people. They were all from tribes that we were familiar with. Then, something happened a few days later. Luo Nan's extraordinary perception wasn't affected by the distance of a dozen meters. He could hear Dr. Wang's voice no matter how weak it was. As the information entered his mind, many fuzzy details gradually became clear. Suddenly, he thought of something and raised his voice to ask, Dr. Wang, when the accident happened back then, this is the person next to me. Is he there? Luo Yuan's gaze pierced over, but Luo Nan completely ignored him. The person on the warning line stammered a few times before finally responding vaguely. He shouldn't be there. Only then did Luo Nan return Luo Yuan's gaze. Then why are you acting like he was there? Luo Yuan was silent for 2 seconds. Then he suddenly laughed. Yeah, I wasn't there. That damned old man of yours wasn't there. Luo Yuandao wasn't there either. All of us weren't there. So, Qingwen was all by herself. She was all alone there. His voice was still calm, but his arm suddenly swung out. He pointed at the collapsed cave entrance, at an area that ordinary people couldn't see. There, she made her life's choice. The last time, the stupidest time. She was even stupider than her choice of Luo Zhongheng. She only chose a lump of flesh. Before she closes her eyes, that thing has no meaning. The sound wave quickly dissipated above the ruins. Some of it crashed into the collapsed cave entrance, causing a weak echo. Luo Nan didn't retort. He stood at the edge of the cave entrance. He could vaguely feel the almost non-existent slight vibration beneath his feet. Soul strength, which was more remarkable, covered an even larger area. It captured even more details. It far surpassed the domain that the basic 5 senses of a human could reach. But Luo Nan still felt that there was a layer of separation here. Since he came from flesh and blood, then he returned with flesh and blood was the correct principle. Luo Nan gazed at the fuzzy and chaotic cave bottom. A second passed before he spoke softly. Take me there to take a look? I'll have to trouble you. Please. Chapter 11:26. Luo Yuan straightforwardly agreed to Luo Nan's request. It was so straightforward that Luo Nan suspected that Luo Yuan had come for this very reason. In comparison, persuading Professor Wu Zuanliang to obediently stay outside the collapsed area took a bit more effort. The old professor wasn't stupid. Of course, he could see the high tension between Luo Nan and Luo Yuan. He was afraid that the two would go down and start a fight, causing trouble. Luo Yuan wanted to go down the well. Lieutenant Colonel Chin and Captain Cho tried to persuade him. In the end, Luo Nen walked back and comforted him. "Professor, don't worry. I won't do anything today." Tang rolled her eyes at Luo Nan. She turned her head and said with a smile, "Teacher, don't worry about this. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. If this continues, the ones who will collapse will be Lieutenant Colonel Chen and the others." Wu Zunliang glared at her. "Immortals my ass. What's so great about being an ability user? It's not like I haven't seen it before." Tang Yi's smile didn't change. In any case, once this membrane was pierced, some things would be easier to talk about. Wu Zunliang nodded at Luo Nan. He raised his voice and shouted at Luo Yuan, "You guys have great abilities. I can't control you guys. It's fine if you don't let me go down, but give me a view sharing. You guys need to remember that I also came with a mission from my family." "Okay, we'll do as you say." Luo Nan was the first to agree. Luo Yuan also bowed, tacitly agreeing. Luo Yuan's method of coming over was too rough. He didn't have any electronic equipment on him, so the view sharing was left to Luo Nan. The Hexa-ear, he was very good at doing this. After activating the function, Wu Zunliang didn't continue to nag. He just simply said through the sharing function, "Be careful." Luo Nan smiled at Wu Zunliang. He and Luo Yuan directly sank into the depths of the collapsed hole. As they quickly descended, the sunlight that shone in from the entrance of the cave also weakened rapidly. Soon, only a distorted and swaying shadow silhouette was left in the human's natural vision. The breathing that Wu Zunliang shared with him was clearly much heavier. For an old man who did not possess supernatural abilities, the experience of rapidly descending in a dark environment without any tools was still a little too stimulating. However, Wu Zunliang didn't know that what he was able to share with Luo Nan was merely an insignificant, small portion of Luo Nan's entire level of perception. Even if it was a simulation carried out by an intelligent instrument with night vision capabilities, it wouldn't be able to display even a fraction of Luo Nan's perception. Whether it was Luo Nan or Luo Yuan, they wouldn't rely purely on their natural vision to capture and process information in this complex, dark environment. At this moment, the range, the frequency, and the way they interfered with the material plane represented the breadth, depth, and precision of their senses. Their respective senses would clash and interfere with each other, especially when there was Luo Nan, a perception freak that covered the entire region. The two of them didn't say anything, but their contact and probing on the level of perception never stopped. Luo Yuan's senses, Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's Luo Yuan's Luo Nan. Luo Yuan's Luo Nan. Luo Nan Luo I Luo and Luo Yuan's Nan. Nan. Luo Yuan Nan. But Luo Yuan Nan. Nan. Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's Luo Yuan had long ago. Luo Nan didn't do this on purpose. He spent most of his energy observing the external environment. He observed the special area where his mother lived and eventually died. However, Luo Yuan's power circulation pattern was too unique. The parasitic clone before his eyes didn't count for anything. It was connected to Luo Yuan. It was an existence like a relay satellite that was outside of the local space-time environment. It was constantly moving in the dark side of space-time. It was far too eye-catching. Its mode of existence and position were very vague. It was separated from the local space-time by the fragmented isolation belt and the deep and distant polar domain. It was its natural cover, but Luo Nen could see it. He could see it more clearly than last year when he was hit by the dimensional crossbow. This was without a doubt the problem Luo Nen had pointed out through the mouth of the horned demonback in Format 70 laboratory. The most valuable thing Luo Yuan, a former laboratory member, obtained in the Misty Labyrinth was very likely a large fragment. It was hidden in the depths of the endless Misty Labyrinth like a sandstorm. It followed Luo Yuan's will and maintained a close yet distant connection with the local space-time of Earth. What Luo Nan was able to see was basically this. There didn't seem to be any substantial breakthroughs compared to before, but the most important thing was the details. Conclusive details. I can't calculate the spatial structure distribution of the distorted fragment from 2 points and 1 line right now, but if I have a few more examples. 10, maybe even fewer. The premise is that the trajectory isn't too complicated. Luo Nan felt that Luo Yuan would regret it in the future. Or it could be said that he would help Luo Yuan regret. Luo Yuan regretted carelessly exposing the connection between the parasitic clone and the plane of existence before him. The problem was, how did Luo Yuan know what level Luo Nan's current sensing mode was at? Even Luo Nan himself was still working hard to adapt. He was adapting to this wide area sensing mode based on the magnetic mica. Ever since he successfully cultivated the first magnetic light on the jadeite light and planted the true seed, the true meaning of the magnetic mica began to grow without interruption. Nearly a month's time was enough for the larval form of the magnetic mica to expand once more. This wasn't just a simple expansion into outer space. It also included the local space-time environment of Earth and the continuous infiltration of all neighboring planes. The situation in the deep blue world was a bit special. There was no obvious progress for the time being. But in the cloud world, and even in the extremely broken environment of the misty labyrinth, the magnetic mica sensitivity and activity continued to increase. Currently, the only thing that limited Luo Nan's perceptual ability was the structure of his brain. Luo Nan was immortal in the end. His brain was wet inside his skull, and it wasn't like a multi-core supercomputer. It was impossible for him to casually absorb the incalculable flow of information on the level of a trillion at all times. There were even more chaotic and even unstructured data fragments. So he used the magnetic mica's sensing nature to synthesize distance, danger, focus, and many other conditions to comb and build a new sensing network. The magnetic mica's material foundation was already infinitely close to the microscopic level, and the carrier structure was hard to grasp. Luo Nan's overall ability to observe information on the macroscopic level had yet to recover to the peak state of the water vapor cloak. But the coverage of his sensing domain, his grasp of key information, his sensitivity to danger, and even the efficiency of his instantaneous interference were far greater than before. There was no need to even mention his future potential. Time is on my side. Luo Nan lowered his head, temporarily burying his killing intent against Luo Yuan. This wasn't forbearance. This was planning. His thoughts had completely returned to the plane of reality, but it was unavoidable for him to link up with the past. There was frequent interference on the sensing plane. Ever since they entered the collapsed hole, the two hadn't spoken to each other. From this point of view, Luo Yuan couldn't be considered a qualified commentator, but Luo Nan didn't mind. The longer he stayed in this dark space, the more information his multidimensional perception could absorb and reorganize, especially in a situation where Luo Yuan had already pointed out the direction. Luo Nan's tentacles of perception touched the target and the space that held the target a step earlier than his body. Frankly speaking, that place wasn't quite the same as what Luo Nan had imagined. In any case, Luo Nan and Luo Yuan continued to tread on mycelium, moss, stagnant water, and the bones of small animals as they headed in that direction. They passed through collapsed or half-collapsed passageways, as well as empty and dilapidated doorways. They traveled through the chaotic, shadowy lines that they collectively constructed. If Luo Yuan was willing to speak, there should be many details worth recalling here. But even though he was silent, the fragments of information revealed in the chaos were still assembled and reconstructed in Luo Nan's mind. So much so that this dark and gloomy space seemed to gradually brighten up, returning to the appearance it once had 17 years ago. But when Luo Nan arrived at an area where most of the structure had collapsed and some parts were already submerged by underground water, he suddenly pressed the stop button. Only an ice-cold reality appeared before his eyes. Luo Yuan stopped walking, meaning, "We're here." Luo Nan didn't need to say much. He had already locked onto the only target within these ruins, the one that once bore Luo Nan's life, but also accelerated the stripping of his mother's life force. The health pod. The passage of time had already stripped away its original appearance. Even the supports beneath it had corroded away. It lay crookedly on the ground, half of it still soaking in the sewage. The pod's cover was sealed, and its integrity was fine, but the parts that were not wet were already covered in a thick layer of moss under the humid environment. The outline was a bit fuzzy. If one were to judge purely by their eyesight, it would be better to say that it was a rock that had fallen from the surrounding buildings, rather than a health pod. Luo Nan's soul strength had carried out many rounds of probing before Luo Nan arrived, so he already knew that there was no nutrient fluid inside. It was empty and dry. Clearly, it had never been used since they abandoned the laboratory, or since Luo Nan was born. This thing didn't have a clear sense of existence, and it was very hard to naturally extend a special meaning. Even Luo Nan needed to decorate it with his memories and emotions. There was a bit of a difference. Comparatively speaking, the breathing of Professor Wu Zuanliang that was shared with his ears had a more lifelike quality. It's here. It's like this. Luo Yuan spoke for the first time since entering the collapsed cave. He was cold and direct. You can try your best to examine your emotions and assign a so-called value to it, but that is nothing more than a play to move yourself. It is meaningless to the deceased. Are you ready to howl? Luo Nan ignored him. He just knelt down on one knee, ignoring the puddles and filth on the ground. He slowly wiped away the thick moss on the surface, limiting it to a certain area. A few shallow and unnatural marks were carved on the surface of the health pod a few seconds later. These are scratches. From Luo Nan's perspective, the lower half of these marks was like a simple drawing of a smiling face, and above the smiling face were crisscrossed lines of unknown significance. There should be a pattern to them, but Luo Nan couldn't see it for the time being. What is this? Luo Nan asked subconsciously, but he didn't expect Luo Yuan to answer. But Luo Yuan still spoke a few seconds later. Last words. Qing Wen's last words. Chapter 11:27. In the darkness, Luo Yuan's voice was like the tip of a blade rubbing against the moss of the ruins. These marks were smeared with blood when her remains were discovered. The bandits who broke and used a high-power electromagnetic bomb to cut off all communication between the inside and the outside. Aside from the self-operating life maintenance devices like the health pod, all the surrounding electronic devices were destroyed. She could only leave a message through this method, but not long after, the bloodstains dried and blurred. Luo Zhongheng used a knife to carve the original marks as a memento. So, this isn't first-hand information. Luo Nan took a deep breath. What's the meaning of this? How would I know? Luo Yuan's tone didn't sound like he was rejecting Luo Nan. Instead, it sounded like he was depressed and jealous. Luo Nan understood. Was it left for my dad? Oh. Luo Nan subconsciously curled his lips. Only then did he feel his facial muscles turn numb. It was hard to pull even the tiniest of movements. At the same time, his mind also turned numb. It was to the extent that even the most basic of imagination abilities were frozen. He wanted to replay the scene back then, but his mind was empty. In the end, Luo Nan just put down his other knee. He silently knelt before the remains of the health pod. He gazed deeply, making sure to brand these scratches into the depths of his memory. Gradually, his gaze became a bit empty. It passed through the scratches and the body of the pod to cast into an even deeper place. Luo Yuan saw that Luo Nan didn't move for a long time. He had no intention of respecting Luo Nan's feelings. He brought up an old topic and sneered. Are you really going to cry? Do you want me to step back so you can brew your emotions? Luo Nan didn't pay attention to him. He was like an inanimate sculpture. It would be perfect if he really was dead. Luo Yuan's thoughts spun in his mind. He didn't go so far as to forcefully pull Luo Nan up. He just stared at the back of the young man's head. He pondered the possibility of using the planar crossbow to completely destroy the young man's body and soul. He had to admit that he was the same as the vast majority of people in the world. He was finding it harder and harder to see through Luo Nan. Actually, he didn't see through Luo Nan clearly last year near the city square of Xia City. Otherwise, Luo Nan wouldn't have been able to escape alive. Even if it was a diversion scheme, it was the same. This was even more true now. At that time, he was still able to touch upon the exceptionally fragile boundary between Luo Nan's material and mental state. He could have attempted to obliterate Luo Nan's fleshly body and put an end to all troubles. So today, that border had almost disappeared. Even if he used his unique polar domain perspective to observe, all he could see was the intertwining and disorderly trajectories of the power, as well as the energy clouds that stimulated each other. The muscles on Luo Yuan's cheeks twitched slightly. This time, he was grinding his teeth unconsciously. The more he used clairvoyance, the more he was able to confirm that this kid Luo Nan was mixed and blended together with the material world, the polar domain of the abyss, and the ever-changing sea of consciousness. Even if this fusion wasn't complete, even the word fusion wasn't accurate enough. The so-called fusion could only prove that Luo Nan possessed an extremely powerful interference force towards the domains mentioned above. Even though he wasn't doing anything right now, his very existence had set off undulating waves in many domains. His true existence was hidden beneath these waves that interweaved and influenced each other. No matter what angle one looked at it from, all one could see was an incomplete silhouette. Only by synthesizing different observation angles and refining them could one capture Luo Nan's tracks. But this wasn't an exact answer. For example, even if this youth's body was clearly and plainly placed before one's eyes, one could reach out and touch it. But if one wanted to deal a fatal blow to Luo Nan, one would not just need to pierce through the polluted air of the laboratory ruins. One would need to do so on every plane that Luo Nan could instantly interfere with. Even if the offensive power of the planar crossbow was unparalleled under the heavens, with Luo Nan's current wide-area interference ability, would Luo Nan still be standing there when the planar crossbow pierced through the multifaceted interference waves of the polar domain of the abyss, the mental plane and the material plane? It must be known that Luo Nan was a bastard proficient in teleportation. The sound of Luo Yuan grinding his teeth was a bit too clear in the extremely quiet environment. Luo Nan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. If you want to target me, design an assassination plan or something. Just do some thought experiments. It's best if you don't blindly use the real thing. The real thing that Luo Nan spoke of was obviously the massive space-time fragment that the planar crossbow was entrusted to. Actually, Luo Nan's words could be interpreted the other way around. He hoped that Luo Yuan would be provoked and make a few more useless attempts. In this way, perhaps it wouldn't be long before Luo Nan could lock onto the location of the fragment and eliminate this hidden danger. Luo Yuan's eyes narrowed, but he didn't oppose Luo Nan with equal harshness. Instead, he maintained his silence. He noticed that the wide-area, multi-layered chaotic interference effect clearly retracted as Luo Nan opened his mouth. It seemed that Luo Nan was exerting his strength before, but now it had returned to normal. It lost a portion of its tension, but it became a bit more gloomy. This undulation caused the surrounding space to slightly fluctuate. What was Luo Nan doing? Luo Yuan was silent in thought, but Luo Nan didn't let him go. After breaking the silence, Luo Nan no longer seemed to be immersed in the confusion of family and the past. He stood up, not caring that his clothes were already soaked in dirty water. He turned his head to look at Luo Yuan. Light gathered in his pupils amidst the darkness, and they flickered coldly. I've suddenly discovered that you always like to do unnecessary things. Is this the after effect of being accustomed to being driven by delusions and emotions? Luo Yuan laughed hoarsely. This is the tone of someone who has been sick for a long time. No, I'm interrogating you. Luo Nan stepped on the dirty water under his feet and took 2 steps toward the health pod. His knees already touched the body of the pod. He leaned forward and reached out with his hand to touch the ruins of the wall that the tilted health pod was leaning against. A few raps rang out in the darkness. They were deep but not empty. They were solid, but Luo Nan was even more certain. When you were blindly gesticulating just now, didn't you notice that the structure here is more brittle? This is a collapsed area. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that this place should be more brittle, especially behind the health pod. There's clearly a point of contact, but you've isolated it. You should understand what I mean. It's not a good habit to play riddles like an adult. I'm really sorry. Luo Nan's apology was directed at Professor Wu, who was outside. In the next second, Luo Nan turned off the shared view function. Then he took out a more straightforward expression. What I mean is that there's a point leading to the misty labyrinth nearby. At the very least, there used to be one. You also call it a labyrinth? You really are of the same lineage. Your naming standards are equally terrible. Luo Yuan answered casually. In the end, he leaned more towards the core. However, the entire project's official name is Cloak. Your grandfather has always insisted on it. Aye. Well, it sounds a bit better. There was a deeper meaning to it. But Luo Nan didn't want to be distracted by the name. He just said, if it were to develop naturally, the health pod would have long been swept into the cloak and taken away. Luo Yuan sneered as before. How can it be natural? It's completely a man-made design. It's my father. Yes, it's him. I only discovered later that he didn't have the ability to open up the passageway leading to the labyrinth. So I imitated Qing Wen's design and set up an ambush in the surroundings. I hoped that the power of time would continue to drive the labyrinth and eventually corrode an opening, sending this thing inside. Luo Yuan was calm and unperturbed. Maybe this is an experiment. Maybe it's just a simple ritual. But such an ominous thing obviously needs to scram as far away as possible. He raised his voice and heavily kicked out. The kick was still far from the health pod, but it splashed up a sky full of muddy water. It struck Luo Nan, but it was completely blocked by a barrier of nothingness. Luo Nan grew calmer and calmer. So, you imitated my mother's design and created interference? Combined with Dr. Wang's description, my mother's ashes really were sprinkled into the 70-format laboratory. In the cloak across from us? Of course, it was also possible that it was in the cloud world. Dr. Wang didn't have much understanding of the frontier laboratory on the plateau, but Luo Nan, who had already occupied that place, obviously understood what the most meaningful place was. Luo Yuan didn't speak. Luo Nan laughed. This actually wasn't some delightful information, but it was able to give a bit of symbolic comfort in the subtle subtleties of the human heart. After dispelling the misunderstanding, Luo Nan felt that Mr. Luo Zhongheng's work was quite good. Everything was able to be stopped at a point that Luo Nan could accept. In any case, it seemed that the daily connection between him and his mother had become even closer. Luo Yuan must have noticed the minute change in expression on Luo Nan's face. He hissed, sure enough, "You're the same as Luo Zhongheng. You're both seemingly gentle and selfish ghosts. Could it be that the person in front of me isn't a paranoid person who forcefully pulls others into his dreams?" The direct and childish quarrel didn't continue. Luo Nan felt complex feelings towards this special equipment that had reconstructed the relationship between himself and his mother. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that Luo Nan and perhaps Luo Yuan didn't want to use Bo Qingwen's emotions as a bargaining chip in their endless struggle. Luo Nan just declared, "So be it with the health pod. You two's imitations are quite clumsy. You can let time make the choice in the future. However, you don't need to go to the 70-format laboratory in the future. Is that your private property?" Actually, Luo Yuan might not be able to go right now, but he absolutely wouldn't lose in words. Against an official member of the laboratory? Once. Luo Nan simply commented. Luo Yuan's gaze pierced through the darkness. Are you refusing to negotiate, or are you trying to increase your bargaining chips? Negotiate? Sorry. Your paranoid persona is too successful. I almost believe in your nonsense. So in the future, I need to treat you like a professional gene dealer or a terrorist to be more suitable. Am I right? Ow. Ow. Up to you. Luo Yuan turned around and left through the dirty water. After a few steps, he suddenly turned his head. I'm quite curious. Did you rely purely on your talent to get to where you are now? Or did your dead father leave you enough things? Or maybe he's giving you some pointers. Luo Nen raised his eyes and looked at Luo Yuan. A moment later, he shrugged. I roughly understand what's going on with you. People like you don't know how to live if they can't find their enemies. But what if they don't have any enemies? You can add drama to yourself, to others, or simply draw a target to torment. From beginning to end, from beginning to end. The problem is this world isn't what you think it is. What do you do? Luo Yuan laughed softly. You think you've seen through everything. You're quite similar to your grandfather right now. He used to be a lot more stylish. As he spoke, he took another step and disappeared into the darkness. Not long after, Luo Nan sensed the body, and it silently transformed into a paste of flesh and blood. Hey, if you do this, I won't be able to explain it to Professor Wu. He might even think that I killed you here. Naturally, no one responded. Luo Nan turned around and faced the health pod once more. The smile on his face had already solidified there. It didn't change for a long time. Chapter 11:28. Rue, when floated within the misty maze, the countless fine grains of sand in her surroundings continued to jump about. They didn't have a real trajectory, or perhaps they were just expanding and contracting, striking and repelling each other. These fragmented grains of sand inherited the initial force they received when they were torn apart from their relatively intact state. They also received the effects of countless forces that were of the same or close to the same source, resulting in astonishing complexity. Moreover, the local space-time of Earth was infected with the support and interference of another set of construction rules. This complexity increased by an order of magnitude, and it continued to grow. There were no rules inherent to ordinary space-time here, but fragments of similar rules interweaved with each other from time to time, transforming into countless possibilities. There was a peculiar beauty to the process of possibility, its germination and continuation. It was like the continuous spraying of paint on a canvas where not a bit of white could be seen. The flowers that bloomed and withered, constructed by countless coincidences, blossomed and withered in an instant. Of course, actual flowers didn't exist. Only people who truly possessed the corresponding talent and ability were able to glimpse the beautiful and splendid law of possibility. And if one wanted to find and lock onto the most valuable flower within these flowers that bloomed and withered in an instant, then conduct deeper research, not only did one need to possess an extremely strong observational ability, one also needed to have persevering patience, some interference abilities, and even the ability to control oneself. Only then would one's body and mind not be assimilated within this unique and endlessly flowing sea of flowers. Sometimes Rue would find it strenuous, but she would quickly get used to it. This was Rue Wen's method of perception. Rue Wen had been adapting to her own abilities ever since she had awakened through the altar frame that Luo Nen had created. After all, the speed at which her abilities expanded was astonishing. Her extraordinary power had continued to strengthen in the following months, including her long slumber. Moreover, there didn't seem to be a clear barrier or upper limit. Actually, she wasn't too clear on the nature of her own abilities. She didn't know whether or not she was making reasonable use of them. However, it was precisely under the influence of this ability that she had a unique vexation. Rue Wen hadn't mentioned this to anyone. In fact, she wasn't too sure herself. but she seemed to prefer staying within the misty maze up until now. At the very least, this place was still in the midst of continuous changes. In the outside world, in a space-time environment where the basic flow was limited, no matter how brilliant the colors were, they would wither in an extremely short period of time. No matter how complicated the branches were, they would also be erased in the end. What appeared in front of her was only a gray and silent river. Perhaps it would change its direction and shape from time to time. But no matter what, there was no end to it. Occasionally, a small number of shadows would struggle tenaciously in the river, swimming with her in the long river. Then they would be extinguished and assimilated. As her abilities continued to grow, the colors withered and disappeared faster and faster, and the process of entering a state of deathly stillness also became shorter and shorter. But no matter what, the final result would be the deathly stillness of the ashes, the silent flowing but unfathomable chaos. She instinctively disliked the situation and had tried to interfere. She seemed to be able to make the people around her stay in the river for a longer time, but it was only an instant before everything returned to silence. In comparison, there were a few who did not need her interference. They struggled in the river of time and continued to exist for a longer time. Tenacious light and shadow would inevitably make her look at him in a new light. There was no doubt that Luo Nan was an extremely special one among the extremely small number of tenacious light and shadow. Rui, when was unable to see through the shadow he extended out to this day, and he had always drawn strength from it to strengthen himself, realizing rapid expansion. So much so that Luo Nan was often the one who traveled with her the longest in the long and dark river of constantly changing silhouettes and directions, even if he was warped and deformed many times, becoming unrecognizable. But it wasn't just this. Actually, Rui Wen didn't need to find any reason. She just needed to see the result that appeared in the long and dark river of time. As long as the final shadow was Luo Nan, she would always feel a bit of comfort before entering the ultimate solitude. It should be even further, even further, even further. At this very moment, Rui Wen's gaze pierced through the surrounding chaotic sea of flowers to gradually lock onto Luo Nan's location. Due to Luo Nan's special position in the structure of her perception, as well as his extraordinary sense of existence in the long and deathly still river, finding Luo Nan was much easier than locking onto any other target in the world. Soon, Rui Wen confirmed that point. At the same time, she utilized the unrealized possibilities of the misty maze to draw a rough path ahead of time. Then she used a certain amount of interference power to erect a tunnel that led directly to that point. In the next second, Rui Wen was floating on the long and withered river of countless blooming lights. She flowed downstream, and when she came to a stop, Luo Nan was right before her eyes. Just a bit off. Luo Nan and Rui Wen locked gazes at each other in this moment. Luo Nan's pupils slightly narrowed, and his gaze focused on Rui Wen's body. After a moment of astonishment, he laughed and waved his hand at Rui Wen. The two were close at hand, but there was a transparent, glass-like barrier between them. From a specific spatial meaning, Luo Nan was inside and Rui Wen was outside. Oh my! I really shouldn't have chased away the true God and the others. Otherwise, just based on what happened just now, it would be the tempo of a horror movie. In the end, Rui Wen smoothly teleported inside. Her eyes drooped as she listened to Luo Nan's teasing. This was the 70 format laboratory. Luo Nan had just seized it back not too long ago. It was one of the most important assets and results of the Luo family. Every inch of the space that housed the laboratory was designed and constructed by Bo Qingwen back in the day. Bo Qingwen had used local materials and domain fragments to reassemble the laboratory. Though it didn't have the support of supernatural powers, it was still able to exist for a long time within the misty maze that didn't possess the complete laws and structure of space-time. Just this alone was considered an outstanding construction work, even when compared to the heavenly Yuan Empire's configuration level, let alone on Earth. Luo Nan came here after leaving the 100 Races laboratory. This was outside of his plans, so the timing wasn't easy to grasp. Rue Wen came over to remind him not to forget to go home and eat. I remember. Luo Nan responded unhurriedly. Rue Wen looked at him. She kept flipping through the old notebook in her hands. Luo Nan had a lot of these things in his hands right now. Most of them were from the batch he had traded with the Horned Demons last time. These were all Luo Yuandao's many years of records and experiences. There was a lot of information, and he was still in the process of sorting them out. But recently he had been carrying the notebook he had personally retrieved from the jadeite light by his side. There was very little meaningful information on it. Most of it was a jumbled mess of lines that seemed to be dream-walking, but these lines themselves contained. At the very least, they drew in a special power. Rue Wen swept her gaze over the seemingly meaningless lines on the page. Then she cast her gaze towards the endless sandstorm outside. I ran into Luo Yuan today. Yeah, you haven't really interacted with him. That fellow is quite troublesome. Of course, he's even more annoying. Luo Nan habitually engaged in a one-sided chat with Rue Wen. He described today's encounter and poured out his thoughts. That fellow is annoying. His stomach is filled with a pile of secrets. It's going to rot, but he's still very stingy. He talks halfway and then he thinks of pricing. No, he's just trying to disgust me. Rue Wen withdrew her gaze from the outside world and stared quietly at Luo Nan. But the words he said today had a very strong purpose. He revealed some intentions of wanting to cooperate. But what kind of cooperation can I have with him? A mist labyrinth? Or genetic engineering? The former is more likely, but he should know that I won't spit on this matter. Luo Nan's hands continued to flip through the pages, but the corner of his lips gradually froze. Speaking of which, why do I feel like he's threatening me? He mentioned my grandfather. Speaking of which, the arrangements at the nursing center really can't block the planar crossbow. It'll be hard for me to react in time. Sure enough, it's safest to get rid of such a highly dangerous fellow in time. Rue Wen tilted her head slightly. Do we make our move now? Girls shouldn't easily shout about fighting and killing. Luo Nan rubbed Rue Wen's head again. Rue Wen lowered her head and let his palm fall on the warm crown of her head. Actually, there's one thing that I'm quite mindful of. Luo Nan was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly asked for her opinion. Oh, Rue Wen, what's your first reaction when you hear this? He's still guiding you? Rue Wen thought seriously. Someone's teaching me. That person. Which one? It doesn't matter which one it is. Let's pick at the words. Both of them say still. This proves that this person has been maintaining contact with me all this time, right? This was how Rue Wen understood it, so she nodded. Then she saw that Luo Nan was looking at her. His eyes were bright and dark, and the hand pressing down on her head unconsciously increased in strength. Is Luo Yuan just saying this casually, or is he probing something? Is Luo Yuan suspicious, or is someone else suspicious? Is he grasping a clue that I don't know of? There are too many things I don't know. Rue Wen didn't quite understand the meaning of these words. She just knew that Luo Nan's heart was in turmoil right now. It was absolutely hard for him to calm down. His mouth chattered on and on without stopping for a moment. Though his guidance is completely wrong, Luo Yuan's words and his suspicions must have some other basis, right? If there really are some other clues in a certain corner of the world, then it proves that he's still active recently. Him. Rue Wen keenly discovered that Luo Nan's target of reference had changed. Luo Nan's lips twitched. The him Luo Yuan is talking about. My father. Huh. Rue Wen was a bit surprised. Luo Nan's speech sped up. That's right. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If he's alive, not contacting me is his usual style. He should have his reasons, just like back then. F***ck. Luo Nan smacked his forehead heavily with his hand as he spat out fragrant words. He simply pressed down without letting go. No, no, no. This won't do. I can't follow Luo Yuan's tempo. People shouldn't have too many unrealistic hopes. Am I right? This question added too many uncertainties and negatives. So much so that Rui needed to spend quite a bit of time digesting it before she could truly understand Luo Nan's meaning. Luo Nan smacked his forehead once more before she could respond. Yes, we must calm down when it comes to these matters. We won't think about this. We won't think about it today, no matter what. Self-hypnosis and self-limitation forced Luo Nan's thoughts into a more realistic domain. He gritted his teeth and changed the topic. We can first mull over more technical problems. For example, how to deal a fatal blow to Luo Yuan after we dig out all of his secrets. Chapter 11:29. At this time, Rui could clearly see how much willpower Luo Nan used in order to forcefully divert her attention from this matter. His words were tough, but he was clearly a bit absent-minded. Luo Yuan was not on the same level of importance as his biological father. Perhaps Rui Wen's expression was too worried, but Luo Nan took a deep breath and revealed a smile to her. Don't worry. My mind is very clear. Judging a person's life and death under the premise of being missing all year round is a huge project. Wanting to obtain an answer in a short amount of time is the same as searching for evidence in one's imagination. How can there be any results? We need to start from a more realistic point of view when we get back. I know what to do, but as he spoke, he changed the topic again. Of course, Rui Wen didn't remind him. She just listened quietly. Luo Nan's mouth grew more and more unstoppable. He used words to organize his thoughts and organize his emotions. You must know that my father's last message was left in the tree hole of the withered tree sandbar. From the message, I can be sure that Li Wei and his henchmen were about to kill their way over. My father didn't have any time to move at that time. So, if something were to happen, it could only happen in Xia City and its surroundings. I just looked up some information. President Ouyang was already an extraordinary at that time. The psychic wave network was already in its embryonic form. Perhaps he could provide some information. Also, I believe that my father won't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He will stir up some noise no matter what. The surveillance from that time. The possibility of this being left behind is too small. But even if there isn't, the extra traces created in order to erase the traces are also clues. I will sort through these matters. First, I will cast a wide net. Then I will find important people and links to make breakthroughs. I won't be like a headless fly bumping around randomly. I won't let my emotions and delusions fly. Luo Nan spoke clearly and logically. His train of thought was clear and definite, but Rui Wen still noticed that he was flipping the pages of the notebook in his hand. But Luo Nan finally succeeded in changing the topic to this point. Come, let's consider the problem of Luo Yuan and the large-scale fragment he occupies. In a certain sense, he and we are neighbors. He relies on the key and password my parents gave him. I believe that even if he studied and explored the mist maze many years earlier than us, his understanding of it is still not as profound as ours. Otherwise, this world wouldn't be what it is right now. Rui Wen went, and actually she didn't quite understand. What was the difference between Luo Nan's this appearance and Luo Nan's that appearance? Would it make those mottled colors of life stay a little longer? Luo Nan chattered a few words. His mood seemed to have completely calmed down, and his tone became even more resolute. We definitely know more than Luo Yuan. If he wanted to pry into the core area, it would be very difficult to accurately aim without the external neuron. Without the soul cloak and the altar spider web, he would not be able to withstand the impact of the torrent of information from the other side. He would not even have Luo Yuan. There's also the tree hole, the lens, and of course you, Rui Wen. That's right. Because of you, Not only did we understand the basic structure of the mist maze, but we also gained a preliminary understanding of its changes. If the core area really is as dangerous as we've observed, then I don't believe that Luo Yuan can occupy a sufficiently weighty base there. Therefore, his fragment can only be in the periphery. Luo Nan made an even clearer judgment. According to our observations, the fragments outside the core area are mostly fragmented, but we can't rule out exceptions. Perhaps they were bounced out due to some sort of impact or disturbance in the core area in the past. It's just like the fragments with potential that you predicted. The periphery fragment is quite concealed, and it can be manipulated by Luo Yuan. Its corresponding nature might be that it possesses considerable mobility. Extrapolating from the situation of the planar crossbow firing, this is a possibility. It's like a spaceship traveling through the mist maze. Yes, it's a large tree-hole space. Of course, it might be much more complex and complete. Luo Nan didn't even need to make inferences about what sort of use a fragment drifting outside the core area could achieve. Rue Wen could find dozens to hundreds of functions, and all of them were quite threatening. Luo Nan muttered to himself, I don't know if Luo Yuan possesses the knowledge to fully utilize the domain fragment's configuration, but it's never wrong to be a bit careful. If we build a pseudo-plane in the future, we should start construction near the core area. It's relatively safe. Only then can the possibility of leakage be reduced to a minimum. We can kill it first. Rue Wen emphasized this opinion once more. From her perspective, this was already a very insistent attitude. Luo Nan waved his hand. I really want to kill it right now, but this isn't a question of whether I want to or not. There are all sorts of troublesome matters right now. It's not worth it to take the initiative to waste a large amount of energy for the sake of a character whose standpoint isn't particularly clear. And with the concealment of the fragment's influence, killing it in local space-time might not be a fatal blow. Even you, Rue Wen, would find it difficult to find that fellow in the misty maze. Am I right? Indeed, locking onto a target in a short period of time within the boundless and chaotic misty maze might be even more difficult than exploring the core area. However, she could work hard to do it. This was the most proactive and safest method. Even without mentioning the threat to the project, just the planar crossbow alone was one of the methods that could threaten Luo Nan's life the most. And in some special circumstances, the threat would be magnified by 10 times, 100 times. Luo Nan didn't know of Rue Wen's worries. He just followed his own train of thought upwards. So right now, we're still waiting for that person to make a move. It doesn't matter if he makes a move against me or if he makes a move against someone else. Every time he makes a move, information will be exposed. Once, twice, 3 times, 5 times. When that time comes, the difficulty of finding him will drop by several levels. What if he doesn't make a move from beginning to end? If he doesn't make a move, then he doesn't pose a threat. Why do we need to waste energy to kill him? Luo Nan felt himself to be extremely calm as he spoke to this point. His calm mind was even more active. He didn't just rely on passively taking a beating to find his train of thought. Thanks to you, Rue Wen, we have a partial understanding of the environment and changing trends of the misty maze. We have a better direction in our detection. Detection has always been our daily routine. Since this is the case, we should put this problem into our daily work to deal with. Luo Nan flipped through his notes, his train of thought becoming clearer and clearer. Since I have some memories and knowledge of the nature of the planar crossbow, as well as today's harvest, I might as well organize them a step further. I'll find a few key points to use as reference. Reference? Rue Wen was puzzled. What I'm saying is that we should write a program for these characteristics. We should also install a plugin for the tree hole and the lens. We should pay attention to gathering information in this aspect when we scan the misty maze. We can organize and analyze them later. It would be best if we can find a few high-priority suspicious points to compress his activity space. We should do our work in advance. It would be best if we can accomplish this. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but if he does make a move, then don't give him the chance to make a move. Ru-A-Wen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Luo Nen closed his notebook. Okay, let's go to the tree hole space. Let's ponder over how to extract the information from that fragment. Oh, but Ru-A-Wen wanted to remind Luo Nen that it wasn't long until dinner time. But Luo Nan's mood clearly took a turn for the better at this time. Perhaps he was deliberately trying to mobilize her, even taking the initiative to propose. Come, Ru-A-Wen, let's have a race. Let's see who gets there first. Okay, I'll count. 3, 2, begin. Luo Nan's figure instantly disappeared. This was obviously a spatial shift, but he was unable to be like Ru-A-Wen in the chaotic environment of the misty maze. It was impossible for him to be like Ru-A-Wen and directly perform a resonant shuttle. The safest route was to first jump to the local spacetime. Then, he would use the Luo clan's sandwich domain to perform a second jump. There was an extra step in the chain. It was clear that there was no chance of victory. Ru-A-Wen even had the leisure to sigh. She erected a bridge amidst the gorgeous sea of flowers. Her body and soul blended together as she teleported in an instant. Luo Nan flashed inside a second after Ru-A-Wen stepped into the gray and white monotonous tree hole space. Oh my, you lost again? Yep. What do you want? Big brother will buy it for you. Ru-A-Wen finally had the chance to say those words. You said you were eating dinner at home. Is it time yet? Luo Nan looked at his watch. Then he laughed. Not yet. There's still a bit of time. Let's first see if we can make an embryonic form of the plug-in. Then it would really be a bit too much. Ru-A-Wen was able to see the foreordained future. Right now, Luo Nan had finally succeeded in stirring up his emotions. He spoke faster. Aside from this plug-in, I still need to properly research another. Look, Ru-A-Wen, this. Luo Nan drew in the air in the manner of presenting a treasure. The trajectory appeared to be chaotic, but Ru-A-Wen was able to recognize that this should be a fragment of a configuration. However, its evolutionary trend would always be interrupted at inappropriate times. Clearly, its function wasn't perfect, but it seemed that there was an external interface. She couldn't make out any more information. She could only cast her gaze over and wait for Luo Nan's explanation. This is my big discovery today. It's in that health pod. According to what Luo Yuan said, this was left behind by my mother. I feel that he wouldn't lie about this sort of matter. Luo Nan drew this fragment once more. You should be able to see that this is a kind of configuration. It's incomplete, but it's the kind of incomplete that comes after being split apart. It should be used in some sort of relatively complete configuration system. Let's go with this for the time being. Ru-A-Wen tilted her head slightly. It has a specific use. That's exactly what I mean. Luo Nan turned around and walked inside the tree hole. He spoke as he walked. I'm not sure for now, but I have a premonition that the message my mother left behind in this manner should be highly related to the research of the laboratory back then. Wasn't the tree hole one of the key points of their research back then? The 70-format laboratory, the pincer-shaped corridors, one on each side, all of them in the form of tree holes. The husband and wife also cooperated and competed. There's nothing more suitable than this. This is what Luo Yuan told me. Luo Nan spoke of the secret information he had heard in the 70-format laboratory back then with the soul-fostering horned demon. Ru-A-Wen wasn't too clear on this. She just followed silently. The two soon arrived at the core region of the second floor of the tree hole. They arrived before the star atlas of the mist labyrinth displayed by the lens. Luo Nan didn't look at the star atlas. He just walked in circles around them. He even extended his hand to touch the inner wall of the special material and structure. I went to the remains of the tree holes on both sides of the corridors when I was in the laboratory. The damage was probably too severe, so I didn't discover them. However, if they really are related to the tree holes, believe it or not, My old man will certainly use them in the subsequent designs, Ruewin. So, I'm going to flip through the blueprints my old man left behind to see if there's a similar structure. Of course, there might be some deformations. Ruewin thought for a bit. It'll take a lot of time. Yeah, considering the factor of the deformations in the subsequent designs, I'll need to comb through everything anew. I'll need a bit more time. Why do I feel like everything is piled up together? Oh, now that I think about it, Luo Yuan taking the initiative to jump out has stirred the situation more and more complicated. This bunch of bastards, they can't be thinking of using fatigue tactics, right? Reality seemed to want to nail Luo Nan's judgment to the wall. He was destined to have a life of toil in recent times. It wasn't even until the morning of the next day. In the wee hours of the morning, Ruewin was still in her own room, earnestly researching the future trends of the Mist Labyrinth. She was trying to find even more definite and valuable information within that splendid sea of flowers. Mo Peng, who lived downstairs, tiptoed up the stairs at this time to knock on Luo Nan's door. This action of his could not be hidden from anyone at all. Ruewin was completely able to hear the true purpose of Mo Peng's visit in the middle of the night. Dang, 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 dang. The 10 days in the wilderness expansion has been released. New plot, new system, new characters. Nanster, you said you'd take me flying. Perhaps from Mo Peng's perspective, this action of his was to help Luo Nan release the pressure. Ruewin's foresight ability did not include the complex domain of social communication, so she was unable to comment. But in reality, it didn't take long for Ruewin to hear Luo Nan's long sigh from within the room. Luo Nan's friend group on the Psychic Wave Network was suddenly flooded with large amounts of information at nearly the same time. The hexa-ear vibrated, and all sorts of notification sounds rang out in the air. Ruewin was able to sort out the general thread of information very quickly, even though everyone's words were a bit emotional. Among the pile of information, 10 days in the wilderness hardcore fan bamboo pole's ridicule was the most representative. I didn't know that the brains of the game's designers and planners were deformed. It wasn't my fault. But when I saw the evolved skill tree, I didn't uninstall it. I even clicked on it. I watched helplessly as their brains spat shit out of their holes. It splashed all over my face. This is simply the stupidest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Bamboo Pole's words were summarized in a single sentence. 10 days in the wilderness. This multi-platform game that had just undergone a new version update had a demonic moth appear. Chapter 1130. Time flew by amidst the sudden outbreak of chaos. In the blink of an eye, it was morning again. Monday mornings were always particularly busy. Many people needed to regain their rhythm. Ruewin sat at the dining table for almost 5 minutes before Mo Peng, with a pair of panda eyes, yawned and sat next to her under Madame Luo Shuqing's kind care. His already round face was obviously swollen. When he looked at the neatly arranged plates and the dishes that were even more orderly and soulless, he suddenly lost his spirit. He slumped on the table and groaned. Why, old Mo? Where's my father? I urgently need a high-sugar, high-fat, high-protein diet. Madame Luo Shuqing replied with a smile. Your father only slept 3 more hours than you did. He left home at 4 a.m. and is now working to support the family. Unlike a certain someone who wastes his time, money, and life. Mo Peng tried to cover his ears with the table, but he could only block one side. Caught overnight? Emoya, who had to eat diet meals frequently due to the limitations of her industry, had a certain tolerance for the old Mo's environmentally friendly cuisine of the household artificial intelligence, especially when there was someone to gloat over. I'm the victim. Mo Peng hit the table with half his face, but he said weakly, I really didn't want to stay overnight. It was Nanster who grabbed me and cleared the expansion in one night. He's biting the hand that feeds him. This kind of game should be slowly tasted and familiarized with the characters and data bit by bit. There's no experience in forcefully clearing the game. Emoya raised her eyebrows. What a surprisingly good reason to indulge. If I let myself go, I'll fall asleep in his bed, okay? I won't be forced to clear the game by him and not even get a thank you in the end. Oh, how pitiful. It looks like I pulled you down too early. As Mo Peng's mother, Madame Luo Shuqing still knew her son. She didn't really think of her son as a hopeless degenerate. She was just puzzled. Nan Nan isn't addicted to games? He's not playing games. And Mo Peng had no appetite and only wanted to express himself. Who plays games in the work area, takes notes, checks data, and holds conference calls. He's not even that serious when writing a thesis. 10 days in the wilderness. If I touch it again in 10 days, I'll chop off my hand. Sure, I'll buy some pork trotters for you in advance. Emoya saw through Mo Peng's words with a glance. Then, she turned her gaze to the other side. 10 days in the wilderness. Ruiwen, did you know? What happened? Ruiwen thought it over very seriously, but it was truly rather difficult to describe the situation in concise terms. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out at this time. Luo Nen scuttled down the stairs. He didn't even stop by the dining table. He just hurried over and said, "I'm going out." Luo Shuqing raised her voice. "You're not eating? There's a meeting over there. Let's all go together. We won't starve." With that, he disappeared. Around the table, apart from Ruiwen, the other three were all sighing, although their hearts were subtly different. Emoya continued asking, "Is there a problem with the new expansion pack?" Ruiwen recalled the information she had received last night and nodded silently. As for what the problem was, she still couldn't say for the time being. Emoya kicked her brother with her long legs. "Hey, you've been playing all night, other than the dark circles under your eyes. Don't you have any useful information?" "I do have information, but I don't dare to ask if it's correct or not." Mo Peng grunted twice, but he still struggled to get up under the gazes of his mother and sister. He did his best to recall. First of all, it's definitely the game settings. The new expansion pack released an entire series of heroes, as well as the corresponding evolutionary tree. It's related to controllable mutant new humans. This smell is a bit off when I carefully touch it. Breakfast had turned into a seminar at the last minute. Undoubtedly, it greatly affected the proper schedule. But of course, it was impossible to come up with an effective judgment and opinion in this sort of environment, let alone a feasible plan. In the end, everyone could only go to work and school. Today, it was Emoya's turn to send Ruiwen to school. Monday's especially congested traffic made it impossible to have a lightning-fast experience, even if one sat in Emoya's red supercar. From Ruiwen's perspective, this was undoubtedly an extremely inefficient action, but it was also an effort to extend the vividness of color. She didn't have any clear thoughts of rejecting color itself, but by choosing this method, the time spent researching the misty labyrinth and chaotic sea of flowers would inevitably be allocated to the city's traffic layer and the high-rise skyscrapers. It would be equally chaotic, but it would quickly turn gray matter and turn chaotic in the real world. Ruiwen knew that what she saw was only the current conditions and the foundation of the known information. It was a process of rolling forward all the way to the end. In theory, every second would change, and every second could bring about entirely different results. But the reality was that the trend would never change even after watching 1,000 times. As for the details, those fleeting details were admittedly brilliant purple and brilliant red. But if one truly studied them in earnest, one would inevitably have a sort of meaningless doubt or self-awareness. Well, Ruiwen wasn't too clear on what meaning was, but she had lived by Luo Nan's side for a long time. She had experienced the troubles that plagued Luo Nan at all times. It was as if an invisible whip was lashing him forward. She couldn't help but feel that wasting time like this was definitely wrong. The problem was that Luo Nan himself was currently in the same situation. From Ruiwen's point of view, Luo Nan had similarly invested his limited energy into the details of the endless appearance, the branching, and the rapid decay into chaos. Perhaps this wasn't his original intention, but in this complex and confusing real world, there would always be factors like this, and that would affect him. For example, the sudden game expansion pack event. Actually, Rue-Wen didn't really understand why Luo-Nan cared so much about this matter. She couldn't judge whether or not Luo-Nan's methods were correct. This was because she couldn't eliminate the possibility of the tributary eventually becoming the mainstream, even though it would ultimately return to deathly stillness. Rue-Wen was confused, but the only target she was willing to use as a reference in most situations was Luo-Nan. She hoped to be able to understand and imitate this pattern. Perhaps this would help her create a greater separation from the long river of deathly stillness. She wouldn't fuse with it too early and sink into the endless chaos. Rue-Wen instinctively didn't wish for this to happen, even though she couldn't find a clear dividing line right now. She couldn't tell if she was detached from the outside or if she herself was a part of this long river of deathly stillness. Was she observing the final destination of all things, or was it the occasional surging waves of the river intertwining with the real world and separating from it? Rue-Wen looked out the window, but she saw her own reflection in the glass. In the environment where the light inside and outside collided and flowed, and in the blurry mirror carrier, the image on it seemed to be wriggling and changing, as if it would peel off the shell at any time and jump out of it completely different. Her fingers touched the window as well as the shadow. The point of contact was slightly cold, just like the water vapor of the long, dead river, gently biting her fingertips. However, was she above or below the water? Aside from Luo-Nan, Amoya was the person in the family who was the most familiar with Rue-Wen. It was also because they were familiar with each other that they didn't intentionally disturb each other in this silent atmosphere. Most of the time it was quiet in the car. Amoya was also handling some of her own affairs during the autopilot period. She only spoke when they were about to reach the school. Look at how flustered Luo-Nan has been these past few days. Don't add to his troubles in other areas. Rue-Wen looked away from her own mirror and turned to look at her. I'm talking about those messy matters on the internet. Cut them off when it's time. I'll talk to the company and BHD. If you run into those paparazzi or gossipy women at school, hide if you can. Strive to cool things down in these 2 days. Rue-Wen pondered seriously for a moment. I'll just skip class. Then am I an accomplice or the main culprit? Rue-Wen still lacked this sort of sensitivity. She didn't respond at all to Amoya's teasing. Her eyes drooped in silence, but her mind began to plan the goal of today's exploration. Amoya rolled her eyes. In the end, she didn't say anything. The car smoothly arrived at the school 5 minutes later. Sure enough, Rue-Wen didn't go to the main campus after saying goodbye to Amoya. She directly boarded the self-moving conveyor belt and headed in the direction of the Northern Shore jungle. Actually, Rue-Wen wanted to directly teleport to Gear's underground laboratory. However, she had truly become famous during this period of time. There were people staring at her practically every second she walked on campus. It was extremely difficult to find a suitable visual and psychological blind spot in this sort of environment. She could only spend a bit more time like a normal student. She transferred from the self-moving conveyor belt to the school's tram until she reached the outskirts of the Northern Shore jungle. But at this time, a normal student's direction of activity was certainly the opposite of hers. Rue-Wen ignored the strange gazes she received along the way. She prepared to enter deep into the jungle and directly jumped to the laboratory when the time came. A loudspeaker sounded from behind her at this time. Hey, Luo Xiang! Junior's sister, Rue-Wen. The person in front of her first said Rue-Wen's registered name at school, but he felt that it was too unfamiliar. He imitated Luo-Nan's usual way of addressing her, using a more intimate form of address. The problem was that Rue-Wen didn't turn her head at all. It was as if she didn't hear his greeting at all. She directly walked across the long river that cut through the forest, connecting the southern shore and the northern shore with the Nine-Bend Bridge. The person behind her jumped off the sightseeing car and hurried 2 steps forward. His mouth didn't stop. Do you recognize me? I'm au Quebec. We've met before. Ruey didn't remember. She continued to walk forward, and the fellow called "Okay" kept up with her. He chattered endlessly next to her ear. Ruey, aren't you going to class at this time? Ah, even though your behavior isn't too good, it's quite interesting when you do it. One of the most valuable things about the mystic arts is that it's interesting. Plus, you're quite mysterious. Ruey followed Moya's teachings and maintained silence in front of the gossipy woman. But OK didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself. You want to go to Gear? Have you eaten breakfast yet? The water chestnut cakes here are surprisingly authentic. I'll treat you. Oh my. OK subconsciously cried out. The reason was because he had just crossed the Nine-Bend Bridge and stepped onto the northern shore, paved with gravel and grass. There was a brown shadow that passed through the morning grass and trees that were still a bit damp. The brown shadow pierced out from the side and charged straight at him. OK nearly kicked it out. Luckily, he was able to see clearly who it was in the end. He staggered and stopped, but the fat and round fellow took over his position. He was no longer able to walk side by side with Ruey. The fellow that leapt out clearly occupied a good position, but he didn't dare to rub against Ruey's body. He just excitedly spun in circles beneath her feet. His long tail whipped against the mud, rocks, and grass, making popping sounds. This was, without a doubt, Jerry. OK often saw him in the society. He knew that he was Xie Juanping's adopted son, one of the group favorites in Luo Nan's circle of friends. He would drill in and out of the bosom of Luo Nan's extremely beautiful friends of the opposite sex, including Ruey. But what OK didn't know was that this little thing looked like a common muskrat in the jungle swamp area. In fact, it had a mysterious and complicated history. From what he knew so far, it had once undergone precise modifications by Luo Zhongheng. It had stored a large amount of critical information. Normally, it would do some cleaning work in the tree hole of the withered tree sandbar. It could be said that it was precisely because of Jerry's existence that the letter Luo Zhongheng left for Luo Nan. The building structure of the tree hole and other information were perfectly preserved. Ever since that matter, this muskrat's position in Luo Nan's heart had changed. But Ruey, who was the first to introduce Jerry to Luo Nan, still had the same attitude towards this little thing. She didn't stop walking, and Jerry followed by her side in a well-behaved manner. Its fat body achieved a perfect blocking position within the narrow jungle path. It made it impossible for OK to walk side by side with Ruey no matter what. OK could only fall behind by a body's length. He raised his voice and did his best to strike up a conversation with Ruey. Speaking of which, you're not wasting your energy on your schoolwork. Are you really preparing to debut? Even though Mingtang culture's hype isn't that brilliant, I still believe in you. A girl with such boldness like yours will succeed in any field. In the entertainment circle, more people will be able to see and appreciate your beauty. That kind of boldness and mysterious beauty. When the time comes, I'll definitely be a fan of you. Yep, actually I'm a fan right now. OK didn't hesitate to use overflowing words of praise. He clearly expressed his family's attitude. But Ruey still didn't pay attention to him. OK furrowed his brows a bit, but he soon calmed down. This was how cool it was. Only a girl could enter his discerning eyes, right? Just like this, the two of them arrived at Gear. There weren't many people in Gear at this time. Some of them were freaks who were doing some inexplicable mysticism experiments and had forgotten the time. They simply stayed the night here. There were also some fellows who felt that the coffee and pastries here were delicious. They came to Freeload for breakfast and enjoy the club's benefits. At times like this, bringing a female companion or something was the best atmosphere. But no matter which type it was, they weren't the same type as those little fellows from the South Bank who were in a hurry. freedom to use their time freely and leisurely enjoy life was a right that only the seniors of the university department had. At this side of the entrance hall, the club's famous gossip lord, Chow Shanhai, belonged to the category of freeloading for breakfast and picking up girls. In the crook of his arm hung a pretty junior sister. At times like this, encountering an acquaintance was a sure way to show off. Chow Shanhai was in the elevator lobby on the first floor. He pulled over a few friends and discussed going to the casual booth to drink coffee and chat. At this time, he saw Rui Wen and OK walk in. Here, Rui Wen's direction was correct. Her age was even more out of place. Not to mention, she had the club's vice president by her side. Holy crap! Chow Shanhai's eyelids twitched a few times when he saw Rui Wen. He subconsciously averted his gaze and couldn't help but think of Rui Wen's older brother, Luo Nan, who had given him several months of nightmares. At the end of last year, he had suffered quite a few losses at Luo Nan's hands because of his big mouth, especially at the grand banquet. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he sat on the ground and begged for mercy. He even sold out his old friend, Huang Bingjin, in passing. It could be said that he had lost all face. He certainly hated Luo Nan from the bottom of his heart, but as for revenge, screw it. Back then, Luo Nan's assistant, dragging him by the neck on the ground, had the rank of captain. Not to mention that after the incident, he and the elders of his family had been specially taken care of by the big shots. Revenge against a fellow with this kind of background? What was he going to do with his head? Chow Shanhai's momentum was seized, but his mouth was always ahead of his brain. He bypassed Rui Wen and said something else. OK's taste changes quite quickly. Everyone in the circle of the Divine Research Society knew that Vice President OK was a standard age control. Whether it was the president, Tang Yi, or the beautiful agent, Fei Jin, who had taken a leave of absence from school due to illness, they were all his favorites. And this young man, who still had some time left in his freshman career, had never denied this point. He constantly used his status and resources as vice president to create opportunities for himself and create public opinion. The results were not to be discussed, but this persona was established. But today's scene, the circle of people looked at Quebec. He had already entered the elevator with Rui Wen, but he retreated with his hands raised when the alarm went off. This elevator was installed later on. It directly connected to Luo Nan's underground laboratory. OK really didn't have the authority. In comparison, the muskrat wagging its head and wagging its tail was more impressive than Quebec. The people standing here with Chow Shanhai were all people of the same circle. They all more or less had some family privileges, but it was hard for them to not feel a bit sour when they saw the scene. There was also a person who had a good relationship with Quebec. He teased him from afar. Vice President have you taken a fancy to this person? Or have you taken a fancy to this person's sister or aunt? You should greet everyone in advance. OK turned around. He wasn't angry at all. His doll-like face was full of smiles as he shook his head. Ambition doesn't depend on age. Boldness. Do you guys understand? You guys haven't seen Rui Wen's video? The one that came out of the elevator. That expression in her eyes wasn't an act. It wasn't an act. It was completely natural. Her charm was limitless. In comparison, OK spoke to this point and saw that there were girls here. He chuckled and bypassed the comparison. He rubbed his hands. Besides, my emotions are very pure. I've decided to start as a fan. I'll first establish a support group and a club. I'll watch Rui Wen grow up step by step. The few men who were familiar with OK were obviously still laughing and joking when they saw him like this. The junior sister who was holding Chow Shanhai's arm had just figured out the situation. She asked quietly, "That's the demon-eye girl." "Yeah, you don't know." The junior sister curled her lips. "She's not a big star. Does everyone have to remember her?" Chow Shanhai smelled jealousy. He grinned and elbowed her lightly. Yes. She's definitely not as big as you. The junior sister patted his shoulder reproachfully. She then recalled Rue Wen's slender and straight figure and laughed out loud. She moved closer to Chao Shanhai's ear and said, "Fortunately, she's wearing a dress, but it shouldn't be bad to change it. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong gender? This kind of thing is very popular now." Chao Shanhai rolled his eyes and slapped the junior sister to make her shut up. He didn't want to offend OK because of a woman's jealousy. Most importantly, he absolutely couldn't offend Rue Wen and the person behind her. The problem was that his attitude wasn't firm enough. The junior sister's train of thought was a little off. "That's right. Look at this. Luna just changed the desktop. Isn't it super cool? But I heard it's a woman." Chao Shanhai didn't have the leisure to look at the shared resources between the girls. But when the projection area was turned on, he still had to politely glance at it. Then he couldn't pull it out. At this time, the junior sister also made a sound of surprise. She discovered new information from the desktop picture. This person, she raised her head to look at the elevator door. Apart from the metal door, she obviously couldn't see anything else. But Chao Shanhai could clearly see it from the projection area. The figure that took up 2/3 of the picture seemed to be a boxer by profession. He was bare-chested, revealing the lean, hard, and smooth lines of muscles. He raised his forearms and clenched his fists, assuming a defensive stance in combat techniques. This stance covered most of the person's face, but the half that was exposed was really delicate and pretty. Moreover, he wasn't old and still had a childish air to him. Of course, what left the deepest impression was that cold and gloomy eyes that seemed to be able to absorb and gather light. They gave this flat picture a vivid and vigorous feeling of power. It was as if in the next moment he would quickly and violently throw a punch and directly attack a powerful enemy. Just as OK had said, "Courage!" The corner of Chao Shanhai's mouth twitched. His eyes also half-squinted. He subconsciously bypassed the lines of the upper body and focused on the head area. He began to evaluate. If the person in the picture had hair a little longer, cheeks a little more plumpness, and wore Acumen School's uniform, then... Holy shit! It was also at this time that OK's line of sight shifted and circled around the palm-sized projection area. In the next second, his entire body was sucked in, and he cried out involuntarily, "Rue Wen!" Chao Shanhai shuddered involuntarily. Chapter 1131. In the conference room of the Shangding building, the atmosphere was strange and depressing, although it had nothing to do with silence. The entire room was covered in light and shadows radiating from the game interface, and there were almost realistic sound effects lingering in the ears of every participant. Some people were playing in the conference room. Some were watching, some were paying attention to online public opinion, some were doing data analysis, and some were joining in through the long-distance communication network. Each of them had their own duties and there were occasional exchanges, but they were basically stuck at the technical level. No one made a conclusive conclusion. This was because the one who determined the nature of the incident had been silent for too long. Luo Nen crossed his arms over his chest as he stood at the side of the long conference table. He leaned against the windowsill, his gaze a bit erratic. Sometimes his eyes wandered around the game interface, and other times he glanced at the familiar faces in the conference room. But most of the time his gaze passed through the glass window and looked outside. It was common knowledge that the Xia City branch of the Ability User Society was located in the Shangding building. The floor was low and the lighting was terrible. There was no view to speak of. But Luo Nen seemed to want to escape from the shadowy area that was already completely covered by the enormous building. Look at this flower. As the convener and host of the meeting, he had been silent for too long, causing the function of the meeting itself to be eliminated. Fortunately, the people in the conference room were either acquaintances or professionals hired by the Foundation under his name. With the help of Bamboo Pole, a temporary secretary who was skilled and understanding, he was able to start the more practical, technical analysis work. No matter what, it was better to collect as much information as possible, although no one knew if the information would be useful in the end. Bamboo Pole circled around the conference room. In the end, he circled back to Luo Nan. What are you looking at? Luo Nan shook his head. I didn't see anything. I was just thinking about something. All right then, what are you thinking about? Wishful thinking. This is not something a leader should say. Bamboo Pole grinned and lowered his voice. Speaking of which, this meeting was a little rushed. We didn't prepare enough and didn't control the number of people. We shouldn't have met the new employee at this time. I was so angry that I became muddled. Wasn't I the one who suggested it? After all, this matter was directly related to the foundation and had little to do with the branch for the time being. Besides, I think it's quite valuable for reference. Luo Nan's gaze streaked across the faces of everyone in the conference room once more. His voice became a bit lower. At the very least, I can see what sort of attitude normal people have towards this matter. This includes their views towards us. How much they disapprove of us. Hey, boss, if you say that, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for long. Thanks for the reminder. The boss and the temporary secretary looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The current situation was that the producers had injected distortion, evolution, Homo evolutus, and other sensitive elements into the new data for 10 days in the wilderness. They had also created an extremely complete system for them. Currently, the world's strongest group of people were engaged in a complex game around the relevant elements, and many large cities around the world were experiencing uncontrollable aberrant infections. It had to be said that 10 days in the wilderness, a large-scale production that could be called a game for all citizens, revealed such content. It had to be said that it was really two-directional. However, most people did not care about such things. This was because most of the changes in this world had long existed in people's endless fantasies, especially since the era of distortion. These elements mentioned above were common in all kinds of creations and could not be considered extraordinary. This was especially true for gamers. They only cared about the quality of the game and internal logic of the updated content. It would have been fine if the game was really terrible, but the quality of this new content was quite outstanding. The graphics and playability were both extremely strong, and there were no obvious logic bugs in the content. It was extremely attractive. Therefore, gamers had every reason to throw themselves into the game. They could swim freely within the large amount of content provided by the game. They could call friends, play online, or pursue achievements and trophies one after another. This was a very natural process. It was in line with normal human psychology. However, Luo Nan and the others wanted to go against the flow. They wanted to dig deep into the background of the game's data and malice. According to Bamboo Pole's words, it's super boring. The experience is extremely bad. I feel like I'm a moralist and a political animal that's been mutated. This is the kind of trash I used to spew. However, Luo Nan and the people around him stood at the forefront of the surging tides of this era. They possessed a clear and distinct standpoint. They had to accept it, and they had already realized the mutation. At the very least, they had to understand how to translate it. They had to do their utmost to allow more people who were not too sensitive to understand the meaning within. It was mentally taxing. It was tedious and uninteresting. It was completely predictable. This was a thankless task. Luo Nan changed the topic. How's the response right now? Bamboo Pole smirked. Just from a business point of view, the 3 years of sharpening a sword expansion is obviously a great success. The daily activity data on the official website isn't much of an exaggeration. As for Xia City, all the flagship stores are full. This is a working day. The evening rush hour hasn't arrived yet. Reservations are already booked all the way until the weekend. What about public opinion? Right now, most people are discussing the matter as it stands. There are also people who nitpick, but people like us are loathsome. We are moralists who throw hats at the drop of a hat. We don't have much of a climate right now. Do you want to stir up a topic? Can we? It should be fine in Xia City. After all, it involves the problem of mutation. Everyone is quite sensitive about it recently. The The surrounding areas are fine. But when we get to Spring City, it's basically, you understand. Luonan let out a breath. Go west, go north, and even across the ocean. There's basically no hope. Public opinion is very complicated. The hearts of people are even more so. Perhaps we'll be so tired that we vomit blood that will have the opposite effect. But if we don't do anything and wake up, we'll discover that the entire world is our ally. Well, everything is possible in dreams. Luonan shook his head. It should be said that there are people who are even more skilled at doing things in everyone's dreams. Bamboo Pole was a bit startled. Then he shook his head. I'm more concerned about the standpoint of certain people than the influence of public opinion. The release of the expansion pack this time, for us who are in the aberration disposal faction, will highlight that we have bad intentions. It's not strange for the investors to do this. They're also experts at doing this. But the military is still considered partner. They're letting them toss and turn like this. I'm worried that the various factions within the military have reached some sort of consensus. Yes, it's a temporary compromise. The power of inertia is quite strong. Luonan didn't respond to this topic. He looked to be a bit lost in thought. Instead, Inlu, who was participating in the conference through long-distance communication, took the initiative to join the discussion. Mr. Bamboo Pole, according to our intelligence, the military doesn't have a clear attitude. Perhaps it can be said that the investors are taking advantage of the unclear opinion environment within the military to complete this probing jab. After all, it's only the public beta testing phase right now. There's too much leeway to maneuver. No, it's not a probe. Luonan's gaze turned to look outside the window. His gaze was still erratic, but his tone had never been this certain since the start of the conference. This is an official method. There's nothing more official than this. Inla didn't dare to say anything more. Bamboo Pole spoke in a probing manner. It seems that this kind of interference and pressure isn't much for the work of the global census. It's not interference, nor is it pressure. It's a scramble. Huh. Luonan pointed at his own head. Scramble to land on the beach ahead of time. Occupy the high ground. This is to pave the way for the mutant new humans. Bamboo Pole locked gazes with Inlu, who is thousands of miles away. Bamboo Pole asked, Are you talking about the environment of public opinion? No, it's the solution. Luonan extended his hand and tapped on the nearby AR image. Right now, the employee in charge of conducting the game test had just completed a mission and obtained skill points. He was preparing to climb the evolution tree, but he was a bit hesitant. Luonan reminded him, Do brainless gene cultivation in the internal cultivation stage. Don't be in a rush to take shape. First accumulate enough points in the petri dish. The employee went over and over again, but he still did as his new boss said. Luonan turned around to face Bamboo Pole and Inlu. He grinned. I think this will work. It's not just in the game. His wristband vibrated before he could finish speaking. He looked at the caller ID and ignored the confused Bamboo Pole and Inlu for the time being. He picked up the phone. Brother Ping, what's up? Xia Juanping's voice came from the other side. Nanster, did you get into a conflict with that baby okay again in the past 2 days? Who? Luonan didn't react in time. It's that vice president of the Divine Research Society. The baby-faced guy who nearly burned down Withered Tree Sandbar last year. Luonan went twice. He finally recalled a bit of his memories and denied. No, I haven't seen him in this period of time. Then that's strange. This kid called me in such a hurry to get your contact information. I asked him what he wanted, but he didn't say. Speaking of which, you've really been protected by mysteries lately. Your contact number is completely confidential. People who want to find you can't find you. But people who want to give you trouble can be found. Xia Junping was ridiculing the so-called high-privilege group treatment that Xia City gave Luonan. The recent incident related to Rue caused the issue of Luo Nan and his family's information security to once again be placed on the table. Luo Nan was quite open-minded. As long as someone deliberately wants to do something bad, those treatments are equivalent to nothing. Of course, our cooperation is quite low. We don't have bodyguards or anything like that. After all, Luo Nan wasn't a protected person. He didn't need the protection of the government. His opponents and enemies far exceeded the level that society's privileges could restrain. He wasn't the government's son, nor did he make any indelible contributions to the government. It was unrealistic to expect the government to take out large amounts of public power and resources to protect them airtight. In most cases, this kind of treatment only existed as a layer of warning for the family. In case his aunt and uncle Emoya and Emo Peng encountered danger, Luo Nan would have time to react. Xie Junping grunted twice. You're quite open-minded. I still have a meeting. If there's nothing else, I'll give your contact information to that kid. Sure. Less than half a minute after the call ended, he received a call from an unknown number. Luo Nan's wristband displayed the words "no risk" at this time. Luo Nan laughed and picked up the call. Just as he said hello, the person on the other end yelled, "Are your marketing team full of pigs? This hype is 2F * King Shameless." Chapter 1132. Luo Nan obviously didn't care about the baffling accusation from a stranger. But as the conversation went deeper, his expression gradually turned serious. A dozen seconds later, he gave Bamboo Pole a meaningful glance and was the first to exit the room. He entered a small reception room next door. There wasn't a soul to be found here. Soon Bamboo Pole came in as well. Luo Nan transferred Ian Lee's long-distance communication to this place and turned on the multi-party video mode. Soon, OK's angry baby face appeared in the projection area. He saw the personnel configuration on Luo Nan's side and became even more furious. This is your team, right? I'll say it again. You have no bottom line. How can you use a girl's reputation to distort your image and Photoshop that kind of photo? You guys don't need to do this if you want to win over female and heterosexual fans. I know you guys definitely have some follow-up bullshit. Take it down as soon as possible. Don't think that I'm joking. My mom is the executive vice president of the Ladies Association of Xia City. I can deprive you of your guardianship rights at any time and sue you until you go bankrupt at the same time. Luo Nan and the other two exchanged glances, and Luo Nan spoke. Thank you for your concern for Ruewin. But before you express your attitude and emotions, can you send us the photo you saw? Right now, we're completely confused. Confused your sister. OK's words were too fast, and he accidentally brought Ruewin in. His momentum was stifled, and he hummed as he sent over the photo he spoke of. The gazes of the three converged, and they came to a conclusion with just a glance. It really was a photo of Ruewin. Handsome. A neutral persona really does attract female fans. She'll be very popular in niche circles. Bamboo Pole whistled and was met with Luo Nan and OK's stern glares. Ian Lu said, Mingtang culture definitely doesn't have this kind of hype plan. Miss Mo, you even made a request to Mingtang culture this morning. In fact, all information related to Miss Ruewin has been completely frozen over at Mingtang culture since last weekend. They're also working on a cooling plan. They'll have corresponding actions soon. Of course, Ian Lu wasn't giving OK an explanation. She needed to express the facts and attitude to Luo Nan. Bamboo Pole rubbed his chin and added, This photo isn't photoshopped, right? What I'm saying is that it's probably been beautified. It's probably been restored from a low-resolution state, but it's definitely not a head transplant. Luo Nan nodded his head in confirmation. It's not photoshopped. It should be at the underground fighting arena. Yes, there. Luo Nan and Bamboo Pole both understood at this point. Ian Lu was a bit late by half a second, but she also came to a realization. What underground fighting arena? Okay asked, but no one paid attention to him. Bamboo Pole scratched his head. If it's that place, things will get more complicated. Blackjack's venue had a lot of people to begin with, and it didn't seem to be particularly strict about prohibiting photography. Rue Wen had been there for a few years and could be considered a celebrity, so it was normal for her to leave behind a photo. Also, last year's 2 out of 1,000 incident caused a large amount of information related to Rue Wen to leak out. Pictures or video information like this shouldn't be rare in our circle. Video data. Luo Nan and OK spoke at the same time. Luo Nan's tone was fine, but OK was about to explode. After Luo Nan spoke, he immediately remembered, yes, there's a video! Back then, he had used some video information that had leaked out from the fighting arena to convince his aunt's family. It was the time when Rue Wen's older brother was killed. Of course, Luo Nan later learned that Rue Wen's older brother and Rue Wen shouldn't be related by blood. It was just that Rue Wen's short memory was that they were grouped together after the fighting arena opened, and the older brother took care of her. The blackjack incident happened in early October of last year. It hadn't even been a year since then. But Luo Nan had experienced far too many things in these 9 months. His memories of the underground fighting arena were actually a bit fuzzy. It was hard to dig out any useful information by searching through the details of his memories. Bamboo Pole was a bit disapproving. Is this sort of picture useful? With Rue Wen's temperament, would she care about this? Probably not. Luo Nan spoke halfway through his words, but then he remembered what he saw 2 nights ago in Rue Wen's projection area. He was a bit hesitant for a time, not daring to rashly come to a conclusion. Bamboo Pole changed his perspective to assist in the analysis. Forgive me for speaking a bit bluntly, but there are some differences between the picture and Rue Wen's recent image. She was completely a boy at that time. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was familiar with each other and the topic of conversation was this, it would have been quite difficult for me to recognize her at first glance. I've been monitoring the network information of the boss and your family all this time. Rue Wen is indeed the most popular among you, but there don't seem to be any rumors about her. This is Okay. Oh, Student O Quebec. Let me ask you something. When you saw this picture, did the owner associate it with Rue Wen? It seems like OK wanted to say something, but stopped. His expression turned rather ugly, and he actually couldn't continue. Bamboo Pole saw the change in his expression and clapped his hands. Don't tell me it was you who blurted it out. You're a hardcore fan. OK was speechless. Bamboo Pole rolled his eyes. What was the situation like at the time? How many people were there? Were their mouths tight? Did you warn them afterwards? What were the chances that they would listen to you? Did you send people to track down the source of this picture? Did you pay attention to secrecy when you gave chase? A minute later, OK exited the group chat with an ashen face. Bamboo Pole clapped his hands. The little baby has been dealt with, but the problem is still there. The nature is hard to determine. Speaking of which, I still don't understand. Was this an accident, or was it premeditated? Or was it just a prank? Luo Nan frowned. On this point, I agree with OK's words. It doesn't matter if it was premeditated or a prank. It's hard to trust this kind of trick. Do you think that someone is messing with you through Rue Wen? That's my first reaction. Luo Nan thought back to the premonition he made not too long ago. I've been in all sorts of trouble lately, big and small. I feel like someone is using a tactic to tire me out. Bamboo Pole didn't ask what was a big trouble and what was a small trouble. He just said, if it's just to divert your attention and waste your energy, then this kind of trick won't cause you any substantial harm. Even if there is a follow-up, it won't cause you any substantial harm. This doesn't seem like the work of a schemer from the secret room. It's not that they can't think of it, it's that there's no need. What do you think, Brother Bamboo Pole? Rather than saying it's a tactic to tire me out, it's more like a counterattack from all sides, unconsciously and unconsciously after the original balance is lost. Bamboo Pole had clearly already considered this matter. Boss, right now you're like a massive star that suddenly inserted itself into the solar system. Because of your arrival, the original orbit of the celestial bodies has been completely messed up. All of the celestial bodies have begun to draw closer to you, and they're also resisting at the same time. There's only one reason. Boss, your weight is far too heavy. Oh. Thank you for the compliment. I'm just saying, right now, I don't have any objective data to support me. Boss, you can take a look. Bamboo Pole was all smiles. He did his best to make the atmosphere more relaxed. With the current situation, it's impossible for us to fly to a high place with a whoosh. We can look down on all things from a high vantage point, and we can grasp the most crucial clue in an instant. For a considerable amount of time, we still have to deal with every move that comes our way. We need to be able to defend this side of Xia City, and we need to be more open when we go outside Xia City to steal from someone. When all is said and done, those people are made of flesh and blood. They aren't celestial bodies that don't have sentience. If your fist really smashes into their faces, they will certainly be afraid. Once they're afraid, things will be easier. This is what it means to strike with one fist to avoid 100 punches. Luo Nan nodded, but then he shook his head a second later. This is true for the vast majority of people. But for that one, I'm talking about Li Wei. That fellow should be completely different. The feeling of being the big boss behind the scenes. Boss, you seem to care quite a bit about this person. Luo Nan didn't hide it at all. It's because he's the sun that those celestial bodies revolve around. What's important is that he's orderly and self-contained. From the looks of it, all the steps are extremely orderly. Moreover, they are quite feasible. Bamboo Pole immediately thought of the job next door. Boss, what you're saying is that the 10 days in the Wilderness Expansion Pack has great potential for this new skill tree. Luo Nan said flatly, there won't be any problems climbing all the way to the top of the skill tree. Huh. Bamboo Pole subconsciously swept a glance at Yin Lu. He saw that the latter's expression was extremely serious, as if it was a reflection of his current mood. He only heard Luo Nan say, I suspect that the new humans described in the game are very likely to have already appeared in some laboratories, just like the deep blue walkers in the game. Yes, there have been some minor adjustments to the system, right? Bamboo Pole nodded. It's not just minor adjustments. There's also the addition of the Exceed the Limit mission. There might even be a follow-up extension to the skill tree. It's just that no one has been able to clear it yet. But the setup of the game's core has already been completed. If we consider the usage of the high-end simulator of Frost River reality, then the cores of the burners and the deep blue platform should have completed the corresponding upgrades. Luo Nan suddenly laughed, but his laughter was cold and sinister. The burners are fine, but I don't know if there's anyone who's willing to give the mutant new humans a try. Yin Lu was one of the people most familiar with this project, so she was duty-bound to take responsibility. She immediately declared, I will monitor this information in real time. Bamboo Pole wanted to ask why Luo Nan was so certain and why he had so much confidence in Li Wei. However, he hesitated for a moment and didn't ask. He only heard Luo Nan say, every iteration of the core technology is equivalent to taking a step forward for civilization. Even the smartest people in the world, the most well-trained research groups, find it hard to accurately predict what the next iteration of technology will look like. However, thanks to Li Wei, many people have seen 3 to 5 more steps through his arrangements. The first to third steps might be correct. At the very least, they are options that can be walked through. But what will happen after that? Luo Nan continued speaking without waiting for Bamboo Pole or Yin Lu to respond. Even if they walk through the first 3 steps, everyone will still be able to take the 4th and 5th steps after untold hardships. But who knows if this kind of small path has an end? Is the end connected to the great road to heaven, or is it connected to a bottomless abyss? I don't hold any hope for this. Chapter 1133. Luo Nan's tone was certain, without the slightest bit of hesitation. This was because he had already seen the most difficult aspect of this path from a mystical dream. The struggle of the heavenly Yuan Empire survivors in the Hongguang system was the future path that Li Wei had planned out. Even though Luo Nan had only seen an insignificant silhouette of that great era, he had not seen the true end point. It was just a few dozen steps ahead of the current Earth's roadmark. From the information he could gather, he really couldn't find a single bit of evidence to maintain optimism. Again, if Li Wei really was a visitor from outer space with a similar background, then he would be more familiar with the fate of the heavenly Yuan Empire in the Hongguang system than Luo Nan. Li Wei certainly understood that with the foundational strength of Earth civilization, just 5 more steps would cause them to self-destruct on the path of high-speed mutation iteration. His Homo evolutus path, which was built on the foundation of mutation, truly harbored malicious intentions. Luo Nan didn't elaborate further. He still hadn't found a better way to share this information with others. Even if he wanted to replay that dream, the heavily overloaded simulator system still hadn't recovered. He took the initiative to return to the topic. I'm going to take a look at Rui Wen. She has class this morning. Lu timely answered. When Miss Mo notified the company, she seemed to say that Miss Rui Wen would be skipping class today to hide from the reporters and gossipers. That's perfect. I'll go to the laboratory to find her. Rui Wen was certainly in the misty maze right now. Luo Nan was a bit weak when he spoke. It wasn't just because he had told a small lie to his friend. It was also because it would be hard for him to find Rui Wen in this state. In such a complex, chaotic environment of space and time, the connection between the structure of the format pyramid wasn't enough for Luo Nan to lock onto Rui Wen's precise location. Even the transmission of information was quite difficult. But no matter what was said, as an older brother, he needed to mentally prepare Rui Wen before this matter spread. It didn't matter if it was useful or not. Of course, it would be best if he could nip the problem in the bud. Luo Nan made the arrangements. Brother Bamboo Pole, you help monitor the situation. Of course, it's best if you can strangle the source. Contact the SCA if necessary. Also, follow up with public relations. Lu, have Mingtang culture come up with a plan quickly. Also, don't cause any more trouble. Let me announce to the public that I've been using a book reading app recently, Mimi Read app, to read books in cache and read them offline. Lu lowered her head. I'll keep an eye on him. Luo Nan nodded, and his figure slowly faded away amidst this slight movement. His afterimage remained, but his main body had already passed through the distortion of space-time to jump to his destination. An alarm went off in the house. Bamboo Pole pressed his ear and contacted the other side through the hexa ear. It's nothing. It's just Boss Luo's daily routine. After all, this was the location of the Xia City branch. It was a vital region in the structure of the psychic wave network. It was extremely sensitive to all phenomena that interfered with each other on the mental and material plane. With Bamboo Pole's endorsement, the alarm stopped ringing. Bamboo Pole pinched his chin and said in distress, Boss Luo going for psychological counseling doesn't seem appropriate. Of course, when it comes to Rui Wen, it's pretty much the same for everyone. But do you think the boss needs it now? Lu gave Bamboo Pole a cold glance and directly cut off the communication. Luo Nan's mental state could be considered stable for now. He didn't immediately rush into the misty labyrinth and call Rui Wen back. That would only create a tense atmosphere. It was very likely that Rui Wen, who was quite ignorant of such matters, would become sensitive. He didn't even enter the misty labyrinth. He just pondered it very seriously in the underground laboratory. In the end, he left a message for Rui Wen through the manager of this place, the military-grade AI, the standard bearer. Then he walked outside, heading to the upper-level area that belonged to the Mystic Arts Research Society. A few minutes later, Luo Nan sat in a leisure booth next to the passageway at the bottom of the lake. He asked for a cup of coffee and turned on the internet at the same time. He was like a normal, idle student who dared to skip class. He seemed to be leisurely browsing the contents of the internet. After all, it was still class time. There weren't many members in the society. Even if they saw Luo Nan, they would at most give him a few glances. It was mostly due to the special treatment of Luo Nan's appropriation of the society's assets. This kind of reaction made Luo Nan breathe a sigh of relief. It looked like Rue Wen's new wave of scandals had yet to ferment, at least within the circle of the Mystic Research Society. As for the internet, it could be considered calm right now. With the variability of hot topics on the internet, it was very hard for a single matter to become the focus of attention of the netizens for a long time, unless it was a highly stimulating topic or an operation that continuously bought trending searches. But some matters, even if they were removed from the mainstream of public opinion, would still precipitate within a few special circles. They would attract people with different standpoints, endlessly tearing and bombarding each other, and constantly producing chemical reactions. Perhaps they would completely finish their reactions and become a stable pile of waste. But they could also breed strength that could erupt at any time. If cold treatment was needed, the most taboo thing to do at this stage was to throw in new material. These small circles possessed extraordinary enthusiasm and acuity towards similar matters. Their imagination ability was top-notch. No one knew what kind of chain reaction would erupt with the addition of new material. Luo Nan also paid attention to a few small circles of this nature. For example, East Asia's largest gathering place for gossip, the Sky Street community. Last year's University Day, Luo Nan and Peony Tang had used this network community to capture a chain of aberrations and infections revolving around celebrities. The ecology here was complex. The light side and the dark side existed at the same time. Gossip peddlers came and went. Many entertainment companies also bought water armies. Some even personally went into the field, both in the open and in the dark. It was quite lively. Some of Rue Wen's authoritative material had mostly exploded here. She rolled a few times before going out of the circle. It was no wonder that Zhang Yingying, OK, and the others would suspect that the Demon Eye Woman incident was a publicity stunt. It really was a routine operation. It looked very familiar, and it seemed that the latest scandalous material related to Rue Wen had yet to reach this circle. Luo Nan skimmed and searched around, but he didn't find any statements that were worth being vigilant about. However, in the information stream of the Banqing Entertainment Circle, he saw industrialist, Beishan Xuehui's pragmatic turnaround in the information flow of Luo Nan's entertainment circle. Luo Nan read and read. He relaxed a bit, but he was also a bit distracted. Rue Wen's matter could be treated as a joke if it wasn't for the special context of the current situation. But it was precisely because of this time period, this environment, and the faintly discernible figure behind the scenes of this series of events that Luo Nan had no choice but to seriously consider it. If he were to use the analogy of a bamboo pole to describe it, then it could be considered a kind of gravitational effect. Li Wei's imprint on this world was far too deep. His foundation was truly solid. Li Wei's position in the current era of Earth's civilization was far too deep. He was a dark star that caused people to worry even more. The current Luo Nan could indeed use his own weight to make the entire world raise its eyebrows. But the reality of being a latecomer meant that he was destined to struggle against the operating order that Li Wei had established in advance. Bamboo Pole's analogy was correct. He was a massive celestial body that had invaded the solar system. From the perspective of many people, Li Wei's method was perfectly justified. The value generated from this system was the hard currency that possessed credibility. Thus, a substantial closed loop was formed. Any change, especially a change from the foundation, would inevitably pay a sunk cost that was hard to bear. In the face of a closed-loop system, no matter how tempting Luo Nan's offer was, it was only a possibility. Most of the time he was a destroyer of existing benefits. This kind of destruction, and even the tendency of destruction, did not simply affect theoretical systems, evolutionary research, cutting-edge manufacturing, and other high and mighty domains. Instead, it manifested in all aspects. For example, the 10 days in the wilderness expansion pack this time. Just in Xia City alone, millions of players stayed up all night. They threw themselves into the game and played to their heart's content. If Luo Nan were to beat the drums and gongs at this time and pick on the game, especially if he were to use the illusory and inexplicable future of humanity as a yardstick, wouldn't he be a destroyer? Such a character was destined to be unpopular. Once he was exposed, he would receive an earth-shattering amount of ridicule and abuse. Of course, he could also be completely forgotten or ignored. Such a situation would undoubtedly make one not know whether to laugh or cry. It would make one's heart go cold. The game was like this, and the real world might not be an exception. There was no one to blame for such a situation. Was he supposed to blame the general public who was ignorant of the existence of interstellar civilization? Was he supposed to blame them? Was he supposed to blame them? Was he supposed to blame these people who were ignorant of the existence of interstellar civilization? Luo Nan was bound to reverse this situation. But how was he supposed to reverse it? Was the global census strong enough? Luo Nan seriously considered it over and over again, but he was unable to come to a conclusion. If he had to come to a conclusion, then it would be he needed to increase his strength. Luo Nan needed to increase his bargaining chips, increase his force, and obtain a more prominent effect. Therefore, he had always been low-key and covert with the global census. He didn't want to reveal his trump card in advance, passively using tactics to add fuel to the fire and sink into the mud of entanglement. But in the end, he still had to reveal his cards. What should he do then? Luo Nan spun his spoon and unconsciously stirred his coffee. It collided with the walls of the cup, creating tinkling sounds. It was like the fragmented thoughts that flashed through his mind. Perhaps it was because he was thinking too much, or perhaps it was because of the stimulation from today's two matters. But the outline of Luo Nan's thoughts became clearer amidst this tinkling noise. He was exerting his strength in basic research and in the upper echelons. But if he wanted to rapidly expand his influence and force, shouldn't he use some unconventional methods? His wristband vibrated at this time. It was a notification from the Sky Street community. The title of the pushed message didn't look particularly attractive. Everyone helped take a look. What's the relationship between this guy and #Magic-Eyed Woman? I'm a fan of this guy. There was a lag in the push of the message. By the time Luo Nan clicked in, the message had already been sent 2 minutes ago. The most important thing was that the title had actually changed. Shock! Magic-Eyed Woman or Magic-Eyed Man. Yep, it was even trashier. Chapter 1134. Luo Nan's fingers twirled around the ear of the cup as he sneered. What the hell was this angle? But it was very clear that it was in line with the logic of a portion of people. There were already people who replied below. Sure enough, such a pretty girl must be a boy. It looked like it was directed, but it was actually just playing around with an old trope. The follow-ups had similar lines of thought. It looked lively, but it didn't stir up any waves. The following few responses were mostly, the poster's eyesight is excellent, but he lacks confidence. Go be a fan, we'll allow it, and so on. Of course, there were some fans of Rue who chased after the topic to come in and report it. 7 or 8 responses within 2 minutes proved that the demon-eyed woman incident was still quite popular, but that was it. This continued until a highly highlighted post that was liked by many people appeared. Taking without permission, taking screenshots and posting indiscriminately, I don't care. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, I don't care. After all, beauty is number one. The information is below. It's not first-hand, but it's verified to the greatest degree. Those who are interested can figure it out for themselves. In the end, I'm a fan. A video was inserted below the post that was filled with a sense of superiority. The preview image was the moment when the main post displayed Rue when assuming a fighting stance. Luo Nan sucked in a shallow breath. He was already mentally prepared. He even looked at the ID of the story master. It was called something like Lord Bird. It seemed that his community level and privileges were quite high. He opened the video, and at nearly the same time, Bamboo Pole made a call. "Boss, something's come out of Sky Street." "Yeah, I'm watching." The video began to play as they spoke. There were no surprises. The noisy, chaotic, and feverish environment presented in the video was undoubtedly the underground fighting arena from back then. Hundreds and thousands of rich spectators and gamblers, under the dual stimulation of blood and money, vigorously applauded and shouted. They cheered for the targets they placed their bets on, or they let out ear-piercing hisses and curses that were unbearable to the ears to disturb their opponents. The person holding the camera wasn't much better. Even though the anti-shake performance was superior, the large swaying angle of view in the early stages was enough to prove his mood at the time. The seemingly meaningless shots revealed twisted and crazed faces. There was no sign of the smart, capable, or sanctimonious appearance that they usually had. Nearly 10 seconds passed before the camera focused on the target, the broadcast screen in the center of the fighting arena. It just so happened to give a close-up, Raven. Without a doubt, it was Rue Win, even though she was thinner and weaker than when he first saw her. Luo Nan was able to immediately recognize her. At that time, Rue Win's height was only about 1.3 or 4 meters. She only wore tight shorts, and her arm was wrapped in bandages that had already changed color. There weren't many lines of muscle on his body, and it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. There was only sweat and the crisscrossing scars on his body. And across from her, her opponent's age wasn't that great either, but he was clearly nearing adulthood. Moreover, he was a muscular man covered in dazzling essential oils. He looked as capable as a Black Panther, and compared to Rue Win, his build was nearly a third larger. This kind of battle had no concept of weight in a regular fight. From a visual point of view, it was a completely unequal battle. This was the youth combat launched by Blackjack's underground fighting arena. Compared to the fight between adults, the technique and strength might not be as good, but it was more intense and cruel. Clearly, at that time, not only had Rue Win not awakened her extraordinary powers, she was in her body. Compared to when Luo Nan had first met her, she was far inferior in terms of physical strength and combat skills. Therefore, she was at a disadvantage in the fight. She could only rely on her calm state of mind and the precise control of her body, which had already begun to show signs of life, to avoid the opponent's heavy punches and grabs. She used small injuries to trade for space and struggled to maintain her position. Luo Nan clearly knew that Rue Win was unharmed right now, and that she had certainly left the arena alive. But Luo Nan's heart still clenched when he saw the scene. Due to Rue Win's current strength, he often overlooked the short, few years of Rue Win's struggle to survive in the underground fighting arena. Now that he thought about it, the little girl's quiet and repressed personality traits were formed from a blank slate in that environment. He should rejoice that the current Rue Win wasn't a bloody and cruel homicidal maniac or a madman who would self-destruct at the slightest provocation. That should be the normal state. Luo Nan knew that after the underground fighting arena was dealt with, those young boxers who had been reared by Blackjack had basically all encountered serious obstacles in the process of adapting to normal society after they were rescued. There were both factors of drug withdrawal and also personality problems within. In comparison, Rue Win was the most special one. Oh, looking at it from this angle, perhaps it was Rue Win's innate talent and perception that were different from ordinary people that had played a positive role. Bamboo Pole's voice cut in during Luo Nan's contemplation. I suggest that we wait and see for now. The current video is just a small annoyance. In terms of visual effects, there should be leeway for Rue Win. Due to the environment, age, gender, appearance, physique, and other factors, there's a natural element of sympathy within. Yes. Also, the ID of the person who posted the video is that Master Tai. According to the information we've obtained from our initial contact, he was the one who first collected the video data related to Rue Win from the dark web. He transferred it to a niche professional fighting forum, and then it was forwarded and spread by others. He can be considered one of the clear-cut sources. Can we do something and make him take it back? This fellow has quite a bit of reputation in the Sky Street community. He's usually very active. It's said that his family has a mine. If we deal with him hastily, we might end up making a fool of ourselves. I feel that it's better to try and communicate privately. This person doesn't seem to be a low-key person. He should have some connections with Little Xia and the other second-generation circles. I've already talked to Little Xia. There should be news soon. Bamboo Pole's train of thought was very clear. If we can communicate, then we'll use our status as relatives to request. Yeah, let's give him some face. Let's call it a request. Let him take down the relevant content. At the very least, don't add any more dirt. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then it won't be too late for us to make a move. Luo Nan felt very worry-free. Brother Bamboo Pole, you're right. There's more. The effects have already been created. The video is highly bloody and intense. Highly bloody. Luo Nan only felt heartache for Rue when, as he watched all this. Was he desensitized to bloody scenes after mingling in the inner world for so long? Bamboo Pole was very baffled. Didn't you watch it already? I haven't finished watching it yet. Hurry up and watch it. What are you pondering over the details right now? Forget it. You're the boss. You can do whatever you want. I'm just suggesting that we do some appropriate guidance. We need to take a more orthodox and more official route. We need to highlight our identities as victims. We need to take a step forward and form a shield. Victim. Isn't Rue when the victim? Even if he was an ability user, he could still be a weak chicken that was persecuted before awakening. Some of the baby-faced man's words were quite reasonable. Rue Wen's gender and age could be in places like the Lion Girl Guild and the Association for the Protection of Minors. Fang was making an issue out of it. After all, it was very important for the media and the public to have a good first impression, which would be very useful for the subsequent handling. At this time, your treatment as a member of the high authority group will come into play. Luo Nan expressed his approval, but these matters were still the work of Bamboo Pole, the temporary secretary. Bamboo Pole continued his analysis. As for the level of public opinion, it's a little more complicated. Even if we do our best in the orthodox channels, we can't underestimate the public's rebellious mentality. The hype from before still attracted some anti-fans for Rui. Also, the provocative nature of the video itself will create a lot of variables. I'll keep an eye on him. Luo Nan took the initiative to ask for work. Right now, the main issue is the disturbance in Xia City. The number of people who pay attention to gossip is limited. I can still tell who is truly ignorant and who is up to no good. Bamboo Pole couldn't help but laugh. What are you sure about? Are we going to follow the network cable? Isn't it more direct to go through the sea of consciousness? Please don't be lenient. I'll do my best. Hey, what I mean is, don't complicate a simple problem. It won't end well if someone dies. I know. Luo Nan's concise response caused Bamboo Pole, the temporary secretary with a headache, to go offline. While they were talking, the popularity of this thread had already completely exploded. It was just like in the video. Under Rue Wen's delicate elbow, the eyeballs and blood exploded on the face of the panther-like opponent. Any normal person would basically collapse after receiving this kind of attack. But in the video, the panther-like opponent actually roared and exploded with an even more astonishing intensity of attack. He should have taken drugs. The cruel battle had yet to end. Luo Nan frowned as he watched the video continue to advance under the rapidly escalating bloody scene. Luo Nan flipped through the thread again, highlighting the comments below. The content clearly changed after a few minutes. Bro! The greeting entered Luo Nan's ears, and he subconsciously stirred. Only then did he discover that Rue Wen was already by his side. She should have heard the message from flag-bearer and rushed over. "Oh, so early," Luo Nan responded randomly. He was very glad that he didn't use any projection or any other external function. But after some thought, he could hide it from the present, but he couldn't hide it from the future. He came to do psychological counseling, not to cover Rue Wen's eyes and ears, especially with Rue Wen's obsessive attention to his image on the internet. This matter was bound to be impossible to hide. Luo Nan hesitated for a moment, but he still persisted with his earlier plan. He revealed a smiling face. "Oh, Rue Wen, I just so happen to have something to tell you. Speaking of which, someone has posted information about you on the internet again." Rue Wen stood by the table, expressionless. She just asked, "Is it still those training videos?" The word "still" had quite a bit of spirituality. Luo Nan carefully pondered over it and responded slowly. "No, it's when you were in the underground fighting arena." "Oh!" Rue Wen's response was abnormally dull. It was impossible to tell whether she cared or didn't care from her simple response. Or perhaps this sort of dullness was her normal state. Luo Nan carefully observed her, but he was still unable to discern whether Rue Wen's response came from her heart or whether it was a brilliant disguise. She could be considered to be sluggish or numb, and so on. Luo Nan hesitated for a moment, but he still took a step forward. "Do you want to take a look?" Okay. Chapter 1135. Her movements were simple as well. She just sat next to Luo Nan and watched as he opened up the projection interface. Inside was the topic thread. At this time, the number of views and replies to the post had completely exploded. Looking at the forum, there were already more than 10 related posts, and it was almost overwhelming. Bamboo Pole also sent him relevant links and analysis of the trending topics on social media outside of the Tianjia community. It had only been slightly more than an hour since the thread was posted on Tianjia community, but the topic had already entered the trending list of many social media platforms. Every minute, there would be a large number of discussions and threads. It was extremely appropriate to say that it was in full swing. But the most absurd thing was that Luo Nan was prepared to start from the beginning for the sake of letting Rue Wen understand the ins and outs of the story. But when he wanted to open the video sent by Lord Ho, it was already ineffective. Luo Nan almost believed that Bamboo Pole would make the first move. But very quickly, Master Yang changed his statement and made a statement. "I didn't pay attention to the occasion. The content of the video scared the children, and it doesn't conform to the forum's rules. At present, I need to do some post-editing before I post it. The people who moved the links before should have all been invalidated. As for those who changed their names and pretended to be the original authors, be careful that the SCA comes looking for you. That is all I have to say. Good luck." Rue Wen turned to look at Luo Nan. Luo Nan was a bit embarrassed. Speaking of which, the scene of eyeballs exploding and flesh splattering was indeed a little. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to rise in popularity so quickly. Rue Wen didn't seem to care. She only took the initiative to read the replies on the post with undisguised curiosity. She was reading very seriously. Even after a few hundred replies, a large number of repeated messages, such as requesting resources and requesting unedited version, flooded the page, drowning out the content of the discussion and debate. She continued reading one message after another. There were all sorts of opinions, all sorts of likes and dislikes, all sorts of conflicts, and even fanning the flames. The comments on the internet were not like normal communication. Being straightforward was considered light, and adding fuel to the flames and going to extremes was the norm. Off to the side, Luo Nan saw a large amount of curses like inhumane, perverted ladyboy, murderous embryo, and so on. I can't accept the cries of "I'm no longer a fan." This was only the first wave of reaction, and it would only be worse in the future. Luo Nan had wanted to stop Rue Wen, but he didn't say anything in the end, because he saw the reflection of the projection interface in Rue Wen's eyes, as well as her usual concentration. Apart from that, There were no other fluctuations. Those streams of information brimming with turbid emotions didn't seem to arouse the slightest bit of response in Rue Wen's heart. The question was, what was the motivation behind that curiosity and attention? Luo Nan muttered to himself for a moment before calling Bamboo Pole. When the call connected, he was still nagging nonstop. This has really exploded. It's out of the circle. All the major platforms have removed hundreds of videos with the excuse that it's too bloody, but there are still edited screenshots flying all over the place. I highly recommend Mimimi Reading app. It's really not bad. It's worth installing. After all, you can read books in a cache and read them offline. Send me a link that I can see. Hey, haven't you seen it already? Rue Wen wants to see it. Isn't this too much? Is this a stimulant therapy, boss? Before Luo Nan could answer, another person called in. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was actually his uncle Mo Haihang. Luo Nan's mind jumped. He hurriedly said to Bamboo Pole, I'm hanging up for now. Don't forget to send me the link. He seamlessly connected to his uncle's call. Sure enough, the other side bluntly asked, Do you know what's going on with the bloody video related to Rue Wen online? His uncle had long since known of Rue Wen's experiences in the underground fighting arena. Back then, Luo Nan had asked Yuan to provide a few carefully selected and edited videos for the sake of persuading his family to adopt Rue Wen. Knowing the inside story made it easier to communicate. Luo Nan spoke the truth. We're already paying attention. For now, we haven't figured out if it's an accident or a conspiracy. What are you guys thinking? Are you preparing to delete or limit the stream? Does Rue Wen know about this? She knows. She's watching it right now. She hasn't thought of any countermeasures yet. She's still observing. Of course, this observing had multiple meanings. The targets of observation were the trends of public opinion online. It also included Rue Wen. Luo Nan subconsciously swept a glance at Rue Wen's face next to him. Rue Wen was very sensitive to his gaze. Moreover, she could hear her own name. Her gaze temporarily left the projection area. She tilted her head and locked gazes with him. She was still calm. Luo Nan smiled at Rue Wen. No matter what Rue Wen's reaction was, he had to maintain his confidence in front of her no matter what. This was the only way to fulfill his duty as an older brother. Therefore, Luo Nan's words carried a bit more certainty when he conversed with his uncle. It's fine right now. As long as we don't care, it's not a big deal what happens in the outside world. Of course, we can't just let people casually toss and turn. Measures will certainly be taken. It's just that Aunt and Uncle might have to work a bit harder in the near future. There will still be many disturbances in the outside world. Don't worry about this. What are we afraid of? We already have experience. We even withstood the storm of your grandfather back in the day. There's no need to mention this nature right now. You're so magnanimous. Luo Nan's wristband vibrated several times in the time it took to say a few words. Emoya, Emopang, Zhang Yingying, Octopus, Shualei, Xia Junping, Tianxi. All of them were calling him like a swarm of bees. There were even a few unfamiliar numbers in between. Though they were blocked in an instant due to insufficient authority, there was no doubt that they had truly stepped out of the loop. Luo Nan didn't plan on chatting with his friends for the time being. He hastily ended the call with his uncle and turned his head to look at Rue Wen. Right now, Rue Wen had already taken the initiative to jump out of that thread. She was very proficient in searching for topics related to herself in the Sky Street community and a few other social media platforms. The wider the area she paid attention to, the more information she could absorb. Though there were no signs of her mental defenses collapsing so far, Luo Nan had no choice but to be on guard. He spent a few seconds preparing his words, but when faced with Rue Wen's seemingly clear and transparent state of mind that seemed bottomless, in the end he still took out the most straightforward question. Oh, Rue Wen, aren't you angry looking at these things? Rue Wen turned to look at him once more. Then she shook her head. Then, do you have any thoughts? I do. Luo Nen just stared at her. Rue Wen slightly lowered her eyelids. I want to see what I really look like. Huh. Rue Wen raised her eyes and locked gazes with Luo Nan. She spoke very seriously 2 seconds later. Can this sort of thing continue on forever? Chapter 1136. What does Rue Wen mean by keep it up? She's interested in becoming a public figure. All young girls love that. Rue Wen. That's Rue Wen. Hee hee, you know Rue Wen better than Rue Wen? Ah, that's not necessarily true. In the underground laboratory of Gear, a video conference was held. Aside from Bamboo Pole and Yinlu, who had been discussing matters in the morning, there was also Zhang Yingying, Octopus, Papercut, Xie Junping, and others. They were all friends who were relatively familiar with Rue Wen. They had come specifically to act as advisors. Luo Nan originally wanted to pull Cat Eyes, who had the best relationship with Rue Wen, but she was currently employed by the military. Communication was inconvenient, so Luo Nan could only drop the idea. Luo Nan originally wanted to have Rue Wen attend the conference and explain his thoughts, but he couldn't bear to let the little girl do a self-dissection in front of others. He simply sent her into the misty maze. He wanted to use the conference to organize his thoughts and then discuss them in private. Though this was the plan, Luo Nan's thoughts still lingered on Rue Wen's peculiar thoughts after the video conference began. He was more or less distracted by her internal and external clairvoyance. As for the others, they found it hard to continue after a round of heated discussion. Bamboo Pole's conclusion was very representative. It's not easy to guess anyone's thoughts, let alone Rue Wen. She's not an ordinary person. Let's talk about something practical first. Let's turn this illusory psychological problem into a real problem that can be touched and solved. Bamboo Pole gave a demonstration as he spoke. Little Xie, how are you doing with the source of the online public opinion? This was the first time Xie Junping was in charge of the inner world's affairs. At the very least, he could handle it, so he pushed away his afternoon work and specifically dealt with this matter. He was a bit excited. I've already made contact with that Master Chow. Brother Bamboo Pole, your information is correct. It's old 5 of the Chow family. Though his father is only a colonel, he comes from a long line of military officers. Since the founding of Xia City, there have been 3 generations of over a dozen people serving in the close defense army. They can be considered to have deep roots and flourishing leaves. Truth be told, we're not in the same circle, but our relationship with Toto can still speak. We did our job well, and they gave us quite a bit of face. They removed us just like that. Nominally, we have to edit it, but whether or not we post it is up to us to decide. Bamboo Pole smiled. That should be enough. Yeah, it seems like he's really a fan of Rue Wen. He even asked for an autograph. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Everyone looked at Luo Nan. Luo Nan nodded. It shouldn't be a big problem. Xie Junping shook his head. Actually, there's still a problem. Chow Wu said that he obtained his resources through the dark web forum. It was said that in the early years, this forum was used to advertise and attract members for Blackjack's underground fighting arena. A considerable part of the live audience was attracted from here. They also had a tradition of disseminating related resources. It's not just Xia City. All over the world, similar bloody fighting videos are recorded and disseminated. The forum's name is Bloodbath. Of course, it's the same as the majority of the dark web. There's an entire industry chain here. Whether it's a pure competition, an organized sparring, or gambling, they form their own system. It's not just limited to Xia City. In other words, it's basically impossible to completely control the dissemination of related resources. Luo Nen nodded. This was in line with his previous estimations. Xie Junping didn't just state the problem. He also did some work. Right now, we can control as much as we can. I'm thinking that Chow Wu and a group of people from the Bloodbath Forum in Xia City will form their own faction. Tonight, Husseiner and I will invite them to sit down. Consider it our thanks for the face he gave us this morning. We'll also let these people tie up their pockets in Xia City. Chao Wu has a close relationship with the military. That's why I asked Donglu to keep up appearances. However, this he kid is too jumpy. I really can't keep him in check when his hedonistic nature sets in. That's why I want you, Nanster, to give him a heads up and pressure him. Before Luo Nan could speak, Papercut, who had been playing close to Donglu recently, laughed. It's fine. Donglu, that kid, is much smarter than he looks on the surface. He knows what's going on. If you invite him, he'll certainly be happy to cooperate. Of course, if Nanster gives him a heads up, he'll certainly have more face. He'll be even more happy. Luo Nan grunted and snapped back to reality from his deep thoughts. He didn't delay and simply gave Donglu a call. The other side quickly connected. He rushed to greet Luo Nan Nanster. Is there something you need from me? It's about the place tonight. Luo Nan's mind spun slightly when he saw Donglu's deliberately cheerful and familiar tone. Donglu's words were a bit messy, but he didn't deliberately do it. The sensor network that covered Xia City slightly vibrated, and relevant scenes flowed before his eyes. And after these real-time scenes, there was a layer of even more fuzzy information flow. It was an indirect effect. For the time being, it was impossible to form something concrete, but it made Luo Nan's mind stir. On the plane of reality, Luo Nan didn't stumble at all. He smoothly continued. Yes, I'll have to trouble you. Also, you're close to my house. If you have time, can you come pick me up? Donglu was a bit stupefied for a moment. You're also. That's fine. It's on the way. I'll be there before 6. Donglu's words were quite excited. Thanks. Let's talk later. Luo Nan hung up the phone, and he received astonished gazes from all sides. You're going to this place? You need to pay more attention to Rue Wen's matter. Xie Junping scratched his head. If you go, Donglu will certainly put in more effort. However, this sort of situation isn't something that can be reaped just by putting in a bit more effort. Each and every one of those fellows are thorns. If you put in too much effort, you might even have a rebellious mentality. Luo Nan laughed. In the end, you just don't have confidence in my social skills. Xie Junping spoke with his conscience. That's because you really don't have confidence. Also, you gave Donglu such treatment. Don't let him get overly excited. He needs it. Luo Nan didn't say much. He changed the topic back. It's fine to have a rebellious mentality. Let's put on the right attitude and speak the right words. Those who are willing to help are friends. Those who are deliberately causing trouble are enemies. In the end, public opinion on the internet is still fake. But these people are real before our eyes. Xie Junping was stupefied for a moment before replying, That's true. Zhang Yingying furrowed her brows. But this way, the matter with Rue when we'll have a reversal. Isn't relapsing normal? Luo Nan didn't look worried at all. Instead, he had ample reasons. According to Rue Wen's opinion, she doesn't want things to stop. We should respect her choice. Everyone raised their eyebrows at his words. Chapter 1137. 5 minutes before 6 in the afternoon. Luo Nan didn't even change his clothes when he got home. He went back downstairs and greeted Mrs. Luo Shuqing, who was sitting on the sofa and observing public opinion online with a frown. I have a party tonight, so I'll be home late. If it's too late, I might sleep outside. Going out so soon after coming back? All right, be careful. You hear, what people say is not true. Hey, I'm not talking about you. Mo Peng, who had just returned home from school, had a problem with the timing of his response. He incurred the cold gaze of his own mother on the spot. Then he thought about how his old man and sister weren't home tonight. Rue Wen wouldn't show herself either. He actually had to face Mrs. Luo Shuqing's monstrous pressure by himself. He lost the courage he had at home for a time. He hurried over with 2 steps and revealed a smile to Luo Nan. I might as well go with you. Sure. Ha! If you want to go, it's not a problem. This party is full of young people. There should be some fun. Mo Pung swore that he was just speaking, thoughtlessly. He never thought that Luo Nan would actually take it seriously. Mo Pung wasn't an idiot. He didn't know what Luo Nan was busy with right now, but he was very certain that it was absolutely a major matter. The Xia city government's high privileges group definitely wasn't obtained by selling miserably. The reason why Luo Nan's mother didn't care about Luo Nan going out or even staying overnight outside was because she knew that Luo Nan was going to do proper business. Why had he followed her? Be in charge of acting cute? Mo Pung shrunk back, but Luo Nan grabbed him. Don't run if you've already picked it up. Change your clothes and let's go out. There's no need, right? I haven't finished my homework yet. The more Luo Nan spoke, the more guilty Mo Pung felt. Mo Pung was born with a fear of a strange environment. It even suppressed the accumulated power of his mother for a time. He simply raised his voice and used the method of self-detonation to ask for help. As expected, it attracted Luo Shuqing's attention. But Luo Nan was a step ahead. Sometimes social homework is more important than homework after school. Auntie, I'll go with Brother Pung. It's a gathering of people of the same age. There's no problem. The most important thing is for him to expand his social circle. There are some people and some things that are better known early on. Madame Luo Shuqing pondered for a moment. Luo Nan turned his head and spoke to Mo Pung in a low voice. This is related to Rue Wen's matter. You have to help out and take a look. Are you even more lacking in confidence than I am in this sort of social occasion? Luo Nan raised his voice in the second half of a sentence. Mo Pung was stupefied, forgetting to struggle. On the other side, Ms. Luo Shuqing made the decision. We can go, but you have to come back early. Sure. Luo Nan didn't have any interest in playing all night with this bunch of second-generation kids. He readily agreed and pushed Mo Pung. What are you scared for? It's not like this is a hung men banquet. Don't be a coward. Mo Pung had a legitimate reason, so he couldn't take it anymore. He pulled open his collar and said, What do you want to change into? Formal wear? No need. Just think of it as going tonight. Frost River reality. Before Mrs. Luo Shuqing could react, Luo Nan quickly changed his words. Tonight, Aunt, you can eat with Rue Wen. Chat with her. Don't worry, she's quite calm. By the time Mo Pung finished packing and left, it was already past 6:00. The two walked out of the community. The side door of a high-end business car opened in a parking space on the side of the road. Dong Lu waved at them under the soft illumination of the interior. He had a radiant smile on his face. He didn't show any dissatisfaction from waiting for a long time. Luo Nan also laughed. Young He, sorry to keep you waiting. This is my older brother, Mo Pung. He's the same age as me. Dong Lu's gaze shifted to Mo Pung. He laughed intimately. That's because he's younger than me. I'll just call him Pingzi. Come. Luckily, I switched cars today. Just as Dong Lu said, Dong Lu didn't bring his daily ride when he came to pick up Luo Nan. Instead, he chose a relatively bulky business car. Aside from wanting Luo Nan to have a more comfortable ride, Dong Lu also wanted to bring a few more people. Mo Pung greeted Dong Lu with a bit of caution. He was just about to board the car when he suddenly froze in place. Luo Nan was in the back. He saw that aside from an unfamiliar young man, there was also a beautiful woman in the rear compartment. He recognized her. It was none other than the female celebrity Shi Wei, who was at Mingtang Culture with Moya. He didn't expect that Dong Lu would bring Shi Wei over. He could only push Mo Pung into the car at this time. At the same time, he laughed. Miss Shi is here too. What a coincidence. Brother Peng is your loyal fan. He even asked me to get your autograph in the past. Luo Nan was hoping that Mo Pung wouldn't have a mental breakdown after he clearly saw the relationship between Shi Wei and Dong Lu. Shi Wei was the type of person who had perfect communication skills. She waited for Mo Peng to sit down before she took the initiative to extend her hand. Her smile was like a flower. Mo Peng, right? Mo Ya's little brother. I remember that I did give you an autograph. We weren't familiar back then. Mr. Luo even asked my assistant for help. We're not strangers now. Just keep in touch in the future. Ah, thank you, Sister Wei Wei. Fortunately, Mo Peng wasn't one of those fanatical fans of Shi Wei. His reaction was much more mature than what Luo Nen imagined. He extended his hand very carefully, using the tip of his finger to touch Shi Wei's finger to avoid his moist palm, revealing the fact that he was overly nervous. Then he revealed a large smile. It really is Sister Wei Wei. I was just thinking about not going. In the end, the bus hasn't even left, and it's worth the price. Regardless of the quality of the joke, everyone in the car laughed. Both the host and the guest were happy for a time. The car started, and it went to the location of the gathering. Luo Nan's gaze fell upon the young and unfamiliar face in the car at this time. The latter's gaze also stared at him. It was quite fervent. He Donglu timely introduced. This is my younger cousin, He Dongliang. The reason I called him over is because he usually likes actual combat, so he has crossed paths with Chao Wu. Yeah, he seems to be more familiar with little 8 of the Chao family. Right. I'm very familiar with Chao Fong. We usually train together. Brother Chao Shu often sees us too. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Tonight... Ouch. He Dongliang was overly excited, incurring He Donglo's attack on the spot. He Dongliang didn't finish his words, but he still drew Mo Peng's horrified gaze. Just kidding. He Donglu addressed Luo Nan as brother-in-law in front of his own family. There was no taboo in whether it was real or fake. In the end, he still needed a bit of face in front of Luo Nan. He Dongliang, this bastard, was even more worrisome than He Donglu. He Dongliang was truly a muddle-headed person. He managed to change the way he addressed Luo Nan with great difficulty under He Donglo's watchful gaze. He called Luo Nan senior apprentice brother without any head or tail. In the end, he changed to the more normal brother Luo Nan. Actually, He Dongliang was a bit older than Luo Nan and Mo Peng. He couldn't be bothered with it right now. Chao Shu, Chao Fong. Luo Nan checked the information in his mind before he understood what He Dongliang meant by Chao Fong. Chao Fong corresponded to little 8 of the Chao family's younger generation, and Chao Shu was Chao Wu, who had triggered today's gathering. Xie Junping called He Donglu over. Sure enough, it was useful. Similar friendships were connected in circles. He Donglu casually chatted about a few things. Compared to Dongliang, this muddle-headed kid, and Chao Wu, little 8 of the Chao family is the real deal. He enlisted in the military last year and has been training in the military. Moreover, he's not in the Xia City closed defense army, but the aerial army. He's even more amazing than the one from the Chao family. Rumor has it that he'll be moving to Europa FOB soon. It's not moving. It's selecting. He Dongliang boasted for his friend. This batch of people is special. They're selecting the cream of the crop because Lieutenant General Joseph is about to return to Earth to debrief. Rumor has it that this batch of people will be personally selected by him. Some will even be directly added to his personal guard. It's a one-for-one operation. The number of people that go in will be the number of people that come out of the guard. Luo Nan raised an eyebrow. Lieutenant General Joseph. Of course Luo Nan knew of him. He was an extraordinary with an awe-inspiring reputation in the inner world. He was a powerful person, like a stabilizing force in the military. He didn't participate in the Summit Round Table Conference last time, but he still retained his seat. Luo Nan casually asked why. You should know, Nanster. In this environment, He Donglo's way of addressing Luo Nan became all the more intimate. This time, the members of the guard that Lieutenant General Joseph brought back are all going to undergo a major update of the Deep Blue platform. Whether it's the Dynamo Core or something else, They're limited by their aptitude and hardware. Some people are bound to be eliminated. That's right. One wave was eliminated, and another wave was promoted. In the end, it was still the deep blue platform system. This was an even deeper binding. Luo Nan went silent. Beside him, Mo Peng had absorbed too much information all at once. He was still in a daze. He wanted to open his mouth a few times to ask questions, but he forcefully held himself back. He just lowered his head and searched for keywords on the internet through his wristband. Whether it was useful or not, his mental fortitude was commendable. As for how his heart was in turmoil, that was another matter altogether. Luo Nan's gaze circled around Mo Peng's body. Pulling Mo Peng over to participate in tonight's gathering was indeed a spur-of-the-moment idea. But the thoughts that pushed him to make this decision had been brewing in his heart for some time. The participants of tonight's gathering were all young people. Mo Peng's fitting in was just the most superficial reason. The most fundamental reason was this: Mo Peng should be allowed to join the circle. From Luo Nan's perspective, this group of second and third generation students was just that. But it was still much more expansive than the pure student circle. Of course, it was also much more chaotic. It was a springboard that led to an even vaster world. It was the shallow waters on the way to the deep sea. And Mo Peng might not be happy right now, but Luo Nan had kicked him in the back. This was because that vast world, that deep sea, wasn't something that could be isolated forever just because you didn't touch it. They were here. It was just that there was a fuzzy barrier of information sandwiched in the middle. It gave people the misconception that they were far away or that they weren't related. So much so that Luo Nan didn't even need to use any additional power. Just Luo Nan's position, the environment he faced, and the waves stirred up by his every move were enough to erase this barrier of nothingness. The future incidents, at the very least, would be a storm of information brought about by a series of incidents. It was destined to involve his family members. It was just a matter of how much, and it wouldn't change according to Luo Nan's will. Since this was the case, why not do it a bit earlier? Chapter 1138. Luo Nan was certain that his way of thinking had changed. In the past, he would have in fact, he would have adopted a more conservative strategy, isolating his aunt's family from the flow of information related to the inner world. He only wanted to distance his family from those messy matters so that they wouldn't have to worry about them. As it turned out, this kind of conservative strategy was useless. As Luo Nan's status in the inner world rose with the tide, his influence over the various powers grew greater and greater. Under the influence of the various powers, the man-made dam of information became extremely weak. The flood overflowed the dike, and Luo Nan's aunt's family would still know what they needed to know. Not to mention the fact that the global census, Rue Wen's matter, 10 days in the wilderness and other matters, both overt and covert, were piled up together. A considerable portion of them had already seeped into his family's lives, and he couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. Of course, Luo Nan's way of thinking had changed, so he wasn't that passive. He speculated that the key factor that led to his transformation seemed to be the perception system of the magneto-optical mica that was completely different from that of humans. After observing and thinking about it for a long time, he became increasingly certain. Perception, experience, breadth and depth of experience, as well as the corresponding thinking ability, were crucial to the growth and evolution of life. In the era of rapid change in the future, the information masking caused by excessive protection, as well as the corresponding problems such as underdevelopment and inability to evolve, might cause even greater damage than facing difficulties and disasters. There were a few people in the family. After all, uncle and aunt were adults. They had gone through the storm with grandpa in their early years, so they were mentally prepared and had experience. Mo had been in an underground band for the past few years and was still in the entertainment industry. She had seen a lot of things and knew a little about the situation, so there was no need to worry. The remaining one was Mo Peng. His age was about the same as Luo Nan's, and he was in the circle of ordinary students. He was probably the one with the worst endurance when faced with the sudden storm of information and sudden changes in the environment. Of course, he was also the one who needed to be reformed the most. As for not being used to it, he would eventually get used to it. No matter how uncomfortable it was better than being muddle-headed when the time came. And Mo Pang was like this, and so were his relatives. By extension, it was the same for all living beings on Earth. An even more complicated problem was waiting for him ahead. Luo Nen habitually entered a long examination mode. The MPV carrying them was also moving forward steadily. The normal magnetic rail load was limited. Medium to large vehicles like this would automatically adjust to the bus lane, which was relatively smoother. Moreover, the interior design of this high-class business car was excellent. The aircraft-grade business seats were very comfortable. The starry sky roof, which had been worn out on luxury cars, felt pretty good if one didn't look closely. Everything was quite appropriate, but Luo Nan did not speak. The atmosphere here was a bit strange. In such a situation, Shi Wei's value was highlighted. Using her advantage as a woman, she took the initiative to break the silence. Mr. Luo, before I came, I heard from young Master Lu that tonight's gathering is because of Rui. When Luo Nan came back to his senses and nodded. Yes. Is he trying to build up his current popularity? It's such a pity. As a member of the entertainment industry, Shi Wei instinctively pursued popularity and traffic. No, it's the exact opposite. Rui Win and I both need popularity. Luo Nan gave a clear answer. He didn't mind having an exchange with this female celebrity. Shi Wei subconsciously glanced at He Donglu beside her. This was different from the information she had received earlier. He Donglu was also very surprised. Didn't we let Chao Wu and the others manage those resources? There's a follow-up? I'm considering. Luo Nan was just about to say something when a call came in. He looked at the caller ID, raised his hand slightly, and immediately connected the call. Leicester? Xue Lei's sigh came from the other side, along with a large amount of noise. You guys haven't arrived yet? Aside from Brother Ping, I don't recognize a single person here. Xue Lei was in a rather crucial stage of his cultivation during this period of time. He usually lived in seclusion, cultivating his energy with concentration. Luo Nen had called him over tonight in consideration of Chao Wu's circle. Everyone was a fan of actual combat. Having a professional would make things easier. It seemed that this sort of scene was still. It doesn't matter. Everyone will know each other after a round of flashing fists. Xie, Juanping's voice suddenly rushed in. It was raised quite high, followed by roaring laughter. It looked like the atmosphere was quite good. There was even someone shouting, I don't accept this. Why are we playing in virtual reality? Has the iron cage been set up yet? It's starting this early? He Donglu heard these sounds from the car and felt a bit baffled. Gatherings of young people, like them, usually only officially started after 9 or 10 o'clock. Sometimes they didn't even enter the main topic until after midnight. The grand banquet at the end of last year was like this. Before this, everyone just met, got to know each other, chatted, and at most played a few warm-up games. Now it looked like the atmosphere had exploded ahead of time. Old C, go a bit faster. The bodyguard Old C, who was temporarily acting as the driver, responded and increased the speed of the car. Xue Lei wasn't quite used to the atmosphere over there. He gave a couple of laughs and hid in a secluded place to continue his conversation with Luo Nan. It's been a long time since I've participated in this sort of event. I'm inexplicably scared and jumpy when I go in. I heard that you're really going to let Rui Win debut? What do you mean? Then what does it mean that she wants to become a public figure? When did she clearly say that she wants to become a public figure? It's just that I think it's like this. Then why don't you just let her debut? I'm not saying this, but this is adding fuel to the fire. The current situation is delicate. If we put on the posture of a victim and act low-key, we can accumulate a bit of sympathy on the internet. But if we take advantage of the situation to debut, many people will really hype this matter. Our reputation won't be good. Besides, the public has a different set of standards for people in the entertainment circle. Luo Nan swept a glance at Shi Wei and responded with a smile. I know this. Fortunately, Shui Lei didn't participate in the video conference in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would have known that Bamboo Pole, Zhang Yinying, and Papercut had already said all of this more than once. Shui Lei even painstakingly analyzed. Your family already has sister Mo you mingling in the entertainment circle. There's a bit of mystery in having a band. But with Rue Wen's current situation, she'll be at the top of Xia City for a short period of time as soon as she makes her debut. Will your family be able to endure that kind of harassment? Are you still going to do your great global census plan? Of course I'm going to do it. Of course I'm going to do it. Luo Nan's response grew more and more straightforward. These two matters don't conflict. This is the effect I want. Shui Lei hung up the phone in confusion. Luo Nan's attitude was very clear, but the reason for forming this attitude was hard for his friends to fathom. Luo Nan knew everyone's confusion. His mind was clear, but he was unable to explain it too clearly. Could it be that he wanted to tell everyone? Rue Wen wanted to look in a mirror. However, normal people used polished lenses, while Rue Wen used the multicolored hearts of people. Luo Nan pretty much did the same. The difference was that his Luo Nan ruler was a kind of active projection. It was established upon a relatively clear understanding of himself. It was a crowbar that pierced into the depths of the thoughts of millions and millions of living beings, prying and gathering the chaotic power within the sea of consciousness. As for Rue Wen, she was a child with only 2 or 3 years of memories. Deep within her heart, she didn't have a particularly clear understanding of herself. Instead, she needed to go outside. She needed to go through round after round of projection to piece together a relatively complete version of herself. This was Luo Nan's guess. This was very likely to be a useless effort. This was because Rue Wen's image in the hearts of the masses had long since been grotesque and dazzling. She was greatly distorted. Of course, from Rue Wen's inconceivable talent, this little girl might possess a complete set of identification and integration methods that Luo Nan didn't know of. The target of her clairvoyance might not be as simple as the chaotic hearts of people behind the internet rumors. At the very least, a similar possibility couldn't be eliminated. Luo Nan, who had borrowed the special perceptual mode of the magnetite mica, could understand this point, but he was unable to feel it. And because of this, Luo Nan didn't know where to start persuading Rue Wen. He could only strive to create conditions for her. In addition, Luo Nan had his own considerations, but they were still a bit chaotic and unformed. After hanging up the phone, Luo Nan pondered for a bit too long. In the end, it was Shi Wei who took the initiative to talk to him. Mr. Luo, according to what you're saying, Miss Rue Wen wants to be a public figure, right? Not only are we not suppressing her popularity, but we're also going to form some sort of direction. Luo Nan thought for a bit. To be precise, we're going to do our best to appear in the eyes of the public, but we're going to pull away from commercialization. I haven't thought of the specifics yet. Shi Wei's brows furrowed. A voluntary public figure? And non-commercialization? That's about the plan. Shi Wei hooked the corner of her lips. If we don't walk the commercial path, public opinion and social activism are fine, but Miss Rue Wen's age and identity aren't suitable. It's fine to do a live broadcast, but this kind of model, especially one that eliminates commercialization and adopts the form of personal expression, will find it very hard to win the favor of the public. I'm talking about the positive reaction. He Donglu nudged Shi Wei lightly. He felt that these words were a bit too direct. Luo Nan faintly felt that it was his request to be non-commercialized that gave Shi Wei a bit of stimulation. In fact, due to the existence and effect of Luo Nanqi, every word and action of his, even the radiation of his emotions, was very likely to amplify the reception and reaction of others, especially for Shi Wei, who was a social butterfly with a sharp and sensitive mind. Luo Nen obviously didn't mind, and from a rational perspective, there weren't any problems with Shi Wei's expression. He responded with a smile. Sister Wei Wei, you're more professional than us in this field. I was just about to ask for your opinion. A Sister Wei Wei, copied from Mo Pang, made Shi Wei's mind feel at ease. She soon realized that her dissatisfaction from being mocked came without reason. Her smile grew all the more bright and beautiful. Mr. Luo, you praise me too much. I'm muddle-headed in this circle. I can't be considered a professional. I can only say that I'm parroting. I'll give you an idea for your reference. Please speak. Please speak. I'm all ears. Luo Nan's smile was warm, causing the atmosphere in the car to become all the more harmonious and relaxed.